The narrator quietly repeated a name that once haunted him, a figure he knew better than anyone else. It was the uncontrollable one, Cecile Perium, the man the whole world had labeled beyond redemption. In the narrator's memory, he appeared as a violent recluse, screaming with blazing red eyes and a sword in hand. Cecile was also remembered as a madman, with a twisted smile and a flower in his hand, a vision both dreamlike and terrifying. And above all, he was the rude heir of the noble family, Count Perium. In the darkness, Cecile sat on the throne like a beast waiting to awaken. Back in reality, a heavily wounded knight screamed in despair. Why did I, the strongest knight of the north, lose to such a weakling? A voice rose amid the sea of fire. The mysterious figure in the cold darkness asked, "What do you think? I spent quite a lot on this trap." From the blazing flames, he stepped out, a warrior clad in black armor with a large axe in hand. Light reflected off his blood-stained armor. Sharp eyes appeared behind the hood. "Do you like it?" he asked, his voice cold and sarcastic. The northern knight was stunned. "You are the fool Cecile Perium?" Cecile smirked. "It's not just your plan. I know everything." Cecile Perium listed every element the opponent possessed, from the vast army to the spy network infiltrating everywhere, even the forces supporting military supplies. He knew them as well as the palm of his hand. With eyes that saw through every plot, Cecile declared coldly, "I know it all." The northern knight trembled, panicked, denying. "Impossible! I never revealed my plan to anyone." Screaming in despair and anger, he shouted, "How could you, a weakling, possibly?" A fierce kick from Cecile answered, blood splattered, silencing the scream. "Be quiet," Cecile said coldly, standing tall before the fallen body of the self-proclaimed strongest. He threw down his helmet, a sharp clang ringing out. "Attack as many times as you want. I will win this time and every battle after." In the sea of fire behind, Cecile revealed his face, smiling confidently. "Want to know why? Because I have a plan." 1 year earlier, near the Perium territory in the kingdom of Lathania, a military camp nestled quietly in the mountains. Inside a tent, a young man gasped awake in shock. "What is happening?" Cecile Perium woke up, touching his neck and chest, exclaiming in shock, "Am I still alive?" He couldn't believe it. Just moments before he was in the middle of the battlefield, where blood and steel clashed with a harsh echo. A blood-stained sword spun in the air, screaming like an unfinished fate. It plunged into the ground before a towering fortress, amid a bloody battle. Cecile, then covered in blood, groaned in agony at the brink of death. And then, blood burst forth. His body seemed torn apart by a brutal finishing blow. A red-haired warrior clad in blue and gold armor stepped forward, coldly declaring, "The battle is over, Cecile Perium, the king of mercenaries, one of the 7 strongest on the continent." Aiden, a noble knight and one of the 7 strongest on the continent, declared the enemy's defeat as the end of the bloody war. On the ruined battlefield, Aiden coldly asked Cecile about his last words. Cecile, fallen in blood, only regretted not being able to avenge his grudge. Cecile Perium, the king of mercenaries, roared in despair, challenging Aiden to finish him off. The fury and pain still burned in his eyes. Aiden sneered, mocking his opponent. "Arrogant fool." As he approached Cecile, Aiden coldly recalled the past. The Perium family had fallen, and Cecile had run away after his sister's death. Cecile was stunned, unable to understand how Aiden, a man from another kingdom, knew such personal matters. Aiden raised his bloodied hand and softly replied, "How could I not know when I traveled everywhere searching for you?" Aiden smiled wickedly, confessing that he and Duke Delphine had allied solely to destroy the Perium family. Cecile was utterly shocked to learn that more than one force stood behind his family's tragedy. Bloody and dark images overwhelmed Cecile's mind. He collapsed, realizing that besides Duke Delphine, others had contributed to sinking House Perium into ruin. Aiden laughed coldly, declaring there was no need to waste words on the dying. He raised his sword, ready to finish Cecile without hesitation. Cecile, drenched in blood and despair, screamed in rage, "You bastard! I will never forgive you." Aiden coldly responded with a sharp look, "Do whatever you want." With a single slash, Aiden swung his sword, blood splattering. It was the final blow ending Cecile's life. Cecile recalled the moment his head was struck off. He was sure he had died, but now he opened his eyes. In the water's reflection, Cecile touched his neck, shocked to find his head still intact. "I was dead." He looked at his reflection and realized he appeared much younger. A thought flashed. Could it all be an illusion? Cecile suspected he had been used as a test subject by mad sorcerers. He vowed to take revenge if he was truly exploited. At that moment a voice called out, "Young master!" Cecile turned around, fully alert. A soldier entered the tent. His name was Ricardo, a loyal soldier of House Perium. "I know you're awake now. Please come outside, okay?" A soldier was suddenly restrained from behind. Cecile coldly pressed his sword to the man's neck. "I'll spare you if you answer my questions." Cecile's eyes flashed with deadly intent. He whispered, "Or maybe I won't." The soldier paled upon recognizing his attacker. He stammered, "Why, young master?" Immediately another intervened, a blond boy. He spoke nervously. "Are you crazy? This is too much." The blond young master stepped back, amazed at the soldier's calmness despite being restrained. How can he be so calm? The soldier snapped. "Did you fall asleep again after getting angry?" Then pushed the young master away. The soldier rubbed his neck, lightly scolding. "Did you forget? You insisted on leading the troops to fight the orcs." The young master's eyes widened in surprise. "Fight orcs?" The soldier packed up while the young master remained stunned. "You fell asleep after complaining, now get your things. I'll wait outside." The young master still didn't understand what was happening. "Get my things? Go where?" The brown-haired soldier casually declared they would return to the Perium territory, causing Cecile Perium behind to be shocked, clearly knowing that place had been burned in flames. With wide purple eyes filled with horror, Cecile couldn't believe his ears when he heard the name Perium, a land that was once home but now only ashes. Cecile grabbed the soldier's shirt, shouting excitedly, "Say that again," while the soldier could only react blankly. "What?" His voice choked, eyes full of pain. Cecile stammered, Perium, the territory my family once ruled, was destroyed." With trembling steps, Cecile moved toward the distant land. Before him was a prosperous village, and far away stood a sturdy castle. It was indeed the Perium territory, but why did it still exist? Cecile stood silently in the hazy scene of memories, burnt flags, blackened land, then returned to the peaceful present. Clearly this place was burned down, so why is it still intact now? The brown-haired soldier approached and whispered, "Young master, are you dreaming? Though we are poor, we can't say the territory has fallen. If your father heard that, he would disown you." Cecile pinched his cheek painfully, trying to determine what was real and what was a dream. Everything was too illogical to be true. A sharp slap rang out as Cecile slapped himself. His face stung and he had to admit, "It really hurts, so this isn't a dream." In the crystal shard's reflection, Cecile was amazed to see himself, much younger than in his memories. And below, the Perium territory still stood tall. Everything pointed to one thing: he had returned to the past. A swirling light circled the giant clock, and Cecile Perium was astonished to realize he had traveled back in time. Recalling his childhood, Cecile once resented his family for their poverty, harboring anger and dissatisfaction. His immaturity and inferiority complex often caused trouble, leading to his family gradually distancing and isolating him over time. Unable to bear the criticism, Cecile left home, leaving behind all memories and responsibilities. Years later, Cecile became a mercenary, surviving countless battles to hone his skills and build his reputation. He returned to Perium land hoping to atone for past mistakes, but it was too late. His homeland was reduced to ashes. The tattered Perium flag fluttered amid the ruins, symbolizing total collapse. Cecile had lost everything. But now everything remained intact. Perium was not destroyed, and a second chance had come to him. Cecile looked up at his family's flag fluttering in the sunlight, emotionally exclaiming, "My loved ones." Feeling both confused and happy, Cecile joked about returning to the past, causing a nearby soldier to quietly chuckle. Chu Ching coldly warned it was too early to celebrate. His sharp gaze revealed a painful memory about to resurface. He recalled the commander's words. This mission was only to fight a few orcs, a seemingly simple task, but it ended in massacre. Nearly all soldiers in the expedition team died by the end of that day. At that time, Chu Ching begged to join the orc extermination team. Only 3 orcs were reported, so he thought he could lead despite lacking experience. But the truth was over 20 orcs appeared, an ambush trap. A mistake born from blind confidence nearly wiped out the army. However, the orcs had no clear tactics. If prepared early, there was a chance to turn the tide. But the problem was, no one listened to a spoiled rich kid like Chu Ching. At that moment, a watchtower was destroyed. Chu Ching's eyes gleamed with determination as he began to act. The tower collapsed with a terrible noise. Chu Ching launched a preemptive strike, signaling the battle was about to begin. The guards panicked, shouting, "ORCS!" The event unfolded so quickly that everyone was thrown into chaos. A wave of orcs surged forward with furious momentum. The shout, "The orcs are coming!" echoed through the camp. The repeated massacre began. The blond boy panicked upon realizing the enemy had closed in. His eyes widened, sweat pouring down, unable to believe the overwhelming speed of the enemy. The giant red orcs stormed the front lines, delivering brutal punches and attacks that scattered human soldiers, blood splattering everywhere. The slaughter was merciless. A commander shouted loudly, "Fall back into formation," his voice sharp amid the chaos, trying to salvage discipline. Skaven, the expedition leader, a man in blue armor and a white cloak, hurried to the front line, shouting for the soldiers to hold the defensive formation. Right before Skaven, a giant orc swung his axe, knocking away numerous soldiers and leaving Skaven stunned, only able to utter "Ur." Skaven gritted his teeth, cursing the situation. He had not anticipated this ambush. The enemy was too numerous and arrived too suddenly when they were unprepared to fight. Still lost in fearful thoughts, a hoarse call rang out, "Commander!" making him turn around with a shocked look. A warrior shouted a warning, "Behind you!" as a giant orc swung an axe with tremendous force from behind Skaven. The giant axe struck down, sending earth and rocks flying, creating a violent collision that threw both Commander Skaven and the orc toward the hillside. In a life-or-death moment, a hand suddenly grabbed Skaven's shoulder tightly, signaling that an ally had arrived in time to rescue him. A giant orc raised his axe to attack, but Cecile Perium suddenly leapt forward, leaving the old soldier astonished behind. The old soldier was amazed, unable to believe his eyes at Cecile's speed. Cecile charged forward, delivering a critical sword strike toward the orc, causing those around to gasp, "Master Cecile." Cecile's blade pierced through the orc's hand holding the weapon, blood beginning to drip down. The slash was so strong that the orc's arm was severed, blood splattering everywhere. Cecile maintained his stance after the strike. The old soldier's face was panicked, eyes wide in shock at Cecile's sudden surge of power. Two other soldiers also couldn't hide their astonishment. One even removed his helmet in disbelief. The orc screamed in pain, blood staining his entire body after the critical attack. The giant orc's body crashed heavily to the ground right before Cecile, leaving a deep crater and a thunderous sound. Cecile lightly twirled his sword, sighing, "Tusk, I still can't use mana. I wish I had returned a little earlier." Cecile approached the man in blue armor calmly and asked, "You're the commander, right?" The other, Skaven, stared up in shock. Master Cecile." Cecile raised his hand, eyes resolute. "Give it to me." Skaven was surprised, frowning. "What?" Cecile looked straight into his eyes decisively. "Hand over command." Cecile Perium stood before the collapsing Commander Skaven, coldly extending his hand and demanding that he hand over command. Skaven was stunned by the request, considering it unreasonable while soldiers were bleeding out there. Though dazed, Skaven still stood up and firmly refused, causing Cecile to show visible surprise. Skaven turned his back, emphasizing that war is not a game. Even if the requester was Cecile, he could not hand over the command given by the Lord. Cecile sighed, admitting that if he were someone else, he would react the same way to a person who looked like a spoiled child. A roar echoed as a giant red-skinned orc attacked both of them. The imminent danger spared no one. Skaven immediately ordered Cecile to retreat while trying to regain control of the situation, believing Cecile lacked the experience to command an army. Cecile gripped his sword tightly, his eyes blazing with determination. He said that Skaven left him no other choice. Cecile suddenly attacked Skaven, knocking him far away with a lightning-fast strike. Skaven struggled to get up, angrily grabbing Cecile by the collar and shouting, "What the hell are you doing?" Commander Skaven was surprised when he heard a piercing sound. He turned around, sweat pouring down his forehead from a sense of unease. Before Skaven could react, his eyes widened in astonishment at what he witnessed. Something unbelievable had just happened. In front of him, a sword was plunged straight into the top of the giant red orc's head. Below stood a man in a white cloak with his back turned, seemingly the owner of the strike. The orc roared in pain, blood gushing from the fatal wound on his head. He was not dead yet, but was collapsing gradually. The orc fell to the ground. Blood stained the battlefield red. Standing before his corpse were Skaven and the blonde-haired man in white. Skaven was stunned. He stammered, unable to believe that such a young man could strike precisely at the orc's vital point. The blonde-haired man coldly asked back, "Skaven, right? Do you know what is most important in battle?" At the rear line, soldiers panicked. Some trembled and could no longer stand, their hands shaking while holding spears due to the fierce roars from the orcs. The bloodthirsty orcs, with glowing red eyes, screamed angrily as they witnessed their comrades being ruthlessly slaughtered. The soldiers huddled behind shields, trying to maintain formation. The pressure from the orcs nearly paralyzed them with fear. The blonde warrior looked straight ahead, eyes full of determination. He asserted, "No one can win while still afraid. To fight, one needs the spirit of a true warrior." Without hesitation, he charged into the battlefield. In an instant, a decisive slash sent an orc to the ground. The blonde warrior used a powerful leap to jump into the midst of the monsters, raising his gleaming sword high, ready to deliver a fatal blow. The orcs screamed wildly, surging from all directions. Before the soldiers, they were like a fierce wave wanting to engulf everything. Unfazed, the warrior thrust his sword straight into the head of the giant orc, blood splattering everywhere, shaking the ranks on both sides. The human army commander, a middle-aged man with a beard, could not hide his astonishment at the scene he had just witnessed. The blonde warrior with a bloodied sword in hand shouted defiantly at the surrounding orcs, "Monsters, come at me." He stood on the corpse of a fallen orc, raising his sword to the sky, shouting loudly, "I will kill you all." The entire orc horde attacked simultaneously. The blonde warrior charged forward like a whirlwind, facing the wild beasts alone. He spun around, slashing continuously, each strike filled with deadly intent. The orcs fell one by one before his superior speed and strength. The commander in the blue cloak stood still, eyes wide with astonishment. Before him was a monster's arm just severed, blood splattering everywhere. He couldn't believe his eyes. Am I dreaming? He muttered silently as he witnessed the absurd scene. Even he, a warrior capable of wielding magic, could not move that fast. Yet the young master, could do it with just basic strength. Young master was panting, sweat mixed with blood dripping down his tired face. But despite exhaustion, his eyes still blazed with fire. The commander in blue quietly observed from behind, realizing the young man showed no sign of giving up. As the monster attacked, young master dodged with minimal movement. He spun, gliding past the attack like a gust of wind. And with just one sword strike, he delivered a fatal blow, defeating the enemy with a single hit aimed straight at its weak point. Every action was refined and absolutely effective. In the eyes of the commander in blue, young master at that moment was no different from a true sword master, a supreme swordsman who did not need to use magic. He swallowed dryly, sweat dripping from his temple. No, maybe he's even stronger than that. Young master shouted fiercely, "Is that all? I haven't even started yet." His energy flared up despite his body being full of wounds. He charged into the enemy army, cutting down orcs as if dancing with his sword in the wind. "Are you really a warrior tribe? Try harder." Two soldiers stood at a distance, faces horrified. One shouted, "They're all targeting young master." The other stammered, He's not planning to run away, is he?" A soldier shouted, "Commander," as the man in the white cloak with blue trim turned his back and left the formation. Commander Skaven, with a tense face and beads of sweat, wondered what Master Cecile was calculating. Cecile alone charged into the orc horde, drawing all their attention, then suddenly turned and ran away. Stranger still, he was running straight toward a cliff. Skaven was stunned to realize this, his eyes confused as he exclaimed, "A cliff." Shock spread as he stammered, Don't tell me." Immediately Skaven shouted orders, "Everyone raise your shields." Then he yelled boldly, "We will follow Master Cecile." The orc horde roared, chasing closely behind Cecile, closing in on the cliff. Cecile, with cold, sharp eyes, looked back and thought, "If you were a good commander, Skaven, you would have understood what I intend to do by now." The blonde-haired young man was surrounded by giant red-skinned monsters. Although he wanted to defeat them all, his body was too weak to continue fighting. Blood smeared across his face, the blonde man smiled meaningfully. He could no longer fight, but others could. The remaining monsters continued charging forward, unaware they were being led into a trap. Some monsters sensed something unusual. They turned around, eyes full of surprise and caution. From behind, the human army led by the commander in blue was ready. The warriors raised spears and shields, prepared to act according to the plan's strategy. The blonde man slightly curled his lips. He knew the plan was going well, just waiting for the right moment. He leapt into the air, luring the monsters close to the edge of the cliff. Everything was within his calculation. In midair he signaled, "Now." The commander in blue shouted loudly, "All units." The human army surged forward together, pushing the monsters gathered near the cliff edge down below. A strategy sacrificing some to annihilate the entire enemy force. The giant red orc horde frantically charged into the human line, creating a fierce clash between the two sides. The soldiers shouted courageously. The blue-clad warrior and his comrades gave their all to counterattack amid the bloody storm. The tactic of pushing the orcs off the cliff proved effective. The monsters were thrown off the cliff, falling into the deep abyss. The orcs kept screaming, but all was in vain as they fell straight into the deadly chasm. The sound of flesh hitting stone echoed chillingly. Blood and gore splattered as numerous orcs met a gruesome death at the bottom of the ravine. A group of human soldiers panted with joy. They could not believe their eyes. The orcs had been completely annihilated in a single strike. The brown-haired warrior in blue armor shouted anxiously, "Master Cecile," as he looked down the cliff. At that moment, Cecile Perium, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed young man, managed to grab the sword embedded in the cliff, holding tightly to his life. With a challenging gaze and resilient will, Cecile gave a slight smile, proving he was not finished yet. The brown-haired warrior was astonished to see that scene. His eyes lit up with amazement and admiration. An elderly man with a white mustache and goatee smiled coldly, revealing eyes full of hidden meaning. On the cliff edge, a man in blue armor reached out, trying to save the blonde young man hanging by the sword. Cecile, the blonde young man, looked up in despair. His hand slipped off the sword hilt from exhaustion. "I can't," Cecile whispered. His body had lost all strength, unable to move anymore. Cecile fell from the cliff amid the soldiers' panic. The armored man shouted, reaching out but too late. The middle-aged man was stunned, eyes wide open. Behind him, soldiers and a brown-haired youth were also alarmed. A shout echoed, "Master Cecile," confirming the blonde young man's real name as he fell. A dark space appeared. A gentle voice called his name, "Cecile, Cecile." A girl with brightening hair emerged from the darkness. Cecil opened his eyes in the void. His eyes widened as he recognized the person before him, Elena. In fragmented memories, Elena, the white-haired girl, appeared. She tightly embraced her deceased mother and thanked Cecil for being with her in that painful moment. Cecil stood silently in the dark space, his hands open as if receiving something invisible. The mystical purple light reflected his shadow on the ground, creating a surreal scene. Cecil looked at the crystal in his hand, eyes heavy with memories. He softly said, "These are the memories I have of Elena." Suddenly a hand grabbed Cecil's sleeve. A panicked voice called out, "Cecil!" He turned around, startled, not understanding what was happening. A blonde girl with tear-filled blue eyes held his hand tightly, pleading desperately, "Please, come with me." Her face was full of fear and hope. Cecil awoke in a simple room. He opened his eyes, breathing heavily, sweat beading on his forehead. It seemed he had just experienced an intense dream. He lay still, staring blankly at the ceiling. In the quiet room, only silence and his wandering thoughts remained. Cecil slowly raised his hand to look at it. He sighed and murmured, "I'm still alive. It seems they managed to capture me." Sitting up, Cecil rubbed his face to steady himself. Was that a dream? He wondered, unable to distinguish reality. Suddenly, a sharp pain ran through his body, making him dizzy. Cecil held his head, groaning in pain as if struck by lightning throughout his body. Struggling to sit up, Cecil gasped for breath. "My whole body aches, probably from overexerting before I could use magic," he thought. "Still, the pain reminds me I'm alive." But, hearing noise in the room, Belinda the maid hurriedly opened the door and called out, "Young master." She was stunned to see Cecil awake, unable to hide her emotion. "You're awake." Cecil looked at her in surprise, whispering her name in confusion. "Belinda." Belinda showed slight anger. "Do you know how worried I was?" Then scolded him for facing the orcs alone. Without hesitation, Cecil rushed to hug her tightly, leaving Belinda so surprised she couldn't react. Belinda awkwardly asked if Cecil was causing trouble again, but he softly replied, "No, I'm just very happy to see you." Cecil recalled that Belinda had been his private tutor, always protecting him even when he caused trouble. He was always grateful to her. But Belinda disappeared when the Perium territory was destroyed. He believed he would never see her again. Now reunited with Belinda, Cecil still found it hard to believe. She smiled gently in his arms, softly saying, "We meet every day." With many things left unsaid, Cecil squeezed her hand tighter, deciding, "I have to tell Belinda everything that's happening." The blonde young man grabbed Belinda's shoulder in alarm, urgently warning, "The Perium house is in danger." The seriousness in his eyes stunned her. Belinda froze, swallowing hard. She sensed the gravity in his words. The young man continued, preparing to reveal the unbelievable. With cold, determined eyes, he said he had died and been resurrected. But Belinda just smiled lightly, thinking it a joke, recalling how he nearly died by the orcs. He hurriedly rebutted, trying to explain more clearly. But Belinda ignored him, insisting that he was the one in danger, not the Perium family. Belinda continued scolding, listing all the troubles he had caused. He could only remain silent, thinking, "She doesn't believe me, it's hopeless." Though harsh in her reproach, Belinda's eyes revealed worry. She emphasized that if he got injured, he wouldn't be able to attend the upcoming festival, something she was very concerned about. The mention of the festival made him pause. Recalling something distant, his eyes suddenly lit up. "The festival." Belinda teased lightly. "You haven't forgotten the festival, have you? Miss Elena is really looking forward to going with you." She placed a photo on the bookshelf, a close image of him and Elena from childhood. She said it would be wonderful if they reconciled and became close again like before. He held the photo frame, reminiscing. "Yes, there's always a festival around this time of year." Old memories suddenly flooded back. "Do you think so?" Cecil sat curled up in the ruined room. In his previous life, he paid no attention to the festival because his mind was drowned in pain and haunting memories from the expedition's failure. Now, in his second life, Cecil asked the maid about the festival's timing. She replied that it would start in about a week. Hearing this, Cecil softly repeated her words. 1 week. It seemed old memories were stirring within him again. The door opened. A little girl entered, calling his name. That voice stirred Cecil's heart because he knew that day had once changed his entire life. Cecil recalled the most painful memory of his life, a moment that had tormented him throughout his previous life. In that memory, little Elena, with tear-streaked face, knelt begging him to go to the festival with her. She desperately held his hand, pleading sincerely. Now Cecil knew clearly, in 1 week Elena would die, and this time he had a chance to change that. The blonde-haired young man embraced the petite blonde girl dressed as a maid. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, unable to react in time. Another girl appeared, with white hair tipped in red and blazing pink eyes, looking utterly shocked at the scene before her. The blonde girl struggled in the young man's arms, blushing and shouting, thinking he was teasing her as usual. The young man tightened his grip, pressed his cheek against her shoulder, and whispered, "I miss you so much." The girl immediately screamed loudly, pushing him away with unexpected strength, causing both him and the white-haired girl behind to fall over. The young man sat up abruptly, coughing violently, both astonished and in pain. He thought to himself, since when did she become this strong? The blonde girl stood angrily before him, bluntly saying she only came because Belinda asked, and he shouldn't expect forgiveness so easily. Memories resurfaced, the image of the blonde young man shouting at his sister, "Get out of my sight! Even your breath is disgusting." The blonde girl looked at him coldly, repeating those painful words, leaving him stunned. "You shouted at me like that, do you remember?" The young man sighed with regret. He knew in the previous life he wasn't close to Alina, but clearly he had been the worst brother. He scratched his head and mumbled an apology. Belinda was shocked to hear Cecile Perium apologize. Alina suspected his head had been damaged by the orcs. Both girls looked at each other worriedly, while Cecil stood silently behind, his face darkening at the gossip. Cecil angrily shouted, asserting that he was the one who defeated the orcs, not the one who was defeated. He tried to justify himself, but a sharp pain in his chest made him falter mid-sentence, his eyes full of resentment. Alina coldly reminded him that he was carried back on a stretcher. Cecil knelt down, curling up in shame and pain. Alina disdainfully turned away, while Belinda silently watched Cecil trembling from his injuries. The two girls smiled happily together, still retaining the innocence of old times, which made Cecil feel both sad and warm inside. Cecil quietly sat up, his gaze softening as he looked at them. Old memories flooded back, soothing the pain in his heart. He recalled the previous life. At that time, he had refused to attend the festival with Alina due to negative feelings after the expedition. That was the last time he saw Alina alive. Her body and those of the escort knights were found bloodied and mutilated. The blonde young man, Cecil, clutched his chest, eyes filled with pain. He blamed himself for not following Alina at that crucial moment. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Alina and her maid, Belinda, turned to look as the door suddenly opened. Two knights in blue armor, Jamal and Philip, appeared, delighted to have found Lady Alina. Alina sternly questioned, "I told you two to wait outside." The knights quickly bowed and apologized, saying the servants asked her to oversee the festival preparations. Cecil was surprised and wondered why Alina had to be in charge of that. Belinda quickly scolded Cecil affectionately, saying he was always playful and never cared about the family's affairs. She added that having a young noble like Alina bear such responsibility showed how severely understaffed House Perium was. Cecil suddenly realized and thought to himself that he had never cared about House Perium's condition, so now he was surprised. With a serious expression, Cecil stood up and declared he would help Alina. Alina turned around in surprise, her eyes briefly astonished. It was the first time she saw Cecil take initiative like that. Both Alina and Belinda were stunned. Belinda whispered that Cecil must have hit his head for real, while Alina just stared at him speechlessly. At the bustling market, townspeople and maids busily prepared for the festival. Everything was happening in a hurry. Cecil tried to help but was avoided by everyone. An older maid was alarmed, while another was gruff, chasing him away for causing unease. Blocked, Cecil argued with the blonde girl in the red dress. Those around whispered anxiously about him. Cecil emphasized that Alina's body was found in the slums, far from the festival site. This proved she had been lured or taken against her will. Cecil decided that to uncover the truth, he must investigate the castle, where clues might be hidden. Suddenly a man rushed over shouting, "Young Master Cecil," startling both to turn around. Cecil recognized the newcomer as Fergus, the loyal old knight. He was panting, relieved to see Cecil safe. Fergus, clad in blue armor with tears in his eyes, recounted how he hurried here upon hearing Cecil was defeated by orcs. The blonde girl quickly handed Cecil over to Fergus, saying he had acted strangely since waking. Fergus agreed to take him back to his room. Forced to return, Cecil grumbled about his bad reputation, causing everyone to doubt him. After calming down, Cecil resolved to seize the chance to learn about the situation this week. Cecil asked Fergus about the training room in the castle and requested to be taken there immediately. When Fergus questioned why, Cecil firmly replied that he wanted to train. Fergus was stunned by the change in attitude and determination of the young master. Fergus agreed and led Cecil to the training room, respectfully addressing him. "This way, young master." Cecil was surprised to see the training room in excellent condition, clean and fully equipped. He stepped inside, thinking this place was even better than during his time as a mercenary king, a glory of his past. Fergus stood behind, quietly explaining he had always cared for this place, in case Cecil wanted to return to training. He continued emotionally that although Cecil had once lost his way, he always believed one day he would return to the right path. Fergus's eyes showed steadfastness and deep loyal affection for his young master, a faith never extinguished. Cecile Perium was stunned, realizing the old knight had always held hope, even in the previous life when he had died. Silence spread within him. Cecil felt the silent pain of someone who had mourned him. Cecil gently patted the knight's shoulder and softly said, "Live long, old man, death is the worst." He tried to joke that he had been killed and then came back to life. The knight sighed, only able to say, "Please don't say that again." Cecile signaled that he could leave. He began training with renewed determination while the night bowed and departed. He looked back in the past. At this age, Cecile thought everyone around him was an enemy. But now, Cecile understood. Actually, he was the one unwilling to see their feelings. He stood alone, whispering 1 week, referring to the time he had to prepare for what lay ahead. Recalling the past, after Alina's death, another noble was falsely accused, sparking hatred. The Perium family fell into territorial war, leading to the complete collapse of their once prosperous land. Cecile Perium realized Alina's death was the origin of his family's ruin. He resolved to correct that fateful mistake, starting from this very moment. With no other choice, Cecile meditated in the great training hall, beginning to strengthen his body. The problem was time was short. He had to improve his physical strength and learn to control mana quickly. To survive and fight, Cecile needed at least to master mana, a supernatural energy surpassing physical limits. Mana is a resource that allows humans to exceed normal abilities, and now Cecile needed to access it. Although sensing and absorbing mana is difficult for most, Cecile had done it on the bloody battlefield in his previous life. The secret was connecting each mana particle floating in the air, gathering them like a spool of thread to condense into a solid form. With experience from thousands of life-and-death battles, Cecile easily created a mana core within his body, an extraordinary achievement. However, that alone was not enough. If it were, he wouldn't have become one of the 7 strongest on the continent. His secret came from half of a magic tome found in the past, the inspiration for the unique skill he developed. Cecile focused all his strength on connecting the mana cores. He painfully endured the massive energy flow as he tried to surpass his limits. 3 mana cores formed and aligned along his body in a straight line, light bursting fiercely, proof of an outstanding successful connection. When the cores linked with the innate human mana core, Cecile's power erupted violently. The increase was unimaginable, causing his body to tremble intensely. Cecile collapsed, blood spilling from his mouth. Despite being reborn, his current body could not withstand the pressure from 3 mana cores. He gasped, realizing his current limit was 3 cores, fewer than the 5 cores he had created in his previous life. Cecile fell down, blood splattering on the stone floor. Although this technique brought explosive power, the cost was a huge consumption of mana. Recalling his defeat to Aiden, Cecile admitted it was because he had exhausted his mana when Aiden brought a whole squadron of knights. He believed that in a one-on-one fight, victory would have been his. Though this technique was never stable, Cecile accepted it temporarily. Now he held the greatest advantage, time and youth. Cecile stood up resolutely. In the sacred light of the Great Hall, he swore that next time, he would personally behead Aiden. The scene shifted to the Dark Throne where Duke Delphine sat, surrounded by masked figures. Cecile vowed to destroy not only Delphine, but also those hiding behind him. After a week of hard training, Cecile Perium revealed a determined gaze and blazing killing intent. He coldly declared, "We'll all be crushed by my hand," a furious oath directed at the enemy who had destroyed everything. A week passed. The festival at Perium arrived, bringing a lively atmosphere. Everyone eagerly prepared for the celebration under the sparkling starry sky. Cecile prepared thoroughly before going out. He fastened his belt, secured the explosive pouch, ready for something more serious than a festival. Cecile stepped onto the street, his gaze sharp and cold. Beneath his calm exterior, he radiated the aura of a completely changed person. Elena, the girl with blonde hair and purple eyes, was surprised to see Cecile arrive on time. She could not hide the astonishment on her face. She joked, "You really came? I didn't expect you to invite me to the festival." Cecile replied gently, "Perium should enjoy the festival, right?" Elena tilted her head, showing doubt. "You've been strange lately. I heard you've been training all week." Cecile shrugged. "What's strange about the air of a knight family training?" Elena laughed and said, "You never cared before." She cheerfully reminded him, "You even told Dad he was a nuisance and should hand over his position soon." Her words struck at Cecile's old pride. Though reminded of the past, Cecile did not react strongly. Elena smiled softly and said, "I like you better now." She laughed, leaving Cecile with a slight embarrassment hidden behind his calmness. The blonde girl, Elena, smiled gently, nodding that Cecile seemed to have returned to his former self, her eyes full of affection and reassurance. Cecile stood silently in the sunset light, his gaze fixed on Elena, as if deeply pondering her words. He told himself that in just the past week, he had realized many important things. That even his small actions had changed how people saw him, and even altered the future. Although the great flow of time may remain unchanged, even a small change can lead to many different branches, like a chess game with countless moves. Cecile realized that, even knowing the future, how to use that knowledge was up to him. He had to constantly adjust his actions according to the actual situation. With his hand gripping the pouch at his side, Cecile told himself, "I am ready." He strolled through the night market with Elena, buying bread from a cheerful vendor. The two held hands running through the bustling market street, laughter ringing out amid the brightly lit night. Returning to the castle in the peaceful night, Alina smiled happily. This is so much fun. Alina sat sighing on the steps, looking bored because the festival was the same every year. She wished for something new to do. The blonde young man stood beside her, looking thoughtful. He wondered if going with her made the festival dull. He tilted his head and asked Alina determinedly, "Do you want to go somewhere else?" He continued, suggesting that a friend of his said there was a new activity in another area. Alina curiously asked, "Really?" Without hesitation, Alina grabbed the hand of one of the two armored men and smiled brightly, pulling him along. She turned back jokingly, "If it's not fun, I'll blame you." The blonde young man stood behind, his gaze gradually turning cold. He muttered, realizing something, "So it's the two of them." He looked after Alina and the two armored men with furious eyes, shouting, "Traitors!" Jamal and Philip are Alina's two most loyal night guards. Since she was a child, they have always been by her side protecting her, becoming the most trusted people in the Perium territory. However, in the past, they were believed to have died while trying to protect Alina. But the truth is not that simple. Cecile realizes the truth. The ones who betrayed in the past were Jamal and Philip. The betrayal is revealed. The two who were once most trusted now show their true colors as traitors, smiling maliciously right in front of Alina. Jamal leads the group to a secluded place in the city, declaring excitedly, "We have arrived." They stand in an empty square, with no sign of any performance as promised. Alina is surprised and confused. There's nothing here who would perform in such a dirty place. Jamal tries to soothe with a forced smile, while Alina remains angry. Cecile stands behind, beginning to suspect. Cecile's gaze turns cold. He starts to notice something unusual. So that's how it is. Although it looks like an ordinary deserted street, Cecile discovers obstacles placed everywhere to block all exits. A trap has been set. A young man shouts that everything has been staged. The blonde girl immediately pulls him away. "Let's go, Cecile." Despite being pulled away, Cecile is still confused. A knight in blue armor calls after the blonde girl, wondering if they should wait a bit longer to see what really happens. The girl firmly refuses, saying they have come to the wrong place, while continuously pulling Cecile away. While being dragged, Cecile awkwardly asks, "Do you work out? How are you so strong?" The girl glares back, displeased with the question. A knight blocks their path, calling out, "My lady!" The girl panics and bumps into his armor, crying out in pain. The knight reveals a frightening expression, his eyes cold, saying, "Why not stay a while?" The girl senses something wrong and calls his name fearfully, "P.H. Philip." She hugs Cecile and steps back, purple magical light spreading. Another knight sneers, "You two are acting very strangely." The knight with tied-back hair smirks, scratching his head with fake regret. "We didn't mean to scare you, my lady." He claps his hands and laughs smugly, his eyes cunning. "It's just that we accepted a very good deal." A figure steps forward from behind, causing the group of knights holding the two hostages to stop abruptly and turn around in surprise. From the darkness, Frank, wearing a long cloak, wide-brimmed hat, and dark glasses, along with two black-cloaked subordinates, approaches coldly. Frank smiles, looking at the knights, confirming, "So you have kept your promise." A knight confirms they have delivered Lady Alina as agreed, and now just want to finish quickly. Frank suddenly notices the blonde young man beside Alina and wonders, isn't that the Count's son? He's not part of the deal." Little Alina trembles in fear, clinging closely to the blonde young man who coldly maintains a calm demeanor. Knight Jamal laughs slyly, declaring he will throw in the young man for free because he was foolish enough to bring himself here. The young man steps forward, points at Jamal, and grits his teeth. "You betrayed us, Jamal. Did you really think you could escape?" Jamal sneers without hesitation. He believes that if he runs far enough away, everything will be over. He mutters about the suffocating homeland, poor and attacked by barbarians, as if justifying his betrayal. The knight with a cunning face smiles maliciously and taunts, "Isn't everyone here desperate to escape this place?" But before he finishes speaking, he is suddenly stabbed through the chest from the front. The attacker is the blonde young man, Cecile Perium, with cold eyes and a sword gleaming deadly light. The knight was shocked, eyes wide open, blood spilling from his mouth. He couldn't believe he was taken down so suddenly. The incident left the blonde girl, Alina, and a man with silver long hair wearing sunglasses utterly stunned. Cecile turned his back, standing between the two bodies, his sword still dripping blood. His voice was calm but powerful. "But betraying us is unforgivable." He turned his head back, his blue eyes flashing with anger. The question came out like a verdict, "Isn't that right?" The remaining knight, Jamal, shouted in anger and fear, "Jamal, you fool! How could a knight lose to that weak kid?" In desperation, he grabbed Alina as a hostage. But that action immediately came at a price. A sword lunged straight down from above Jamal's head, piercing through his skull. Jamal, dying, unable to believe his eyes, hissed his last words, "It can't be." His body collapsed before Cecile. Cecile stood shielding Alina, who was trembling and clutching him, his gaze cold, aura blazing amid the rain of blood. One of the black-cloaked group doubted the identity of the young man who just acted, wondering if he really was the son of Count Perium, since they had heard he had no combat experience or training. The man with sunglasses and wide-brimmed hat confirmed the appearance was correct, but remained suspicious. Although the two knights were caught off guard, being defeated within seconds was not to be taken lightly. They were amazed to realize Cecile's strikes were not only swift, but also enhanced by magic, something he supposedly could not use. The blonde girl burst into tears in panic, tightly hugging Cecile and calling his name in despair, not understanding what was happening. Cecile silently looked ahead, his expression cold, showing no reaction to the girl's emotions. Alina called Cecile's name but was immediately slapped hard by him. Her face showed shock and pain, unable to understand what had changed in him. Cecile gently sat Alina down on the ground, telling her to rest for a while. His cold and ruthless action made the scene even darker. A voice sounded from behind, thanking Cecile for helping and praising him for saving them effort. It was the man with the wide-brimmed hat and the black-cloaked group. From above, the scene appeared. Cecile standing opposite three strangers, behind him two knight bodies lying in pools of blood, and Alina unconscious. The leader stepped forward, saying Cecile was very different from what they had been told, and they had intended to kill the two knights themselves. The mysterious man asked Cecile with a half-smile if he had been hiding his true skills all this time. Chu-Ching coldly drew his sword from its sheath, blood still dripping from the blade. He answered the question indifferently. What does it matter? Looking ahead, Chu-Ching assessed the situation. Three enemies were approaching. He quietly twirled his sword, ready to act. Three black-cloaked figures approached, with a large man wearing a hat and dark glasses in the middle. Chu-Ching clearly sensed a powerful mana radiating from him. Chu-Ching's body began to emit blue mana light. He clenched his hand, deciding to end this battle quickly before it dragged on. He stepped toward them and asked, "Who hired you?" But the man with glasses only sneered disdainfully, considering the question meaningless for someone about to die. Chu-Ching was not surprised, and coldly replied that he would soon want to reveal everything when the pain reached its peak. With sharp eyes and sword raised high, Chu-Ching exuded a terrifying pressure that shook the entire space. Mana surrounded him like a bright blue electric net. An assassin turned to ask the man with glasses, "Should I kill him?" The man just shook his head slightly and said, "No, keep him alive, cut him into pieces, let his father go mad with pain." The man wearing glasses smiled cruelly behind his sunglasses. He said the more pain they suffer, the more beautiful their corpses will be. Two subordinates shouted, "Yes, sir," and simultaneously charged at Chu-Ching, while the man with glasses stood behind, smiling coldly, waiting for the torture to begin. Cecile quickly pulled out a tube of material from his body, his eyes determined, his arm movements decisive and full of calculation. He threw it forward toward the two black-cloaked assassins surrounding him. His body remained in an attacking stance, ready for the next move. One of the two assassins was surprised and exclaimed in panic upon realizing it was a flare. He hurriedly retreated in worry. But it was too late. Cecile seized the opportunity, rushed forward, and finished him off with a precise slash through the forehead. Wasting no time, Cecile spun and stabbed straight into the next opponent, blood splattering as the sword pierced the chest. Another enemy shouted angrily, "Stop playing dirty!" He charged in while Cecile had just taken down one behind him. The blades clashed, sparks flying fiercely. Cecile defended against the attack, facing the new enemy head-on. A close-up of Cecile's eyes, his pupils dilated sharply, his head turning to another direction as he detected something unusual. He swung his sword in the new direction, forcefully chopping off the arm of an assassin, attempting a surprise attack from the side. Immediately, another enemy pulled Cecile back with an energy chain, trying to hold him for the next attack. Chu-Ching delivered an extremely fast slash, defeating the enemy in an instant. Blood splattered, his sword still dripping with blood, his gaze unwavering. Suddenly, a sharp aura shot from behind. Chu-Ching immediately sensed the killing intent and reacted instantly. A strong slash descended on Chu-Ching's head from a stranger, a man with a thick beard, long silver hair, wearing a wide hat and sunglasses. The attacker struck suddenly with assassin's momentum. But Chu-Ching quickly turned, swinging his sword to block the blow from behind, leaving the attacker stunned. The stranger was amazed. "He blocked it even though I completely concealed my presence?" He couldn't believe he had been detected. Chu-Ching counterattacked swiftly. With a graceful spin, he made the attacker stagger. At that moment, Chu-Ching launched a precise slash, piercing through the opponent's defense, forcing him to struggle to block. The The sharp blade tore through the assassin's neck. He widened his eyes, unable to believe he was hit so easily. The familiar pipe in his mouth flew into the air, falling to the ground and shattering, symbolizing his unexpected defeat. Chu Qing had not lowered his sword yet. Another slash came, but this time he was ready, his cold eyes facing the next danger. With a swift and powerful strike, the young swordsman attacked directly against the cloaked swordsman. Their blades clashed loudly with a resounding clang, showing their equal strength. Struck on the neck, the cloaked swordsman tilted his head to partially avoid a fatal blow. He grimaced but smirked, thinking that without the dense mana protecting him, his head would have been severed long ago. The young swordsman stared wide-eyed in shock and anger. He thought he had cut through the opponent's neck, yet he was still alive. The truth bitterly revealed. The opponent used mana to reduce damage at the critical moment. The cloaked swordsman slowly drew his sword from behind amidst shimmering blue mana mist. He both admired the young opponent's strange combat skills and clearly showed he still had strength to fight. With a sinister smile, the cloaked swordsman lowered his head, hiding cold eyes beneath his wide hat. He declared like a verdict, "No matter what, you will die here." The cloaked swordsman, a silver-haired man wearing sunglasses and a wide-brimmed hat, smiled wildly as he admitted he was nearly beheaded if not for his mana defense layer. He was surprised by the strange fighting technique of his young opponent, unable to understand how someone like that could be so skilled. Despite admitting his surprise, he coldly attacked, asserting to his opponent that such a small amount of mana could not defeat him. Shouting in fury, the cloaked swordsman was determined to kill his opponent in this battle. His opponent, the young swordsman, was not intimidated at all. The young man smiled meaningfully even though he was cornered. The cloaked swordsman was stunned. He could not believe his opponent could smile when death was so close. In a lightning-fast move, the young swordsman dodged the attack and closed in, leaving the cloaked swordsman no time to react. A powerful strike like a thunderbolt sent the cloaked man flying, blood splattering, his eyes wide with shock. Both retreated to defend. The young swordsman remained calm while his opponent staggered as he landed. The cloaked swordsman sneered, trying to keep calm. He arrogantly repeated his old claim that such an amount of mana could never defeat him. The silver-haired mage collapsed, writhing in pain from a deep wound. The mana aura around his body shattered in bursts. He spat blood and knelt down, hands on the ground, his face horrified as he could not believe the last strike had broken through his mana shield. Trembling, the silver-haired mage muttered while checking his wound with both hands. He did not understand how his opponent could increase power enough to break through what was thought to be an impenetrable defense. The brown-haired swordsman approached with cold eyes. He whispered, "At that time I didn't know Alina was killed by someone else." The truth was revealed. The brown-haired swordsman stared at the silver-haired mage and affirmed, "So, it was you." His whole body blazed with a fiery aura and crackled with electricity. The brown-haired swordsman coldly accused, "You will pay." The third mana core lit up in his chest, a rare sight proving his power had been pushed to the limit. The silver-haired mage shouted in panic, unable to believe his opponent could amplify mana to such a terrifying degree. Without giving his opponent a chance to resist, the brown-haired swordsman charged like a whirlwind, raising two swords ready to finish the fight. The silver-haired mage was stunned, eyes wide open. He had no time to react, only thinking, "He's too fast." The silver-haired mage collapsed to the ground, blood flowing from his mouth and legs. The blood-stained sword plunged beside him, marking a strike that pierced the once impenetrable mana shield. The mage panicked. He did not understand what had just happened. The attack's power had suddenly surged. His mana shield, which had never been breached before, was now nullified. The main character stepped forward, his calm voice ringing out. "At that time, I didn't know Alina was killed by someone else." The words hung like a verdict, startling the silver-haired mage. The young man with brown-silver hair and purple eyes was enveloped in a dark purple magical aura, two swords tightly gripped in his hands. He confirmed the truth. The person before him was the culprit. "It's you," he growled, his eyes blazing. All the pain from the past now converged into a rising fury. "You will pay," the main character declared. His eyes shone brightly, full of killing intent. This was no longer a duel, it was judgment. A massive energy burst from his chest. Third core released. He had unleashed the third mana core, a rare level few achieve. The silver-haired mage was stunned. "What? How can you amplify mana to that extent?" He couldn't believe that before him stood someone who once could not use magic. Without responding, the young man dashed forward. With two swords in hand, his speed far exceeded the silver-haired mage's vision. "You are too fast," the silver-haired mage could only utter in horror as the blade was about to strike. Fear was evident in his eyes behind the lenses. The silver-haired mage was slashed hard by Cecile Perium from shoulder to chest. Blood poured out, his eyes wide with terror. Cecile surged forward at lightning speed, the short sword in his hand gleaming with deadly intent, ready to finish the opponent who had killed Alina. The sword pierced straight into the mage's body, the overwhelming force causing him to bend over as blood gushed out. The silver-haired mage screamed in pain. He struggled amidst his dying breaths, but his eyes clouded and his mind faded. Cecile delivered a thunderous punch to his face. The impact sent the opponent flying, blood and teeth scattering. Standing amid corpses and ruins, Cecile coldly said, "Shall we continue what's left unfinished?" His voice ringing like a death sentence. Cecile grabbed the mage's collar, pressing his sword against the mage's chest, gritting his teeth and asking, "Who hired you?" The mage pulled out a small dagger hidden in his sleeve. "I won't let things end like this," he thought, eyes flashing with a last spark of resistance. He turned toward the unconscious blonde girl on the ground, Alina. "At least I will finish her off," his voice urgent and desperate. "Die," he roared, throwing the dagger at Alina, unleashing his final move in a death struggle. The blonde swordsman moved extremely fast, pulling his opponent toward him with a stream of glowing red energy like lightning. He held the gray-haired mage's hands tightly, binding him with shimmering mana threads, coldly proposing a deal. "How about a deal?" With sharp eyes, he threatened, "Answer my question, and I will withdraw my sword from your body." The gray-haired mage horrifiedly realized his body was tightly bound by mana threads. He couldn't move and panicked. When did he prepare this? From behind, the blonde swordsman silently controlled the battle. A faint blue mana aura wrapped around him, showing absolute dominance and calm. The mage's belly wound bled, but the swordsman casually said, "With your mana control ability, surely you can heal yourself." Then he bent down, driving the dagger deeper into the opponent's belly, emphasizing, "Unless your mana core is destroyed." The gray-haired mage panicked and shouted, "What?" upon realizing the young man's true intention. A dazzling purple light burst from the mage's belly as the dagger touched the mana core, the source of all his magical power. With a painful scream, the mage's body convulsed violently as the mana core was completely destroyed, ending his fighting ability. A fierce magical energy erupted. The enemy's mana core began to crack and evaporate. The man screamed in panic as he felt the magic within him vanish uncontrollably. The long-haired man wearing sunglasses screamed madly. He warned that if the magical energy reversed, the entire area would explode. The next action would be suicide. Cecile Perium, with eyes glowing purple, responded coldly. That was the limit of the weak. For him, it was entirely possible. Cecile declared firmly, "I can do it." Panic was clear on the man's face. His body cracked open, magic running wild, causing him to tremble. Deep down, he admitted, Cecile was not bluffing. In Cecile's eyes, the image of death appeared clearly. A purple skull reflected through fiery eyes. He understood well, if he took another step, he would die. In his dying moments, the silver-haired mercenary shouted desperately, revealing the true mastermind. He yelled, "It's Count Desmond." Grabbing his collar, Cecile heard the confession. Count Desmond had hired them to ignite the war between the Perium and Diggold families. Cecile narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. So it was all orchestrated by Desmond. The truth gradually emerged, fueling the anger within him. Memories of a past life surfaced. Duke Delphine always manipulated smaller families like Desmond to do his dirty work. Cecile gritted his teeth. That filthy old fox. Cecile tightened his grip on the soldier's neck, eyes blazing. "And so you were assigned to kill Alina, right?" The man struggled and trembled, replying, "Why, yes." With furious eyes, Cecile didn't hesitate to stab the dagger deep into the silver-haired assassin's chest. Blood splattered. The man's eyes widened as he collapsed in pain. The assassin panicked, unable to believe his fate. He shouted, "You promised to spare me," but only managed half the sentence before coughing up blood. Cecile sneered coldly. "Now you're afraid to die, when you've taken countless innocent lives all your life." He chuckled weakly in his dying moments, causing Cecile to pause. Cecile's eyes flickered with caution as he sensed something unusual. The assassin hissed, "Killing me changes nothing. I gave the Diggold family a reason to wage war." Then he emphasized each word. "Who would believe a useless fool like you?" The silver-haired assassin continued with bitter words, claiming the territorial war would destroy the Perium family no matter what. But before he could finish, Cecile forcefully pushed his head back, cutting off his last arrogance. Cecile looked directly at him, coldly stating, "Let me tell you this." His eyes no longer hesitated, only the resolve of someone who understood the tragedy that must not repeat. With a mocking smirk, Cecile revealed, he had died and come back to life. Therefore, this time things would not repeat as before. This time, he would do things differently. The silver-haired assassin howled in anger and pain. Magic burst from his body as a final reaction to impending death, but Cecile's hand, still held tightly onto the dagger, plunged deep in his chest. A beam of light shot up into the night sky, a signal sent amid the silent cityscape, marking the end of a torture and possibly the beginning of the next storm of war. The purple light exploded brilliantly in the night sky like fireworks signaling victory and the end of the traitors. Amid bloodstains on the walls, Cecile stood there, bloodied swords in hand. The enemy lay defeated at his feet without a final word. Surrounding him were the bodies of traitorous soldiers, some gasping weakly in pools of blood, unable to rise. Cecil turned around, sweat mixed with blood on his cold face. He did not allow himself rest. There were still people to protect. The blonde girl lay asleep on the ground, peaceful amid the bloodied scene. Cecil looked at her, his eyes shining with tenderness mixed with determination. He had kept his promise to protect her at all costs. The bloodied sword slammed hard into the ground, producing a resounding sound amid the silence after the fierce battle. Cecil tilted his head back, gasping for breath, sweat and blood mingling on his face. His body had surpassed its limits, but his eyes refused to give up. Suddenly, intense pain surged. Cecil screamed hoarsely as blood spilled from his mouth, his body trembling uncontrollably. Unable to stand, Cecil collapsed to his knees on the ground, blood staining the stone floor. The consequence of releasing 3 mana cores had exceeded his current endurance. He cursed in despair. Back when he was the king of mercenaries, this was nothing. Now his body was no longer strong enough to bear his old power. Cecil gritted his teeth against the pain, telling himself he must not fall now. He dashed toward the stone warehouse door like a lightning bolt, determined to uncover the truth before it was too late. The door burst open, and Cecil rushed inside amid the rubble, blood, and broken wood. Before him lay 2 bodies wrapped in white cloth, soaked in blood, an unforgettable tragedy. Standing in the deadly room, Cecil panted heavily. Memories from his past life surfaced. Alina's body had been found here along with many others. According to the assassin's words, this was that very room. Elsewhere, a silver-haired man stood before the Diggled family crest, hands clasped behind his back. His contemplative expression hid a scheme as events spiraled beyond control. A figure burst out of the dark room, covered in blood. Cecil immediately recognized him, the son of Count Diggled, an accomplice responsible for Alina's death in the past life. Cecil knelt to examine the 2 blood-soaked bodies wrapped in cloth. They were the Count's son and his night guard, both murdered. He was stunned realizing this was how the mastermind covered their tracks and pinned Alina's death on them. On the battlefield, the flag bearing the white wolf emblem of the family fluttered in the wind amid desolation. Cecil understood clearly. Once this truth was exposed, territorial war would inevitably erupt. With determined eyes, Cecil pulled a vial from his side pouch. He knew he had to erase all traces, starting by disposing of the bodies to prevent the war disaster from spreading. Amid blazing red flames, Cecil carried Alina on his back, his legs steady as he advanced through the ruins. His eyes burned with resolve. "I will not let things go according to your plan." From above, a figure in a black cloak silently watched. In silence, he tracked every step Cecil took, hiding behind a tree scorched by the chaotic fire behind him. Immediately after, the cloaked figure vanished in an instant. He dashed away at high speed, clearly not just an observer, but an important piece entering Cecil's game. The assassins sent to Putnam have failed. A secret meeting was convened in the dark to hold someone accountable. Someone spoke up to criticize. They sent Frank, the strongest member of the intelligence unit, and even bribed the entire guard team, yet still failed to kill a girl. Whispers rose in the meeting room. The person sitting in the middle, who was being criticized, had underestimated the mission too much. Frank the failure knelt down, trembling as he confessed. He blamed the entire failure on Sust Putnam. The name Sust surprised the others. Someone sneered, "Isn't that the useless guy everyone looks down on?" An angry man criticized, "Sust is famously useless to the point that no one bothers to gather information about him." He sharply questioned this excuse. Frank swallowed nervously, his voice full of fear. "He is completely different from what we know." Sust Putnam, the light brown-haired, blue-eyed young man, appeared amid the rain, his gaze cold and sharp. He gripped his sword tightly, ready to eliminate the enemy. Sust charged into battle with superior speed and strength, defeating the assassins with lethal strikes. His eyes gleamed with deadly light, reflecting a skull image. In the tragic scene, Sust Putnam opened the blood-soaked bag, shocked to find 2 bodies cruelly executed. Both the guards and young Master Diggled were dead, used as scapegoats for Alina's death. Sust frowned, realizing the plot had been prearranged. If this secret was discovered, conflict between the 2 clans would surely erupt. A territorial war would be inevitable. Blood soaked his clothes. Sust clenched his hand and pulled out a special vial from his pocket. He decided to destroy the bodies, a difficult but necessary act to prevent the aftermath of war. Flames blazed fiercely behind him as Sust carried Alina, stepping out from the burning ruins. Despite his bloodied body, his eyes shone with determination not to let any force manipulate reality again. From above, a figure in a black cloak silently watched. Without speaking, he hid in the shadows, observing every action of Sust carrying Alina away from the scene. As Sust turned into a deep alley, the cloaked figure dashed like lightning. He left his hiding place, silently and lethally tracking his target. Night was late. Sust placed Alina down in a secluded room, his eyes sorrowful. He wiped the blood from her face, whispering as if promising to change this bloody fate. Outside, dark shadows began to move. Inside the small room, Sust was solemn. He knew well that those behind the conspiracy were still acting quietly. Faint light shone on Aluna's sleeping face. Sust gently stroked her hair, hiding his emotion. With determined eyes, he resolved to protect her at all costs. From afar, the cloaked figure watched through a small window. Silent, but his threatening presence signaled a new force approaching. The night was far from over. In the dark room, a man asked skeptically, "The most suitable candidate?" A tense atmosphere filled the meeting room. A voice responded, introducing a weighty name, Cain Loes. He was a renowned warrior throughout the north with a giant physique and overwhelming strength. Cain's sword had crushed countless other weapons. No one in the north could match his power on the battlefield. The voice continued analyzing. Cain is Sust Pudum's cousin. This would make arranging a meeting between them easier. The entire meeting room was stunned. Those around the table looked at each other, convinced by this unexpected but reasonable choice. A deep voice echoed in the darkness, warning the opponent that if they failed once more, the consequence would be death. Golden eyes flashed like a demon in the dark. A stern voice said, "Next time you fail, it will be your end." The ordered one trembled and replied, "I will not disappoint you." The scene shifts to the training hall of Pudum Castle, where knights hone their swordsmanship and magic under the clan's command. An old knight in blue armor, Sir Fuggas, entered the room, respectfully calling out, "Young master, pardon me, your meal has," but he was interrupted by a sudden surge of power. A powerful blue sword aura spiraled through the air, forming a mighty vortex. Sust was training with tremendous intensity, causing the entire space to tremble. A blue light streaked across the air. The white-bearded knight in blue armor was startled as the sword in his hand suddenly vibrated and flew out with a loud clashing sound. He stood frozen, unable to do anything as the sword was pulled away by an invisible force, soaring out of reach in utter astonishment. The silver-haired young man in white tightly gripped the sword hilt just pulled back. With a decisive motion, blue light still lingered on the blade. He lightly swung the sword, a faint smile appearing on his lips. "Good, this one's solid," he muttered. Two other swords were also flying around like obedient weapons. He raised his head, eyes flashing with alertness. Something had just caught the attention of the silver-haired young man in white, causing him to pause and softly say, "Huh." Sust Pudum was focused on training in the great hall when the old knight named Fuggas appeared, bowing to him with respect. Fuggas asked in amazement how Sust had just performed that technique, his eyes full of surprise mixed with admiration. Sust smiled lightly and raised the sword hovering by mana, responding casually, "Oh, this." He explained, it was a mana thread, a form of energy thread, created by compressing mana into a thin strand and controlling it. In his mind, Sust recalled, this technique had been used daily in his previous life, but now, to use it effectively, he had to force one of the 3 mana cores to erupt. Sust Pudum concentrated on controlling the mana flow, refining the technique until only a fine thread remained. With this method, he could use magic efficiently despite limited mana within him. The white-bearded commander in blue armor, a seasoned knight, was shocked witnessing this unprecedented technique. He admitted that despite a lifetime of mana control, he had never seen anything like it. Questions arose in his mind. Sust previously could not use mana and had never undergone training, so how did he come up with the idea to use mana as a thread? Sust suddenly turned and asked, "Do you have something to say to me, old man?" The old knight hesitated briefly, then stammered to speak. "I came to thank you." Sust was surprised, not understanding why he was being thanked. Curiosity showed clearly on his face. The white-bearded knight in blue armor bowed his head in gratitude to the blond young man for protecting Lady Aluna safely after the attack. Sust quietly replied, believing he only did what anyone would have done in that situation. The heavy atmosphere temporarily eased. A voice rang out amid the castle scene, "Let's eat." A few days after the incident, the rest of the festival was cancelled. The case of guards colluding to sell the count's daughter made the matter serious. Aluna, in a red dress, showed dissatisfaction as she recounted that no one believed she was actually saved by Sust himself. In a small room by the fireplace, Sust quietly declined the offer to report the news. He believed that no matter what he said, no one would believe him. Elsewhere, a white-haired maid named Belunda was angry upon learning that Jummel and Philip had bad intentions toward Lady Aluna. Aluna just sighed, saying nothing more. Finally, the truth was confirmed. Aluna had survived. Sust sat opposite her, his gaze calm but full of meaning. Sust monologued that he had prevented a territorial war. However, he understood clearly the Pudum house was still a targeted objective. A close-up of Sust's determined face. He admitted he could not protect the clan alone forever. It was time for him to gather his own forces to fight. A knight in blue armor and a brown-haired maid with a bun entered the room carrying food. They politely asked permission as they interrupted the conversation between Sust, Belunda, and the others. The maid placed the food in front of Sust. Meanwhile, Sust pondered deeply, realizing he needed to understand the territory's financial situation first to control everything. However, when the plate was opened, the only thing inside was a solitary, dry piece of bread. The scene clearly reflected the current scarcity in the land of Pudum. Sust froze, eyes wide open, unable to hide his astonishment at the poverty his territory was facing. Sust turned to Belunda, asking why she brought dessert first. Belunda replied with an embarrassed smile. "Dessert? You know our territory doesn't have enough to afford such luxuries." Just as Sust began his meal, a sudden shout echoed, startling him. Outside came a roar. "We demand compensation," leaving him confused about what was happening. A large man wearing a green cloak led an angry crowd. He loudly demanded the Pudum family compensate for the damages caused by the abruptly shortened festival. The crowd of peasants behind him echoed the leader's words, shouting in unison, "Compensation!" The shouts echoed throughout the castle entrance, stirring chaos. Some aggressive villagers pointed pitchforks and hoes toward the iron gate, demanding to meet those responsible. A guard tried to calm them down, pleading for peace. From upstairs, Sust Pudum peeked out the window and was shocked to see the crowd yelling. He was puzzled. What the hell is going on? Belunda, the white-haired maid, anxiously confessed she had predicted this situation. Her tense expression caught Sust's attention. Belunda explained that most merchants in the area relied on festival tourism. Last year's profits were barely enough for them to survive. She concluded that shortening the festival was the cause of the public's anger. It was no surprise they were so furious. Sust was stunned. He had no idea people were struggling so badly. Sust seriously realized the situation was dire. If things continued like this, merchants might resort to violence. Sust Pudum angrily asked the old steward Fuggaz about the soldiers' status. He ordered them deployed to maintain order amid the unrest. Fuggaz smiled kindly and calmly replied, "We have no soldiers left." Fuggaz explained that most soldiers had been sent to the outpost near the monster forest to rebuild after a fierce orc attack. Sust cursed silently. All forces were there. A map of the Pudum territory appeared. To the north was endless warfare with barbarian tribes, and to the east lay the monster forest, always lurking with danger. The Pudum army was constantly stretched thin defending. Sust gritted his teeth, eyes tense. He realized the bleak situation, lacking both money and troops. Everything was absurd and infuriating. Sust pulled Belunda outside, his tone decisive. He needed to speak with her privately. The Blunda girl in the room just looked on in confusion. Sust whispered, "You manage my allowance, right? Then use that to appease the merchants." His eyes were determined, as if he already had a plan. Belunda's eyes widened and she giggled. "You don't have any money." Her reply immediately lightened the mood, though the situation remained tense. Sust asked in shock, "Why?" Belunda reminded him. "Did you forget? The master cut your allowance because you were too wasteful." Sust's eyes widened almost in disbelief. "Wait, so now I don't have a single penny, not even one coin." Sust Pudum, disheartened by his poor circumstances, reached out to borrow money from the maid Belunda. However, she quickly declined with a carefree smile. "I don't have any." Sitting quietly on the windowsill, Sust looked down at the desolate territory. No money, no army. He bitterly wondered what was left of this land. Sust realized that even with knowledge of the future, he could do nothing without capital. The first goal was to earn money. Rushing down the hallway, Sust anxiously searched for a solution. He tried to recall if there was anything valuable left in the territory. Suddenly, a brown-haired servant, newly arrived, burst into the room, panting and loudly calling, "Young master!" Sust turned around, eyes alert. Ricardo gasped as he rushed into the room, surprising Sust Pudum. Sust had just jumped in through the window when he saw Ricardo kneeling in the middle of the room, sweating profusely, clearly having run all the way here. Ricardo shouted in panic, "Something bad has happened. Young Master Cain is looking for you." His face showed clear fear, as if this was no good omen. Hearing the name Cain, Sust froze. His eyes flashed with suspicion, but deep inside was a foreboding feeling. The scene shifted to an older knight in blue armor, his face covered in blood. He staggered unsteadily, his body soaked with wounds, breathing heavily. Immediately, a thunderous punch struck the soldier's face. The sharp sound echoed, blood splattered, the brutal torture began. Sust Pudum's bloodied arm swung with wind-tearing speed, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. The punch thundered straight into the enemy's chest, causing his entire body to bend under the tremendous force. The old man's rib cracked, blood gushed from his mouth. He only managed a choked gasp before collapsing. The armored body slammed heavily onto the stone floor. Sust stood upright at the door, cold eyes, his hands still stained with blood. The fallen old soldier gasped for breath, looking up at Sust with astonished eyes. Even in his last moments he whispered, "Young master." Sust's eyes widened, gaze tense. A dangerous premonition made him pause silently. A hoarse voice sounded behind him. "There he is, the main character has arrived." Sust immediately turned his head, eyes sharp and cold. A giant man with a muscular build appeared, radiating fierce killing intent. Sust faced him without flinching. The stranger smiled eerily, revealing gleaming white teeth. He spoke with emphasis. "Hello, cousin." A voice full of implication rang out. "There he is, the man of the hour." The blonde-haired young man frowned, his cold eyes flashing with caution. The person who just appeared was clearly no ordinary individual. In front of him stood a giant with bulging muscles, towering under a blood-red sky. The air around seemed to freeze, tension spreading heavily. The newcomer greeted with a sinister smile. "Hello, cousin," a low, sarcastic voice. He was the red-clad cousin, someone who seemed to harbor a deep grudge against the blonde-haired young man. The blonde-haired young man calmly raised his head, his gaze unwavering, replying coldly, "Oh, no fear, no surprise, just an acknowledgement of a relationship long forgot." The red-clad cousin smiled even more arrogantly. "I remember that face now." He stepped in accompanied by a hooded stranger, hinting at a new danger approaching. The Loges family, represented by the white wolf emblem, was a long-time ally of the Pudum house. This relationship spanned many generations, bound by both honor and interest. Cain Loes, heir to Count Loes, appeared with a muscular build and a great sword on his back. He carried the aura of a renowned warrior and was the pride of his family. Sust recalled the past. At that time, Cain Loes was his only friend, and at the same time, his sworn enemy. Their relationship was always torn between friendship and rivalry. Cain stepped forward, passing the body of a severely wounded soldier. He faced Sust with a look unclear whether friendly or challenging, while a blue-cloaked figure silently followed behind. Sust turned to ask Ricardo, his trusted guard, about what had happened. Ricardo stammered, speechless and still stunned by the bloody scene before him. One of the knights who came to investigate the scene recounted. They were alerted about a brawl at the tavern and immediately came to check. There they found Cain Loes, heir of House Loes, sitting with a guard. Cain recognized them and immediately asked about rumors concerning Master Sust. Commander Scoven, the group leader, stepped forward to recount everything that had happened to Cain, while he calmly drank wine. But as soon as Scoven finished speaking, Cain suddenly grabbed him with a cold expression and angry eyes. Cain tightly gripped Scoven's chin, growling, "How dare you lie to the heir of House Loes?" The brown-haired young man recounted the story in confusion, his eyes marked with worry. He muttered, "But then it happened." Behind him, the red-cloaked warrior sneered and interrupted. He said it was impossible to talk that way, then continued. "This old man kept babbling that you single-handedly defeated the orcs and the traitorous knights." In the flashback, the brown-haired young man lay collapsed on the ground, face covered in blood, gasping for breath. He whispered an explanation. "I was just trying to wake him up." The red-cloaked warrior bent down, speaking mockingly but with a cold tone. "That wouldn't have happened if he hadn't told such blatant lies." The blonde-haired young man in white silently observed. His face showed no emotion, but his deep eyes revealed suspicion and a simmering anger building inside. Sust remembered Cain Loes. He was always like that, arrogant and commanding as if Sust was merely a subordinate. Every time Cain came to Pudum, he caused chaos. No one dared to stop him because Sust, who was almost a subordinate, had no right to speak up. Despite his arrogant behavior, no one in Pudum ever looked down on Cain. In contrast to Sust, who was always tormented by feelings of inferiority, Cain was full of confidence and charismatic charm, making everyone praise him as an ideal heir. Throughout his life, Sust was always compared to Cain. Cain Loes, heir of House Loes, stood silently, staring intently at the person opposite him. His muscular body and arrogant demeanor created a heavy pressure. A smirk appeared on Cain's face. He silently judged, "That person should have attacked me just for being called a liar." The scene shifted. Some time ago at the Loges mansion, heavy rain poured down, and a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the ancient castle. Cain sat opposite a mysterious cloaked figure. He asked in surprise, "You want me to kill Sust?" The cloaked figure spoke in a low voice. "If you succeed, my master will fully support House Loes." Cain only silently responded with an unreadable look. Cain Loes frowned upon hearing the proposal. Defeating a fool was not difficult, but Sust was the heir of a noble family. He could not understand how he could kill such a person. From the shadows, a masked figure stepped forward. He suggested Cain challenge Sust, staging it as an accident, a childish dispute between two nobles. He also promised to disguise himself as a knight guard to assist Cain. The masked figure smiled wickedly. He emphasized that opportunities like this did not come often, a temptation full of greed and scheming. Cain turned his back deep in thought. He never expected to be asked to kill his own cousin, Sust Pudum. But then Cain's eyes lit up. He cracked his knuckles preparing to fight. With an excited expression, he declared, "Let's go now." Cain Loes began to suspect. He wondered if someone was trying to eliminate Sust before he became dangerous. Sust's recent changes made it impossible for him to ignore anymore. Thinking of that, Cain slightly curled his lips into a sinister smile. He already had an idea to deal with it. Immediately after, Sust Pudum entered the room, his face calm calm, eyes serene but resolute. Cain provoked. "What are you waiting for?" Cain shouted, forcing Sus to bring out everything prepared. Meanwhile, two injured armored knights were dragged before them as part of some shady plan. Sitting cross-legged on the platform, Cain laughed loudly. He said that since the festival was cancelled, there was even more reason to celebrate. He emphasized that between them, such unexpected parties were always consensual. Cain Loes squinted at Sust, his eyes gleaming with sarcasm. He smiled, tilting his head, and asked mockingly, "Isn't that right, my friend?" Sust Pudum stood still, hands in pockets, expression calm. He wore a simple white shirt, a sword quietly hanging at his side, his eyes indifferent as if he had never known Cain. Sust slightly tilted his head, eyes wide open, showing surprise mixed with coldness. "Oh, don't tell me you're actually implying that." Cain, still seated, pointed at Sust with a falsely reproachful look. He loudly said, "He always makes me pay for drinks and women when he visits." Sust smirked with a contemptuous smile. He replied in a dry tone, "As if I still do that now. I only did it so you wouldn't keep hitting me." He snorted coldly, then continued, "Every time you come, I have to empty my pockets to entertain." The pinkish-white-haired maid smiled and reminded Sust, "Have you forgotten? Sir cut off all your money because of your extravagance." Though spoken gently, the truth made the atmosphere heavy. Sust stood frozen. His eyes widened, reflecting astonishment mixed with a hint of realizing something deeper. A half-smile appeared on Sust's face. His blue eyes sparkled with sudden light as an idea flashed. "That's right." In Sust's pupils, the image of a man wearing a cloak appeared clearly. He looked sharp and confident. Sust thought silently, "A way to make money." "Sust," a loud voice cut through his thoughts. Sust snapped awake, his eyes still holding the spark of a crazy but promising idea. Cain Loes crouched at the inn's door, hands on his knees, glaring at Sust standing before him. He urged, "If you get what I mean, then hurry up, okay?" Faced with that harsh attitude, Cain suddenly softened his tone, shrugging as if it were no big deal. "Oh, sure, no problem." Sust calmly looked down at Cain, his bright blue eyes shining with determination. He replied coldly, "But before I do that, don't you think you owe me something?" The man wearing a blue hood and golden mask inside the inn was startled by Sust's words and turned around, suspicion clear on his face. Cain frowned at Sust, momentarily embarrassed. After a silence, he gritted his teeth and asked, "What do I owe you?" Cain Loes, the muscular warrior in a red uniform with an open chest, reached out demanding Sust pay up. He claimed to have spent money preparing everything, and now with interest it would total 1,000 gold coins. Shocked by the absurd amount, Cain vehemently objected. He argued that all costs could not exceed 100 gold coins, and emphasized that Sust had received help purely out of friendship. Sust coldly retorted, denying that friendship. He made it clear he was merely exploited as a lackey, and now it was time to reclaim everything lost. Sust's face became frightening, his eyes flashing threats. He forced Cain to pay before being crushed, revealing he urgently needed a large sum of money. The atmosphere grew tense. Onlookers began whispering as they witnessed Sust turn the tables, causing Cain Loes, once arrogant, to bow his head and sit silently. A soldier exclaimed in shock at Sust's actions. Is he crazy?" Sust's boldness stunned everyone. Amid the tense atmosphere, heavy footsteps echoed. Cain Loes approached, his gaze cold and intimidating. Cain stared down at Cecile, voice full of contempt. "You dare defy me just because your leash was loosened a bit." He leaned in close, mocking. "You fool yourself into thinking you're strong just because you made up stories about defeating knights." Then he cruelly concluded, "You're just a useless leech." Cain clenched his fists, growling. "No wonder the North calls you hopeless, lying all day like that." Cain Loes angrily lunged forward to punch the blonde-haired young man. "Get a grip, will you?" He shouted, as if trying to pull him out of losing control. But the young man remained calm. The punch seemed to not bother him. He bowed his head, golden hair covering his eyes, preparing to react. Cain threw a deadly punch, but the blonde-haired young man gently dodged to the side. The punch missed by inches. He showed no fear. Two figures behind, a common man and a black-cloaked masked person, gasped in astonishment witnessing that extraordinary dodge. Cain shouted, "You little," and threw another punch. But the blonde-haired young man vanished in a gust of wind. He counterattacked at a speed no one could see. The red and blue-cloaked warrior delivered a powerful punch to Cecile Perium's stomach, spraying blood everywhere. The tremendous force bent Cecile's body as if he would collapse immediately. The warrior's eyes widened in shock. His face showed surprise as he realized something unusual was happening, as if his strike did not have the expected effect. Immediately, Cecile countered with a sudden and powerful headbutt straight to the opponent's face. Blood exploded like a burst, leaving the warrior stunned. The red and blue-cloaked warrior smirked confidently, clenching his hand as if preparing to break break Cecile. A crackle sound echoed as he tightened his grip, his eyes betraying contempt. Cecile slightly tilted his head, his sharp eyes showing alertness. He had realized something and was not afraid. His body tensed, ready to respond in an instant. Cecile delivered a powerful punch that knocked the blue-haired young master to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. The blue-cloaked subordinate inside the inn stood stunned, witnessing it all. The blue-cloaked subordinate hurried to support the kneeling young master, urgently asking, "Are you okay, young master?" The young master groaned in pain, unable to respond. Cecile calmly stood at the door, looking down and coldly said, "Stand up. You managed to block that punch." The blue-cloaked subordinate shouted angrily, "Get out of the way, Lord Cecile," and rushed to protect the young master. He gritted his teeth in fury. "How dare you?" The crowd inside the inn was in an uproar. One dazed person asked, "What just happened?" Another exclaimed, "Master Cecile, really?" They couldn't believe their eyes, whispering among themselves if anyone had caught that strike. Cain Loes tilted his head, narrowing his eyes full of calculation. He had understood the entire plan. A smirk began to form on his lips. "So that was their purpose." Cain smiled, his voice low and full of implication, as if seeing through the game behind it all. In a hidden corner, the man wearing the golden mask whispered to Cain smugly, "How was my acting?" Cain smirked but did not answer immediately. The masked man laughed loudly. "Perfect. You made it look like it was Lord Cecile's fault. That's enough reason to challenge him." Cain clenched his coat, his eyes burning with ambition. "This is my chance to gain a powerful ally. I must make a good impression." A stranger in a black cloak approached Cain Loes, promising that if Cain completed the mission, his master would fully support House Loes. Cain immediately saw the opportunity, thinking this was a good chance to cut off the useless alliance with House Perium. With a triumphant expression, Cain Loes removed his coat, preparing to challenge Cecile. He held the glove, the symbol of an official duel challenge. Cain angrily shouted, accusing Cecile of being a liar and claiming Cecile's self-defense was an insult. He fiercely swung his arm to throw down the glove and declare the challenge. Just before Cain could complete the challenge, a sudden slap like a thunderbolt struck his face. The slap came from Cecile, strong, decisive, and full of spirit. Cecile Perium stood upright, his eyes sharp and cold, boldly declaring, "I challenge you, Cain Loes." His gaze showed no hesitation, fully asserting control over this duel. The red-coated warrior suddenly sensed something from behind. His eyes widened in surprise as a strong hand gripped his chin from below, leaving him no time to react. Cecile, heir of House Perium, turned his back, his voice deep and authoritative, declaring, "You have insulted me before my people and disgraced the nobility by seriously wounding a knight under my command." A knight in blue armor lay collapsed on the floor, covered in blood, supported by a comrade. Both were stunned upon hearing Cecile's declaration. Cecile stared coldly at his enemy, his eyes glowing fiery purple. His voice lowered provocatively. "You don't intend to retreat, do you?" The red-coated warrior stepped forward silently, but full of murderous intent. Behind him stood the golden-masked man, a man in a blue cloak with a hood and fur collar, observing the situation without a word. Cain Loes sneered, wiping blood from his chin. He did not expect his opponent to be foolish enough to dig his own grave by issuing a public challenge. Finishing his words, Cain tightened his grip on the great sword's hilt. He accepted the challenge, his eyes filled with a craving for a bloody battle. Swinging his weapon, Cain threatened. He warned his opponent not to regret losing his life after this fight, an overwhelming aura spreading around him. Facing Cain, Cecile Perium kept a calm and composed gaze. He showed no hesitation, a cold gleam flashing from the tip of the sword in his hand. Cecile turned his head to order Ricardo, his close companion, kneeling beside an injured warrior. Ricardo startled, reacting without yet understanding what was about to happen. Amid his subordinates' confusion, Cecile commanded, "Summon all the merchants protesting in front of the castle here immediately." The brown-haired young man, the assistant knight, was surprised by this order but promptly complied. Cecile smiled cunningly. He continued, "Tell them this is a chance to make a lot of money." Under the suspicious gaze of the guard, Cecile revealed clear confidence and sharpness, as if everything was part of his plan. The festival in the territory was suddenly cancelled halfway through, and the lively atmosphere instantly turned bleak and silent. Nevertheless, some tourists had not yet left the territory. They lingered in the empty streets, holding on to hope for an experience left unfinished. These guests still carried their purses and a desire to spend. Their time and money were still waiting to be used. Recognizing untapped potential, Cecile immediately came up with a bold plan to organize a grand event to attract and retain them. Cecile stood on a high podium before an eager crowd, preparing for a grand play, not just for entertainment, but to turn around the economic situation after the incident. The stands echoed with cheers as the announcer declared an exciting match about to begin. A duel between Lord Cain and Lord Cecile. The arena scene ignited with wild excitement. The audience shouted enthusiastically. Many yelled, "Bet everything on Cain," ready to witness Cecile, once underestimated, suffer a crushing defeat against the strongest lord. The lively scene spread throughout the city. The nearby market became crowded as merchants quickly seized the opportunity, shouting their offers loudly. 3 items for 2. Hurry before it's gone. A chubby man in a blue shirt sitting behind the betting table shouted, "Place your bets here. Line up orderly." The tense atmosphere mixed with gambling fever enveloped the entire arena. The crowd roared Lord Cain's name, throwing bets non-stop. Everyone was confident he would win. Meanwhile, Cain calmly planted his greatsword into the ground, ready to face the challenge. The red-cloaked warrior angrily stepped onto the arena, swinging his giant sword down to the ground. He declared this a sacred ritual that must not be taken lightly. He coldly warned that even if the opponent surrendered, this sword would not stop. A cruel smile appeared clearly on his face. The blonde-haired young man quietly observed. Unshaken, he silently confirmed in his mind, "Just as I thought." In the darkness, the red-cloaked warrior and the hooded figure revealed their conspiracy. They had come here with a predetermined goal. The blonde-haired young man stepped forward. He looked around at the gathered crowd and said, "Now then, let's begin." A shout of "Wait!" cut through the tense air. A mysterious figure in a blue cloak trimmed with fur suddenly rushed forward, surprising the crowd and the blonde-haired young man, Cecile Perium. The silver-armored man, face hidden under a hood, arrogantly stepped onto the arena floor. He declared that this match would not be a bet worth worrying about. 2 nearby spectators were surprised by the warrior's words. They looked at each other, not understanding what was happening. The chubby man recording bets awkwardly explained, no one had placed a bet on the young master, meaning Cecile. This truth stunned the entire audience. Cecile quietly turned away, his eyes cold but expressionless. He seemed indifferent to the fact that no one believed in him. In the packed arena, the crowd buzzed with discussion. Everyone thought the outcome was obvious. Cecile had no chance against Cain Loes, known as the strongest warrior in the region. Cain Loes disdainfully looked at Cecile from afar, laughing mockingly. He taunted that even the people were against him, a psychological blow before the fight. The crowd continued to jeer. Someone even suggested changing the bet, not on who would win, but on how long Cecile could hold out before being defeated. Amid the laughter, an old knight in blue armor stepped up to the betting table. He said nothing, only slammed a bag of money onto the table, silencing everyone. With a face full of scars but determined eyes, the old knight declared firmly, "I bet on young Master Cecile." The words rang out like a challenge amid the chaos. Cecile slightly curled his lips into a meaningful smile, his eyes radiating confidence, as if he already held victory in his hands. A heavy thud sounded as a large bag of money was slammed onto the table, attracting the attention of everyone around. The blonde-haired girl with determined purple eyes, Elena, appeared with her white pink-haired maid, boldly declaring, "I also want to bet on my brother." The crowd trembled slightly. 2 men, one an old, gray-bearded man and the other a young man, looked at each other in astonishment. The recent event exceeded their imagination. Cecile looked up in surprise upon hearing his sister's declaration. A mix of shock and warmth briefly appeared on his face. The crowd buzzed as they recognized the newcomer was Elena. A man shouted in amazement, "Lady Elena," making the atmosphere even more chaotic. Elena approached the penalty table and ordered a stop. She coldly declared, "That's enough, isn't it?" While the white-red-haired maid beside her quietly reminded, "Please remember I tried to stop her." The punished man stammered in fear. From afar, a man wearing a golden mask, hooded hat, and a blue fur-trimmed cloak, the one with the golden mask, turned away irritably, softly tusk-ing at the situation. Another man with dark blue hair, yellow eyes, and a high-collared red cloak watched and coldly concluded, "What a waste of time." A decisive voice rang out from afar, "All right, get ready." All eyes turned toward the source of the command, signaling an imminent explosion of action. On the arena amid the roaring crowd, Cain Loes, the muscular warrior in a red cloak, smiled mockingly, excusing his age for not striking first at his cousin. Under the harsh sunlight, Cecile Perium, the blonde-haired young man, faced him calmly. Cecile said no more. He quietly drew his sword from its sheath. The sharp metallic sound signaled that something serious was about to begin. Cecile's arm swung the sword decisively. The blade sliced through the air in a powerful arc, demonstrating skilled technique without showiness. Standing upright with cold eyes, Cecile lowered his sword. Every movement exuded absolute confidence. He seemed to regard Cain as no threat. A close-up of Cecile's cold, purple eyes as he coldly said, "Come on!" A clear challenge that silenced the arena under the pressure from this seemingly fragile young man. Cain Loes silently watched his opponent, eyes sharp as razors. Without words, that gaze clearly showed contempt and determination to crush the one before him. Cain crouched low, gripping his greatsword tightly, growling a challenge. "Who cares if you're older?" He prepared to strike decisively. Opposite him stood Cecile Perium, steady and unshaken. Cain suddenly sprang up, leaping high with a powerful thrust that shook the floor. The speed and force seemed to tear the air apart. In midair, Cain twisted his body, gripping the sword hilt with both hands, channeling all his strength into a thunderous slash. His eyes revealed madness and determination to end the fight. Cain's sword struck down like lightning, clashing with Cecile's blade with a piercing clang. Light flared, but Cecile stood firm, his eyes unwavering. Cecile was shocked as he realized the blade was closing in. His eyes widened briefly at the imminent danger. Cain Loes roared angrily, charging like a storm. "You can no longer act as if you have any honor left to keep." Cain unleashed a powerful slash, forcing Cecile to retreat just in time to avoid the blow, creating a sharp sword trail that cut through the wind. Cecile bent down to dodge at the right moment. Cain's strike slammed heavily onto the floor, producing a resounding thud. Without stopping, Cain continued to swing his sword along the momentum, his superior muscular strength causing the air to whistle fiercely right beside Cecile's head. Cain Loes delivered a thunderous sword strike to the arena floor, causing a violent collision. His muscular power cracked the ground and sent blood dust flying. Cecile dodged just in time, his gaze still calm as if unaffected. The crowd cheered. "Lord Cain has struck." Everyone believed that a single blow from Cain could finish off his opponent. He stood towering in the arena, radiating murderous intent. Cain smiled arrogantly, absolutely confident in his overwhelming strength. It was the expression of a perpetual victor. Cecile merely exhaled softly, "Ha!" without any worry. His eyes were cold, proving he still completely controlled the situation. Spectators watching the fight, including a noble blonde girl, name unknown, appeared frightened. The white-haired maid anxiously asked if they should intervene, but her mistress remained silent, observing. A man wearing a blue hood and golden mask appeared, silently watching the fight. He asserted, "It's too late. Anyone who duels Cain has already fallen into his trap." Cain was not only strong, but used that strength as a psychological trap. When opponents tasted such overwhelming power, they no longer dared to counterattack, only to evade. While opponents exhausted themselves by constantly defending and fleeing, Cain calmly waited for the right moment, then launched a fatal finishing blow. And the outcome was always the same. The opponent collapsed, knelt down with no strength left to resist. Cain had caused many to fail like this. Now he spun again, unleashing a series of powerful slashes toward Cecile. Sword energies tore through the air, seemingly impossible to escape. This was how Cain always won. Cain laughed arrogantly amid the rain of swords, mocking that Cecile now dodged like a little mouse, but at the same time admitted, "You've really improved." As soon as he finished speaking, Cain retrieved the sword he had just thrown and quickly grabbed the hilt, a calculating gleam flashing in his eyes. He charged forward, striking hard at Cecile while growling, "You're only good at running away." The two swords clashed, sparks flying. Cain continued pushing Cecile back, growling as he swung his sword with terrifying strength. Cecile was hit, his body staggering. Cain's hammer-like sword swing sent him flying backward toward the stands. Thrown high into the air, Cecile lost momentum midair. Cain still gripped his sword tightly, eyes resolute as if sealing the match's end. Soldiers familiar with Cecile in the crowd screamed in horror, "Young master!" The arena's atmosphere seemed to hold its breath. The man wearing the golden mask smiled triumphantly, muttering, "It's over, Cecile Perium." From above, Cecile fell straight down, his body spinning in midair. Amid the whistling wind, he clearly heard his opponent's judgment. "It's time for you to die." A top-down view revealed Cain standing calmly at the center of the arena, awaiting the final strike. Meanwhile, Cecile stared at him, unusually silent. Cecile still fell freely through the air, eyes gently closing. Amid danger, Alina's childhood words echoed in his mind. "You said you would go with me, but in the end, you left me alone." Painful memories surfaced, the image of Alina in a red dress looking up with reproachful eyes. Cecile opened his eyes, killing intent flared up. Without giving Cain time to react, Cecile suddenly twisted midair, kicking forcefully off the ground to propel himself upward. The movement was sharp, his eyes shining with determination. Cain was startled. He tilted his head back and roared. He stopped midair. At that moment, Cecile responded with a fierce counterattack. He used dual swords to slash down like lightning, the blades flashing as they tore through the air. The sudden attack sent Cain flying backward, his face bruised and battered. He gritted his teeth, his body nearly out of control. Blood spattered from Cain's mouth. He propped himself up on the stone floor, struggling to rise amid the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Cecile descended steadily like a reborn warrior. The wind whipped his golden hair, his cold purple eyes declaring, "This is a debt I must repay." Cain bared his teeth, roaring angrily. "You're worthless, only relying on borrowed power." But he dared not stand up. The entire arena fell silent. Perium's soldiers whispered in amazement. "Young master has counterattacked." In their eyes, Cecile was no longer the weak boy he once was. Cain scrambled to his feet, his eyes bloodshot with rage and humiliation. "You dare humiliate me in front of everyone, Cecile?" he growled like a wild beast. Cecile did not reply. He advanced toward Cain with slow but deadly steps, dual sword still in hand, blades stained with blood, unshaken. Loges' soldiers outside shouted to rush in and help Cain, but were stopped. The duel was sacred. No one was allowed to intervene. The atmosphere grew suffocating. Cain drew his greatsword, his eyes flashing cruelty. He decided to play his last card, summoning all his power through the blazing red mana core swirling in his chest. Cecile saw this, but instead of retreating, he closed his eyes for a moment, and then a purple energy slowly enveloped his body. This was the sign of releasing the third mana core, third core. A strong wind blew up dust and sand. Cain slashed with wind-tearing force, but Cecile was no longer the same. He moved like a ghost, dodging all attacks, then countered with a lightning-speed slash. Cain screamed in pain. A deep cut sliced down his right arm. The greatsword dropped to the ground. Blood gushed out. Cecile stood before him, raising his dual swords toward Cain's throat. His face showed no emotion, but his eyes were full of sorrow and resentment. Cain collapsed, sweat and blood mingling. He whispered, "Impossible, you're just useless." Cecile replied softly, as if speaking to himself, "That useless person is dead. The one before you is the heir of the Perium family." A brown-haired knight in blue armor gasped in astonishment at the power just witnessed. He looked toward the battle where a fierce strike had just landed. From the dusty battlefield, an enemy was thrown far away, crashing heavily to the ground, shattering rocks and earth. In the instant the opponent tried to get up and counterattack, another lightning-fast strike was launched, cutting off all resistance. A figure appeared through the dust, stepping out with absolute calm. It was Cecile Perium, his eyes cold and full of authority. The defeated man raised his head, trembling as he fearfully asked, "Who are you?" Cecile remained unshaken. He slowly answered, each word echoing in the air, "I am Cecile Perium." The introduction stunned his opponent. He stammered, clearly unable to believe what he had just heard. His face turned pale, instinctively stepping back, panic evident in his eyes when the name Perium was mentioned. Cecile kept advancing relentlessly, his gaze locked on his prey like a predator closing in on a helpless target. Cornered, the enemy desperately launched a final strike, but Cecile's eyes only showed contempt. He had completely mastered the battle. Cain Loes looked up, stunned to see Cecile Perium still standing calmly there, gripping his sword hilt tightly, eyes cold and full of power. Cecile turned his head to look at his opponent, his eyes sharp as a blade. On his neck, a dark mana mark faintly appeared, causing the entire arena to chill for a moment. Without unnecessary words, Cecile calmly threw his sword away, an action that stunned the entire audience. The two swords spun as they fell onto the wooden floor. Cecile's voice rang out arrogantly, "It's no fun when the skill gap is too large." He declared clearly, "From now on I will fight barehanded." His face showed not a trace of worry. Cain roared in anger, his eyes flashing with extreme humiliation. He couldn't believe his opponent dared to disdain him to that extent. Struggling to rise with his battered body, Cain growled, "Looks like I need to teach you a lesson." His rage had surpassed the limits of reason. Cecile responded only with action, clenching his fist tightly, his gaze cold as steel. "With my fist." The muscular gladiator, kneeling, glaring at his opponent, enunciated each word with anger. "Educate me?" As if he could not accept that insult. The blond young man took off his outer shirt and calmly declared, "Swordsmanship is unfair to you. I will fight barehanded, your specialty." The crowd was amazed to see him humble himself to fight. Cecile looked straight at his opponent, his eyes cold, betting an additional 2,000 gold, double the initial amount, on his victory. The surrounding audience murmured. Some exclaimed, "Barehanded fight." Others were shocked by 2,000 gold, someone reminded. This was supposed to be a sword fight. A man in a dark blue cloak, hidden in the crowd, opened his eyes wide in panic. He broke out in a cold sweat, clearly not anticipating Cecile's move. A man in the crowd was sweating, astonished to learn Ghislaine dared to challenge Cain in a barehanded fight. He thought silently, "I never thought I'd be grateful for his madness. Luck is still on my side." The match host shouted loudly, calling everyone to place more bets. He announced this special match: barehanded fight, young Lord Ghislaine versus young Master Cain. The audience buzzed upon hearing it was a barehanded fight. Many immediately bet on Cain because of his overwhelming strength. One commented, "Challenging Cain with strength is truly foolish." But the atmosphere began to change. Young Lord Ghislaine appeared. His face was cold, eyes determined, his body exuding confidence. Someone in the crowd changed their bet. "I will bet on Ghislaine." Cain bowed and laughed mockingly upon learning he would fight barehanded. He enunciated each word with contempt. "Heh, barehanded, that's funny." Cain Loes gripped the sword hilt tightly, violently, crushing his opponent's weapon with extraordinary strength. He taunted, "Go ahead, fight without weapons." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw his opponent, young Lord Ghislaine, high into the air with a terrible throw. His eyes were full of disdain and killing intent. Under the blood-red light, Cain raised the broken sword high and shouted, "I will use the sword!" His bulging muscles and fierce red glare resembled a predatory beast. From the stands, Belinda shouted angrily, "Bastard! Young lord, pick up the sword!" Her face flushed with anger, while her friend beside her remained indifferent. Cain Loes roared, "Die!" and swung the sword down. The strike tore through the air, carrying the full power of a mad warrior. Cecile Perium stood silently facing his opponent, his gaze sharp and determined not to back down. He realized he needed to teach him a proper lesson. Without hesitation, the muscular swordsman swung his giant greatsword down, cracking the floor. Cecile quickly dodged the attack. The opponent continued with another powerful slash. The blade tore through the air with crushing force, but Cecile calmly evaded the strike. Seizing the opportunity, Cecile began to move. His legs pushed strongly against the floor, creating a rapid echoing sound, signaling an impending counterattack. Cecile dashed sideways at an incredible speed, leaving a blurred afterimage. The muscular swordsman swung his sword down, but only cut through empty air. The battle officially entered a tense phase. Cecile Perium delivered a powerful punch to the muscular opponent's stomach, causing him to bleed on the spot. The overwhelming force also deflected the giant's greatsword. A close-up of Cecile's eyes, cold and fully focused, he clenched his fist tightly, preparing to finish the fight. Without hesitation, Cecile unleashed a punch straight to the giant's face, twisting his head and causing blood to gush out. The punch broke through even the thickest defense line. The critical strike caused the giant's head to explode, blood splattering everywhere. He staggered, unable to stand against Cecile's terrifying power. Kneeling in the arena, the giant panted heavily, covered in blood. He no longer had the strength to resist. Cecile had completely overwhelmed him. The crowd was stunned to witness the massive warrior Cain being thrown and collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide in disbelief at what had just happened. Ghislaine stood tall in the battlefield, his blue eyes shining brightly in the darkness. Cain's fury was evident in his inner question. How can this kid strike like that? The silence was broken by roaring cheers from the stands. Someone shouted, "So intense!" while other spectators could not hide their hope. Young Lord Ghislaine can really win this match. Ghislaine, still calm and cold, looked at Cain kneeling on the ground. He spoke casually, "Stand up, I haven't even started yet." Insulted and provoked, Cain roared in anger. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes blazed, ready to retaliate. The muscular warrior roared furiously, leaping forward with his giant greatsword aimed straight at the blonde young man, Cecile Perium, who stood calmly in the center of the arena. The greatsword slashed down like a storm, but Cecile easily dodged. Moving at the speed of light, he closed in on his opponent, his gaze unwavering. Cecile thrust hard into the muscular warrior's chest, delivering the strike while coldly saying, "You didn't even dare look me in the eye before." He continued his assault, swinging his weapon around his opponent. Cecile's voice was sharp as a blade. "Back then, whenever I appeared, you always bowed your head." The final blow struck hard, sending the muscular warrior flying backward, blood spraying everywhere. Cecile remained unshaken. The past had reversed. The one who once submitted was now being subdued. Cain Loes screamed in despair, "I must kill you to protect the future of the Loes family." His face twisted, bloodied, eyes wild with rage and madness. Cecile Perium did not respond with words but with fists. He grabbed Cain's head, squeezed tightly, and began mercilessly striking. A flurry of blows rained down. Cain took every thunderous punch to his face, chest, and jaw. Each impact sounded like thunder, his body trembling under Cecile's pent-up fury. Blood splattered as Cecile relentlessly attacked in anger. His eyes were cold, without hesitation. Cain could not resist such overwhelming power and terrifying speed. The assault did not stop. A series of punches fell like rain on Cain's body, crushing the pride and arrogance that once dominated Cecile. Now the roles were completely reversed. Cain Loes, bloodied and trembling, bent down to the ground. He gasped for breath, blood flowing from his mouth. In shock, he only managed to silently ask, "Why?" Cecile Perium grabbed Cain's hair, pulling his head up. The scene was cruel. A once arrogant man now completely subdued under his hand. Cecile looked straight at Cain, emotionless. "I pity your father," he said, while Cain struggled to understand the meaning behind those words. In the arena center, Cecile stood proudly, holding Cain kneeling before him. He continued clearly, "Count Loes once wholeheartedly helped Perium when it was near ruin, simply because he was my father's friend." Cecile turned his cold gaze aside. "But unfortunately, his son had different intentions," he concluded, as a verdict directed at Cain. The man's face was covered in blood and bruises, his white eyes half open in pain. He had been beaten to the point where he no longer resembled his original appearance. An ancient castle appeared under heavy rain. The words "a few years ago" appeared, opening a flashback to the past. A voice sounded full of doubt, "Still sending aid to Perium." A scarred man wearing a red cloak strode through the cold great hall. Criticisms echoed from others. Why did he continue investing in a dying land like Perium? It was like pouring water into a leaking barrel. A nobleman standing behind questioned fiercely. You've been back less than a week, and you already plan to return to Perium. Anger was clear in his voice, but the scarred man kept walking without looking back. The view shifted to the scarred man's face. He stopped, his expression cold, sharp eyes reflecting determination. He was silent, but his expression said it all. His worried son ran up, voice choked. Don't go, father. He tried to stop the fur-cloaked man from leaving the room. A round-faced man with slick-back hair, opposing aid to Perium, harshly questioned. Everyone is trying to stop you. Why do you insist on helping Perium? The blue-haired man in the fur cloak turned silently. He did not answer, only stared quietly behind him, his gaze somber. The scene shifted to a muscular man, his face battered and bloodied. He weakly spoke, only because we are friends. No other reason. As the words ended, a thunderous punch struck from Cecile Perium, who silently returned everything with his own strength. The muscular gladiator, once proud in the arena, was now punched until blood spattered. Cecile's strike was so strong it nearly knocked him down instantly. Blood dripping all over his face, the gladiator panted in pain. Cecile's cold voice rang out. Is that enough for you to understand now? The man could only react with wide, astonished eyes. Cecile bent down, calm eyes, extending his hand before the defeated enemy. His words echoed with authority. Stand up. The defeated gladiator raised his head to look at the outstretched hand. For a moment, the surrounding crowd fell silent, waiting for his reaction. Finally, with a bruised face and remorseful eyes, he bowed in submission. An absolute victory for Cecile, not only by strength but also by spirit and determination. The muscular warrior, his body covered in wounds, knelt before Ghislaine, chokingly admitting, I accept defeat. Ghislaine stood calmly, his gaze serene as if he had foreseen the outcome. The entire arena fell silent. The crowd of civilians and soldiers gaped in disbelief. The strongest had knelt an unexpected victory. In a shadowed corner, a figure wearing a golden mask startled, his white eyes radiating panic. Clearly, Ghislaine's victory was not in his plans. A shout rang out, Young Master Ghislaine has won! Some cheered joyfully, others held their heads lamenting lost bets. The atmosphere was chaotic with joy and regret. The blonde girl screamed happily, You won! And ran to Ghislaine. The red and white-haired maid and close companions could not hide their emotion and pride. Before the stunned eyes of the crowd, a muscular man knelt heavily on the arena floor, his body covered in wounds. The dark blue cloak slowly approached, heavy footsteps echoing with anger. The man wearing the cloak, Cain Loes himself, shouted angrily, grabbing the collar of the fallen warrior. He enunciated each word. How can you give up just because of a little disadvantage? I trusted you. The injured warrior, his face calm despite his battered body, silently pushed Cain's hand away, whispering, Let go, I'm done. Cain was stunned. What? Cain clenched his fist tightly, his face tense with anger. He gritted his teeth and growled, Damn it, useless brat. At that moment, a young man with purple-blue hair stepped out from behind. His cold gaze startled Cain, who turned around. The young man said, Now. Cecile Perium smiled gently, his eyes shining with confidence. He said, I have to do what I need to do, right? A soft but meaningful affirmation for his next action. The nobleman wearing a hood who had threatened Cecile before was shocked and turned around. What? His face showed clear confusion, not understanding what the young man intended. In the crowded arena, Cecile raised his hand and declared loudly, Attention everyone, this nobleman will pay for all the meat and wine for today's feast, causing the entire arena to tremble for a moment. The nobleman in the fur cloak immediately shouted, What? His face flushed with anger and embarrassment. The surrounding crowd began to buzz at the unexpected news. People cheered excitedly, meat and wine. It's been a long time since we've had a feast. You're the best, young master. Meanwhile, the nobleman angrily shouted, I do not agree to this. Retract your words immediately. Cecile coldly grabbed the cloak of the defeated opponent. The man was startled, not daring to resist the threat in Cecile's sharp gaze. Cecile turned his back but still held tightly, stating bluntly, This is the price for the loser. Don't think it will be deducted from the bet. The opponent frowned angrily, standing frozen before the witnessing crowd. The cloaked man gritted his teeth in protest, but Cecile did not relent. He ordered, Remember to add 2,000 gold to the bet, making it 3,000 total. The pressure of Cecile's grip made the man groan in pain. Cecile unleashed a blazing red aura, his eyes dark and threatening. If you run away, you know what will happen. His face half hidden in shadow, creating a wordless fear. In the panic-stricken eyes of the cloaked man, Cecile appeared like a demon. Sweat poured down, fear consuming his mind. Clearly, he dared not flee. After a convincing victory, Ghislaine coldly left the arena, leaving his opponent kneeling behind. The stands buzzed with chatter, but he paid no attention. An ancient castle appeared amid the morning mist, where Ghislaine lived. Inside, the story continued in a completely different direction. The next morning, light filtered through Ghislaine's window. A new day began, bringing surprises he could not yet foresee. The heavy chest lid slammed open with a strong sound. Inside, a brilliant golden light burst forth, awakening the room. Ghislaine opened his eyes wide, amazed at the chest full of gold before him. The light reflected on his astonished face. "Oh!" He could only utter one word, his heart stirred. Cecil opened the chest filled with gold and thought silently. With this money, he could easily hire a mercenary team. Yet he knew clearly this was no small sum. He closed the chest lid, his gaze heavy with thought. Investment takes time, but time was not on his side. The business plan in his mind demanded quick and effective preparation. While Cecil was still deep in thought, his blonde sister and the white and red-haired maid appeared behind him. Both smiled at him, carrying a look of care and gentleness. Cecil turned around, frowning in confusion as he noticed the expectant look from his sister. He sighed and said, "What is it?" With sparkling eyes and a curious voice, the blonde sister asked, "Brother, what do you plan to spend all that money on?" While chatting with the blonde young man, the blonde girl with braided hair suddenly teased him by asking if he wanted some. He looked briefly embarrassed but quickly declined, feigning indifference. "No, I was just asking." The white and red-haired maid entered the scene with a confident expression. She casually asserted that it was obvious he wanted to use the money for a predictable purpose. The blonde young man looked puzzled, not yet understanding what was happening. With a radiant gaze, the white and red-haired maid exclaimed, as if she had just found the truth. "Miss Amelia's birthday is coming soon." She reasoned that he had made up the whole story just to buy Amelia a very expensive gift. The girl continued to tease with a mischievous smile. "You're so obvious." Meanwhile, the blonde girl with braided hair added sarcastically, muttering softly, "Doing all this just to impress your fiancé." The blonde young man was stunned, his eyes wide open in shock as if struck by lightning. A dizzying question echoed in his mind. "Do I have a fiancé?" Cecile Perium, the young man just resurrected from the past, was stunned to discover a surprising fact. "I once had a fiancé." The two maids, the red-haired white maid and the blonde maid, laughed, thinking Cecil was just pretending to be naive out of embarrassment. They mentioned the girl's name, Amelia from Reborn. Cecil's eyes suddenly lit up intensely. Buried memories from the past seemed to flood back. A terrifying image appeared in his mind, a giant spider with glowing red eyes in the middle of a blood web. He exclaimed, full of hatred, "She, Amelia Reborn." Amelia Reborn, a model noblewoman, once deeply loved by the people for her kindness. But then, she sparked a rebellion and was called the Northern Witch by the whole world. The dark past was recalled, a woman who conspired with Duke Delphine, delivering a fatal blow that caused the Perium family to collapse. With cold eyes and a smirk, the traitor appeared, her face shining with coldness, emphasizing an unforgivable betrayal. In a more peaceful space, Ghislaine sat in a room asking Belinda, the close maid, about when his father would return. Belinda replied, "Probably in a week." Ghislaine thought silently that this time was enough for the plan he was nurturing. He stood up, affirming he would go to Reborn. Belinda was surprised because the other person's birthday had not yet come, implying this trip held something more important. Cecil coldly turned his head, his sharp gaze stating clearly his purpose. To get money from them? A bold plan was gradually revealed through his words. Elsewhere, Amelia knelt on the ground, gently placing new shoes in front of a poor little girl. The wind blew her long hair, showing a surprising act. Amelia looked up, her voice cold but decisive. "Put them on." Her red eyes and the patterned tattoos on her body radiated an unusual power, silencing everyone around. The ragged little girl stood still, astonished to see the lady kneeling before her. The crowd of villagers was also stunned, unable to believe the scene before them. The little girl burst into tears, trembling as she called out, Miss Amelia!" Her voice was full of emotion and gratitude, calling the name of the one who had extended a helping hand. Amelia Reborn stood silently among the poor crowd, her gaze firm. She said, "If anyone must walk barefoot on this land, it must be me." Without hesitation, Amelia ordered, "Provide food and shelter for them immediately." The soldiers responded in unison, "Understood, miss." Immediately after, numerous soldiers quickly transported wooden crates and food to the area. The people were surprised and moved by this kind act. Amelia walked between two rows of soldiers, still barefoot as promised. From behind, the sound of "thank you" echoed everywhere, sincere gratitude from the people. In her garden in Reborn County, Amelia rested. A servant carefully washed her feet, wiping away the dust from the noble lady's compassion. Bernaf, Amelia's loyal knight protector, gently washed her feet, his eyes full of respect. He praised, "You did very well today, miss." Amelia sat comfortably in the courtyard, stroking a fluffy cat, recalling her father, a man who always demanded absolute obedience from his subjects. She slowly concluded, "But ordinary people will always follow those who bring them food and warmth." Bernaf looked at her firmly. "With this, you have won the hearts of the people. This will be a great advantage in the upcoming succession struggle." Amelia silently looked at him, her eyes showing a hint of thoughtfulness, lips still holding a vague smile, as if considering something deeper. A thunderous kick from the blonde girl landed on the gray-haired man's face, strong and without mercy. The blonde girl, elegant and cold, sat on the chair like a queen. She pressed her foot against the face of the kneeling man, interrogating. What happened in the fight with the strongest swordsman of the north? The gray-haired man bowed his head slightly, speaking sincerely. I apologize, it was just to avoid unnecessary attention. If I won, all eyes would turn to the young lady. He gently grabbed her foot, whispering with hidden meaning. Now is not the time for the young lady to reveal her claws. With loyal eyes, he bowed and kissed the girl's foot. Because this sword belongs to the young lady. The gray-haired woman with blazing red eyes, the envoy of Hong Kai, bowed close to the young man with a cold voice. She asserted that she had invested too much in raising him and would not allow him to become weak. Her lips held a tiny human-shaped object, symbolizing absolute control. She lifted the silver-haired young man's chin, Chu-Ching, forcing him to face forward. Although his expression was calm, his eyes reflected a helpless submission. No threats were needed. Her gesture was enough to suppress him. Chu-Ching was held firmly by the chin, facing the fierce gaze of the envoy Hong Kai. She insisted he was not allowed to be weak, forcing him to be strong at all costs. Under that pressure, his eyes could only reflect resignation. The scene shifted to a magnificent mansion. A voice inquired about the situation with the merchants. The reply assured there was no need to worry, especially regarding the Arctium Merchant Guild. A muscular gray-haired man, Bernaf, Amelia's loyal guard, explained that all materials for rebuilding the Perdium Forest region after the orc attack were supplied by their guild. Thanks to this, they gradually recovered all the annual support sent by Count Rayfold. A hidden force was quietly recruiting all soldiers and knights leaving Perdium. These were battle-hardened veterans from wars with barbarian tribes, turning them into a valuable elite force. In a quiet garden, the blonde woman sat leisurely with a white cat in her lap. She ordered her subordinates to maintain the facade of a normal merchant guild, hiding their true identity until their power was strong enough. A butler hurriedly entered, bowing to ask permission as he interrupted the rest. Both she and the guard were surprised by this sudden action. The guard scolded the butler for disturbing while the young lady was resting. However, the butler nervously explained he had just received news from the gate that young Master Ghislaine Perdium had arrived. The blonde woman with blood-red eyes frowned slightly upon hearing the name Ghislaine Perdium. Her face showed suspicion and displeasure as she coldly said, "Why did that brat come here?" The old butler panicked, bowing his head with sweat pouring down as he saw someone. He stammered, "That's," as if recognizing an extremely terrifying figure had just appeared. In a dark setting, the blue-haired young man with a serious face reported. He said he wanted to discuss matters related to the Merchant Guild. Behind him, Amelia, the woman holding the white cat, also appeared alert, her cold eyes assessing the situation. The scene shifted to a luxurious reception room with elaborately carved large doors. This was where an important meeting was about to take place. Amelia sat opposite, still holding the white cat, her expression calm yet cold. Facing her was a blond man, but his face was not yet fully revealed. The blond young man wearing red clothes sat comfortably in the chair, gently saying, "Hello, Amelia." He held a small flower in his hand, his eyes calm but seemingly containing something deep. The tense atmosphere between them signaled a dialogue full of hidden meanings was about to begin. The short, silver-haired lady with proud red eyes sat coldly on the chair with a growling white cat in her hands. The uninvited guest's arrival clearly made her show discomfort. She expressed her annoyance to the person opposite. "So annoying. You came without warning. Haven't you learned any manners yet?" The person opposite, the blond young man in red, smiled calmly and replied, "Because your birthday is coming, I thought I'd give you a gift early." He gently placed the small bouquet on the table, saying he bought it from a nearby merchant guild because of its pleasant fragrance. The silver-haired lady remained cold and unmoved. He continued, "The guild's name is the Arctium Merchant Guild, right?" Holding a cup of tea, his eyes indifferent as if unconcerned about the other's attitude. Amelia Rayfold narrowed her eyes, staring with a cold and tense gaze. It seemed she was trying to suppress emotions or suspecting something from the other party. The blond young man, Cecile Perium himself, sat calmly in the chair, his expression indifferent. Hearing Amelia's vague words, he responded apathetically, "I don't understand what you're trying to say." Amelia turned and left, holding the white cat in her arms. She spoke clearly as if ending the meeting. "Now I have received your gift. I'm leaving. Goodbye." Cecile's cold voice rang out from behind, causing Amelia to pause. "Amelia Rayfold, sit down." His eyes became serious, radiating authority that seemed to freeze the atmosphere. Amelia's red eyes widened in shock. The pressure from Cecile made it impossible for her to ignore as before. Surprise was evident in her gaze. An invisible pressure enveloped the room, strong enough to make the teacup on the table tremble violently. The atmosphere grew unusually heavy. Amelia Rayfold, Cecile's fiancée, turned her head in shock. She felt the pressure emanating from Cecile himself, the one who had once been shy and dared not look her straight in the eye. Cecile Perium, with an unusually calm demeanor, got straight to the point. "I need money. Give me 10,000 gold." Amelia frowned in reaction, unable to hide her astonishment. What? She questioned Cecile's attitude for suddenly appearing and demanding such a large sum. Is this Count Perium's idea? She asked, but Cecile replied indifferently. It has nothing to do with my father. Just give me the money. Ghislaine stared coldly at the other party with a smirk, lightly raising his wine glass and speaking sarcastically. And you don't really intend to marry me, do you? A close-up of Amelia's eyes, dark red, flashing with suppressed anger, showed a clear reaction to Ghislaine's provocation. Ghislaine remained calm, pointing at Amelia's knight protector. He said that if he became lord of this region, that would be entirely possible. But once rumors spread about her secretly accumulating power in Rayfold, where the fierce succession battle was ongoing, then the white cat beside Amelia suddenly let out a fierce roar. Its bright yellow eyes opened wide in anger, hissing as if to protect its owner from the threat. The cat stood blocking Ghislaine. A cold female voice sounded from behind. "Young Lord Ghislaine," Amelia officially spoke. Faced with Cecile's bold proposal, Amelia remained silent, her sharp eyes fixed on the young man who was once her fiancé. The atmosphere between them grew tense and full of suspicion. Amelia squinted, questioning suspiciously. "What do you need money for?" Cecile did not evade, replying nonchalantly. "To buy a gift for you." The answer caused not only Amelia but the entire room to fall into sudden silence. Amelia raised an eyebrow, quietly observing Cecile. This young man who had once always been timid before her could now say such arrogant words. She began to notice a strange change in his eyes and aura. No longer hesitating, Amelia decided to test Cecile. "If you really intend to buy me a gift, then go to town. Buy it with your own hands." Her voice was cold, but her eyes never left Cecile. Cecile chuckled softly, nodding without hesitation. "All right, I will go." His eyes lit up with confidence, causing Amelia to unconsciously clutch the white cat tighter in her arms, thinking, he really is no longer the person he used to be. Cecile Perium suddenly remembered Bernaf, the man who was always by Amelia's side, never leaving her half a step. He was her loyal shadow, a figure not to be underestimated. Bernaf was not just a bodyguard. He was once regarded as an outstanding individual, possessing potential comparable to the strongest sword of the North at that time. In Amelia's living room, Cecile sat opposite her along with Bernaf. The young man warned that if he died here, war could break out, but Bernaf calmly replied, "Of course." A tense atmosphere enveloped the room. Bernaf kept a sharp gaze, ready for any next move. A moment of silence before the storm. No one moved, but the scent of killing intent permeated the space. The gray-haired man slicked back his hair, his eyes cold and sharp, drew his sword and bowed solemnly. He said, "As you wish, young lady." He was Sir Bernaf, Amelia's loyal bodyguard. Cecile quietly observed Bernaf's reaction. His lips pressed lightly together as he thought, "If you all want to play like this." Cecile's eyes flashed, his blonde hair flying as he drew his sword. A cold smile briefly appeared on his face. "Then I have no choice but to get serious." Arthur suddenly turned around when he sensed a murderous aura from behind. A stranger in black clothes was rushing toward him with a drawn sword, eyes cold and full of killing intent. The assassin smirked, his eyes sharp as knives, clearly confident as if he had already secured victory. Arthur immediately sensed the danger, his eyes wide open, a cold gaze showing his determination to confront it. Arthur sat leisurely on the chair, holding the sword hilt, but his body was ready to fight. The atmosphere in the room became extremely tense. From the shadows, another black-clad man suddenly lunged out at incredible speed, carrying a strong, murderous aura. Before Arthur could react, he was ambushed unexpectedly. His eyes were filled with surprise and caution. The sudden stab from the black-clad man hit the armor behind Arthur. Blood splattered, proving the true strength of the enemy. Arthur was knocked off the chair, flipping several times in the air. Before he could draw his sword, the enemy had already closed in. Arthur counterattacked fiercely, delivering a spinning kick to the black-clad man's face, creating a violent collision full of electric sparks around. Not missing the opportunity, Arthur continued his assault, delivering a strong kick that sent the black-clad man flying far away, piercing through the chair behind. Both Rayfold's subordinates were startled when suddenly attacked. The appearance of a stranger made the atmosphere tense. Arthur appeared with a cold gaze, quickly realizing the enemy was pretending to be polite to assassinate him. Without hesitation, Arthur launched a powerful counterattack, criticizing Rayfold's poor hospitality. Arthur's attack forced the silver-haired swordsman to retreat, flashes of light flickering amid their sword clash. Arthur angrily exclaimed, questioning whether Rayfold had forgotten the spirit of knighthood. The silver-haired swordsman calmly replied, accusing Arthur, whom he called young Lord Ghislaine, of being rude first by barging in and embarrassing the young lady. With cold eyes, the silver-haired swordsman declared there was no need to be polite to such a person from the start. The two continued to charge at each other, sharp moves continuously unleashed, creating a fiery battle in the enclosed room. Arthur was overwhelmed by the speed and technique of the silver-haired swordsman. Knocked down to the floor, his anger flared up more and more. As he landed, Arthur immediately rolled to dodge. The opponent's sharp sword blade sliced past by inches. Young Lord Ghislaine launched a strong strike, forcing Bernaf to retreat and defend hastily. The pressure from the sword energy shook the entire room. Bernaf looked at his opponent with suspicion. He had thought Ghislaine was weak, all talk but no real strength. But reality was far from rumors. Before him was a cold, confident Ghislaine with overwhelming power, nothing like a rookie. A cold voice rang out. A pale blonde lady with a contemptuous gaze scolded Bernaf for losing to a lowly opponent. Hearing orders from his mistress, Bernaf panicked. He quickly bowed and respectfully called out, "M-lady," with fear. The lady's eyes blazed red like blood. She ordered, "Bring his head here." Her voice was filled with power and cruelty. Bernaf was silent for a moment, accepting the order without objection. His expression became more determined than ever. With cold eyes, Bernaf raised his sword and declared, "I will not disappoint you." A heroic aura fiercely erupted around him. The sword gleamed brightly in Bernaf's hand, his eyes burning with killing intent. He called out to Ghislaine, "Come out." Ghislaine smiled coldly and retorted, "You, just a guard, dare to order me around." Bernaf stepped forward coldly, drawing his sword as ordered by his mistress. Facing him, Ghislaine tightened his grip on his sword hilt, ready to fight. Without hesitation, Bernaf launched the first attack with a powerful slash wrapped in blue energy. Ghislaine's eyes widened in surprise as he realized his opponent's speed and force far exceeded expectations. Bernaf's relentless attacks forced Ghislaine to retreat, but he still tried to maintain a solid defense. So fast, Ghislaine thought silently while trying to keep up with Bernaf's lightning-fast strikes. Bernaf kept a cold expression, his sharp gaze unwavering, continuing to dominate. The two charged into a fierce duel. Bernaf attacked non-stop, while Ghislaine fiercely defended every move. From afar, the lady in black watched the fight, astonished to see Ghislaine able to stand against Bernaf, once considered unbeatable. Her eyes flickered with doubt and confusion. It seemed she was questioning what was happening before her eyes. Bernaf continued to rush forward, delivering a powerful direct strike. Ghislaine tightened his grip on his sword, refusing to back down. Arthur gritted his teeth, gathering strength to block the enemy's deadly attack. The sword blade emitted a dazzling light, showing the tremendous power of the clash. Both simultaneously launched moves, sword clashing against sword, creating a wave of impact. Arthur stepped back slightly, maintaining a firm defense. An assassin lunged from the side, eyes sharp, striking at Arthur with deadly intent. Arthur spun to dodge, and countered with a precise stab to the opponent's side. The wounded assassin still swung back, forcing Arthur to twist his body defensively. The gray-haired swordsman suddenly charged in, delivering a downward slash. Arthur grimaced as he blocked, once again pushed into a disadvantageous position. Arthur smiled mockingly. That move again? He recognized the repeated attack from his opponent. The gray-haired swordsman said nothing, delivering a spinning kick combined with a sword thrust. Arthur was caught in the fast combo. Arthur fell to the ground, eyes wide with shock. He couldn't react in time to the unexpected combo. The gray-haired swordsman clenched his fist tightly, coldly replying, "That move won't work a second time." He launched a fierce counterattack, a powerful kick sending Arthur flying backward, crashing painfully to the ground. Arthur gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, struggling to stand amid dizziness after the sudden attack. The gray-haired swordsman continued, not giving Arthur a chance to rest, swinging his sword continuously with cold and determined eyes. Another spinning kick struck Arthur directly, pushing him to roll along the ground, completely overwhelmed. Arthur tried to keep distance, stepping back while the gray-haired swordsman maintained the offensive, full of killing intent. Retreating and analyzing, Arthur realized his opponent was using mana to increase endurance, making his attacks both persistent and precise. The gray-haired swordsman spoke up, admitting that Arthur, or rather, young Lord Ghislaine, was far from rumors, and only through combat could his true strength be seen. He commented that Arthur's swordsmanship was unorthodox, more like forged through real battle, even carrying the style of barbarians. The gray-haired swordsman showed disdain, believing that method might be useful on chaotic battlefields, but could never defeat him. With cold, murderous eyes, the gray-haired swordsman firmly declared, "Your deviation ends here." Arthur panted, sweat beading on his forehead. He realized this fight was tougher than he had thought. A precise stab aimed at his head disrupted Arthur's senses and attack rhythm. Moreover, his opponent's large build meant Arthur couldn't win by technique alone. Arthur admitted he shouldn't have confronted the gray-haired swordsman at this time. But with no way back, Arthur coldly raised his hand, deciding to launch the next move. "I don't have much time left either." He made his move, mana shooting straight from his hand toward the opponent. The gray-haired swordsman was startled. Mana. He noticed the mana thread, but it was too late to dodge. The thread tightened around his neck, throwing him violently to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Arthur rushed forward, delivering a precise kick to the opponent's side. Not giving the gray-haired swordsman time to react, Arthur launched a deadly punch that left him stunned. The bald swordsman was knocked backward, his face in pain, blood flowing from his nose. He was shocked, unable to understand what had just happened. The lady in black shouted "Burnef!" in panic, her eyes full of worry as she looked toward her loyal guard. Arthur swung a powerful overhead slash, striking Burnef, who was in a defensive stance. Arthur's sword emitted a fierce energy. Burnef used both hands to block the powerful attack. Burnef tensed to resist, shouting as the clashing swords emitted dazzling sparks. The shockwave from the strike cracked the floor. Burnef stepped back, dodging the next slash as Arthur maintained his relentless assault. Burnef immediately charged, not giving Arthur a moment to rest. They fought in the dark space, each move filled with deadly intent. Burnef turned to the lady in black, ordering, "Lady, you need to leave here immediately," still holding his defense, protecting her with his life. Knowing the situation was out of control, Burnef unleashed his full power. He said, "I can no longer guarantee your safety. From now on, I will use all my strength." Arthur smiled coldly, his eyes brightening as his opponent decided to fight to the end. "Now that's more like it," he said, ready to face the real battle. Arthur grinned with delight, his eyes shining with excitement. He admitted, "It's been a long time since I've met such an interesting opponent," clearly showing his thrill as the battle reached its climax. Arthur, with a confident smile and sharp eyes, softly said, "It's been a long time since I've met such an interesting opponent." His gaze showed excitement after an exhilarating battle. A noblewoman was rushing through the great hall, tightly holding a white cat. Her face clearly showed anger, her eyes blazing with fury. She gritted her teeth, angrily thinking about Ghislaine. How dare he humiliate me like this? While running, she pondered, how did Ghislaine know so much about the merchant guild's affairs? Someone must have leaked information to him. Rumors about Ghislaine flooded her mind. Killing orcs, saving his sister from assassins, defeating even the heir of Loges. Things she once thought exaggerated now made her waver. "Damn it," she hissed in her mind, emotions chaotic between anger and fear. Running near the room, she wondered, where are the soldiers I arranged beforehand? Anxiety surged within her. The door opened, revealing a horrifying scene. Guards lying motionless, and in the dim room stood a figure cloaked in black. The cloaked figure turned around, elegant yet deadly. That silhouette stepped among the dead guards as if no one could touch her. She lowered her hood, revealing white hair tinged with pink and cold red eyes. She smiled. "Long time no see, my lady." The noblewoman was shocked to realize. Perium's maid. A dark-clad person with silver-pink hair hidden under a hood quietly signaled, "SHH," interrupting the tense conversation. She suddenly approached the lady, a dark blonde noblewoman holding a cat. From behind, one hand covering her mouth, the other pressing a knife to her neck, ordering, "Silence." The lady panicked upon realizing the blade pressed against her neck. Before she could react, she noticed a small spider crawling on her lip. The dark-clad person used the knife to pick the spider off the lady's lip and calmly remarked, "Oh, you still have this annoying spider on your lip." The attacker silently recalled, "I remember during the engagement ceremony," overhearing a conversation between Count Rayfold and our lord. The memory surfaced, a long-haired girl mocked by siblings for always having spiders around her. That girl later raised spiders and took revenge. Back in the present, the dark-clad person held the lady tightly and frankly stated, "I'm not sure if you do this to overcome your obsession or as a way to assert yourself." The dark-clad person coldly said, "Forgive me, but it doesn't suit you, young lady," then released the red-eyed spider onto the ground. Immediately, she crushed the spider, without hesitation, ending the lady's symbol of obsession. The charred spider remains lay at her feet. The dark-clad person softly said, "I hope you will cooperate." Arthur gently smiled with interest, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he said, "It's been a long time since I've met such an interesting opponent." In the room tinted blue and gloomy from mana pressure, Arthur faced a swordsman in black slowly, stepping out from swirling smoke. Feeling the shifting energy around him, Arthur silently thought, the atmosphere is really heavy. He was ready for a serious fight. The opponent stepped out of the shadows. It was Burnaf, the bodyguard of the mysterious noblewoman. His body radiated overwhelming intense mana. Burnaf mocked Arthur. "Interesting. Sounds like the words of a lowly mercenary." He continued with contempt, "You even dare to call yourself a noble like my lady." Arthur remained unshaken, replying with a proud expression, "Of course I am a noble, and it seems a bodyguard like you has overstepped your bounds." The atmosphere paused for a moment. Two swordsmen faced each other, mana twisting between the tense distance. Burnaf drew his sword, shouting, "Young Master Ghislaine, I will not let you disgrace the nobility." His blade clashed fiercely with Arthur's. In a fury, Burnaf unleashed a series of fierce attacks. Dense sword energy surged directly toward Arthur. Arthur curled his lip, his eyes cold as he faced the new opponent. He showed amusement. "It's been a long time since I've met such an interesting one." A sudden danger struck, making Arthur's eyes widen. The attack was too fast for him to react. The gray-haired swordsman lunged from above with relentless assault, knocking Arthur back amid flashing sword energy. Arthur gritted his teeth to resist, using his sword to block the strike at the last moment, his eyes full of determination. "This bastard," Arthur hissed as he was continuously pressured by the black-clad swordsman's unrelenting attacks. From a high angle, the gray-haired swordsman pressed forward, unleashing a fierce flurry of sword strikes, forcing Arthur into a defensive stance. Arthur roared, "Enough!" He switched to counterattack, his eyes sparkling with mana. The two charged at each other, swords clashing with sparks. Arthur began to turn the tide with powerful strikes. Arthur swung a downward slash from above, enveloping his opponent in sharp, pressuring sword energy. The gray-haired swordsman gritted his teeth to parry, using his blade to deflect Arthur's strike, showing no intention of retreating. He twisted his wrist, drawing a sharp and powerful sword arc, signaling an incoming attack. The blue-glowing sword whirled through the air, thrusting straight at Arthur. Both charged at each other at blinding speed. Arthur's eyes widened as he heard his name called, "Young Lord Ghislaine," a warning of the decisive strike approaching. The gray-haired swordsman coldly launched the attack, declaring it the final finishing blow. A streak of light cut through the night. The two swordsmen passed each other, leaving blurred afterimages in the dazzling light. Blood splattered against the white background. One side had been hit. The gray-haired swordsman froze, his face paling as he realized something was wrong. Arthur had deliberately taken the wound, channeling strength through his shoulder to deflect the sword away. He counterattacked immediately after, delivering a sharp overhead slash that forced his opponent to struggle to block. The gray-haired swordsman breathed heavily, realizing he could not afford to be careless with Arthur, not even for a final moment. Arthur smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with rare amusement. He muttered that it had been a long time since he met such an interesting opponent. However, the fight was not as easy as Arthur thought. The silver-haired swordsman immediately closed in, attacking with a precise strike that forced Arthur to defend. The swordsman delivered a sudden kick to Arthur's side, causing him to stagger, surprised by the cold yet effective move. With cold eyes, the silver-haired swordsman said coldly, "This is the difference between one who fights for life and one who treats swordsmanship as mere amusement." Arthur was pushed back. The swordsman maintained the initiative, striking like rain, forcing Arthur into continuous defense. Despite sweating and bleeding slightly, Arthur could not hide his excitement. He smiled, admitting, "As expected, truly very interesting." With superior speed and relentless combos, the silver-haired swordsman completely dominated. Arthur could not close in. Every attempt was immediately countered. Arthur gradually realized his opponent's trick. The swordsman deliberately created a lock blade illusion to deceive him. With his current mana, Arthur could not match the strength. The silver-haired swordsman continued to press, his whole body glowing with shimmering blue mana. The pressure from him made the space feel frozen. But Arthur had not given up yet. Looking from behind, he slightly tilted his head, thinking silently, "I mean the amount of mana I'm using right now," implying he had not unleashed his full power. Arthur gripped the sword hilt tightly, his eyes resolute. Though reluctant, he had no choice but to drag his opponent into a fight on his own terms. He stood amid a blazing red mana veil, the light radiating eerily. With cold eyes, Arthur warned his opponent that they had overlooked something important. His gaze became fierce, his arm extended forward as a powerful mana flow gathered at his chest. This was Arthur's unique mana cultivation secret technique. He exerted full strength, stomping hard on the wall like an arrow, launching straight down with a brightly glowing red sword. A word appeared clearly, third core. Unleashed, the third factor was fully released. Arthur charged like a red storm, his sword pointed directly at his opponent. Arthur's blade shone intensely, enveloping the entire space with fierce pink light. His hand gripped the hilt tightly, preparing to deliver the decisive strike. Arthur swung his sword down with all his might, attacking from above. The opponent below barely managed to raise his sword to block. The two swords clashed with dazzling sparks, producing a sharp sound. The attack powered by the third core made the opponent stagger. The collision shook the ground, causing the opponent's sword to fly out of his hand. Arthur dashed like lightning, closing in on his opponent in an instant. The shaved-head subordinate who had just fought Arthur whispered in horror, "Young Lord Ghislaine," his eyes filled with fear and shock at Arthur's true power. Arthur smiled faintly after a fierce attack, admitting it had been a long time since he met an opponent who excited him so much. During the fight, Arthur's opponent froze. He could not understand how Arthur could wield such tremendous mana power in the midst of battle. Arthur's powerful strike left the opponent no time to react. His sword was already pressed against the man's forehead. Arthur stood tall in the square, his sword still pointed at the fallen figure. Another character, wearing a hood, silently observed from afar. The pale blonde lady with red eyes, the one Arthur had humiliated, held out a knife, choking up as she told Arthur to take the money, 10,000 gold, and leave. Arthur shook his head, showing annoyance. If she had agreed to hand over the money from the start, things wouldn't have become so complicated. Amelia's blue-haired bodyguard remained panicked as he saw Arthur's sword continue to threaten him. Arthur turned his back and walked toward Amelia and her maid. He joked that this was just a small quarrel between two lovers. The maid stood silently behind her mistress. Arthur approached Amelia, saying he brought bad news for her, which made her angry and clutch her knife handle tightly. The main hall of a mansion was heavily devastated. The bodies of soldiers lay scattered, weapons thrown everywhere. Ghislaine had just left after a swift raid. The scene shifted to a luxurious room. The chair was destroyed, dust rising. Under the chair, a white cat with a red bow trembled, looking around with a fearful expression. In another room, a blonde noblewoman with red eyes stood in the silent space. The gray-haired guard bowed his head. Between them were shards of a teacup that had just been dropped. The gray-haired guard bowed apologetically. He admitted he had underestimated Ghislaine, who radiated magical power far beyond that of a senior knight. The noblewoman slightly curled her lips, her gaze cold and sharp. "Cecile Perium, has he changed?" she murmured, her red eyes full of scheming. The guard asked if he should report this to Duke Delphine, but as soon as the words ended, the atmosphere in the room immediately tensed. The noblewoman angrily grabbed the guard by the collar, shouting a warning. If this reached Delphine's ears, they would not survive. She revealed the reason for betraying her father and her secret alliance with Duke Delphine, to gain support for rebellion in exchange for helping to overthrow the Perium family. Her expression turned tense. If the agreement was exposed, her own siblings in the family would kill her to cover it up. Her red eyes gleamed with determination. If Ghislaine learned the Merchant Guild's secret, he could also grasp the entire deal. She gritted her teeth. Ghislaine must be killed at all costs. With a cold expression, the gray-haired guard nodded to accept the order after reporting the battle results with Ghislaine. The short-haired lady asked about Ghislaine's condition. The guard said he had inflicted many minor wounds and one serious injury to Ghislaine's shoulder. Not only that, Ghislaine was drained of mana after the fight, meaning he would need time to fully recover. But the gray-haired guard secretly felt uneasy. Something wrong was approaching. In the strategy room, the short-haired lady warned. To avoid being traced, they could not use knights from their own land. The guard confirmed the order clearly. With a sharp gaze, the noblewoman declared that was why she had trained them for situations like this. The guard was astonished. The guard trembled upon hearing the name. Wildcats, dangerous shadows deployed in utmost secrecy. Black-cloaked figures appeared in the guard's memory, distinguished by glowing eyes in the dark. The Wildcats were ready to act. The noblewoman planted a flag on the map, revealing that the Wildcats were orphans without identity, selected and trained as natural-born assassins. With a decisive tone, she ordered, "Send them here, only choose those skilled in mana use." The serious man observed silently and quietly uttered, "I understand." His eyes revealed clear calculation. He realized that the only mountain pass connecting Rayfold and Perium territories was an ideal place to act. The rugged and isolated terrain would conceal all traces. With cold determination, he declared, "I will prepare them." A plan was underway. The blonde noblewoman with red eyes, her gaze blazing with hatred, called out Ghislaine's name. The humiliation he caused her would not be forgiven. Ghislaine, his body covered in wounds, was silent but resolute, beginning to remove his shirt, preparing for a new journey. In the carriage, Ghislaine's sharp eyes flickered with suspicion. "Is that Amelia?" An uneasy premonition arose. The old guard and maid beside him were worried, but Ghislaine brushed it off. "It's nothing, just a small matter." He checked his wounds himself, reassuring that the cut isn't too deep. Still, he admitted he had gone a bit too far. Ghislaine thought about the 20,000 gold coins Amelia gave him. That amount was enough to rebuild the territory, saving him several years of effort. Although he wanted to kill Amelia, Ghislaine understood the cost would be a war. He could not risk the safety of the territory just because of a momentary emotion. While the Perium territory was struggling due to the war with the barbarian tribes, Ghislaine decided to retreat to avoid getting too deeply involved. He believed that knowing the secret of the Arctium Merchant Guild would be enough to put Amelia at a disadvantage. With a cold gaze, Ghislaine thought silently. This time he would fully exploit Amelia's value. In front of him was a silver-pink-haired, black-clad woman, a servant of Perium, silently observing. A guard in blue armor asked to confirm. "Everything happened just as you predicted, right?" The black-clad woman nodded, repeating the plan. To control the guards upon hearing the fight, then capture Amelia when she appeared. Ghislaine blinked and realized, "Yeah, I did say that, but the one assigned to do that was Fergus." His expression suddenly changed color, veins bulging. Something was activating from within. Ghislaine collapsed from sudden pain. The guard and black-clad woman immediately rushed over worried. "Young master." Regaining composure, Ghislaine realized it was the consequence of unlocking the third core, a type of power within the body. Although better than last time, he knew he couldn't keep abusing it. Arthur was worried because his mana was very low and needed to find a way to increase it as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, a hand suddenly grabbed his. Arthur was surprised to recognize it was Belinda, the housekeeper he was familiar with. She held his hand gently but decisively. Belinda calmly observed and then commented. Arthur's mana flow was very chaotic. In her hand appeared a glowing device, showing deep knowledge of magic. She began regulating Arthur's mana flow. From their hands, strong magical light rays emitted. Even the guard nearby was startled by the energy release. Arthur opened his eyes wide in amazement. The sensation from Belinda's hand overwhelmed him. That was not something an ordinary housekeeper could do. Arthur tried to stay calm, but his whole body tensed, his face changing color due to his body's reaction to the sudden mana circulation. After regulating, Arthur exhaled strongly, his whole body feeling liberated. The mana flow had become more stable within him. Arthur stared at his hand in astonishment. The previously blocked mana flow had been cleared. This was a sophisticated method only someone deeply knowledgeable about mana could perform. Arthur silently called Belinda's name. He had always known she was not an ordinary servant since his mother brought her home. He looked at Belinda sitting quietly. Although she was a servant from the countryside, her skills and power were extraordinary. Arthur began to wonder who exactly was Belinda. Arthur realized that having more talented people in his land was better, because the strong ones he had met so far were only the beginning. Meanwhile, the carriage sped along the cobblestone road. A subordinate panicked and called out, "Young master!" Belinda, the white-haired, red-tailed maid, expressed absolute trust in Arthur and demanded an explanation. Why he accepted a large sum of money from Lady Amelia. Arthur kept a calm face and replied briefly. He needed money, and Amelia was the only rich person he knew. The answer left Belinda so confused she could only say, "What?" Belinda was even more shocked when she learned Arthur had broken off his engagement with Amelia. She worried this would anger Count Rayfold. Arthur, still calm, reassured her that Amelia would not be able to tell her father, Count Rayfold, about this. He looked at Belinda confidently and asked, "You trust me, don't you?" Belinda awkwardly smiled and tried to maintain composure, but still demanded Arthur clarify what he intended to do with that money. Arthur finally revealed his destination, the Beast Forest. The words shocked Belinda. In the carriage amid the rain, Ghislaine suddenly declared a bold decision. "I will explore the Beast Forest," a place where ancestors had failed for generations. Fergus, the loyal knight, immediately objected. He reminded that since Ghislaine's ancestors, all efforts to develop that place had been in vain. Ghislaine asked Fergus seriously about the request before entering the castle, mentioning a person he had asked to find. Fergus was stunned, sweating coldly as he realized Ghislaine was truly serious about this plan. Fergus confirmed that he had found the person mentioned at the exact location Ghislaine specified, but expressed concern about that person's condition. Although advised to go home and rest, Ghislaine was determined to go immediately, as long as the person was still alive. Belinda intervened, worried about Ghislaine's health, emphasizing that he could not continue acting in this state. Ghislaine analyzed clearly. After what they had done to Amelia, she certainly would not let it go. She might even hunt him down to silence him. Belinda asserted that she was good at fighting and Fergus was still a knight. She could protect Ghislaine. But Ghislaine gently shook his head. Ghislaine smiled, his eyes determined. "I need a pioneer." He was planning a bigger move with a stronger team. Ghislaine's group was on the way to meet a person they were assigned to find. The scene led into a small village hidden behind mountains and forests. A member of the group patiently knocked on the old wooden house's door. The whole group stood before the door, looking at the dilapidated house with suspicion. Ghislaine confirmed the address was correct, though the place looked long abandoned. Suddenly the door creaked open, a wrinkled hand reaching out from inside. An old man with white beard and hair, wearing dark clothes, slowly appeared behind the door, his eyes tired and cold. He stared at the group and bluntly asked, "Who are you?" The group was stunned, speechless. The silver-red-haired maid looked at Ghislaine with suspicion. She asked Ghislaine, "Young master, is this the man? He looks like he won't survive until tomorrow." Ghislaine calmly replied, "That's right, this is the place." The old man looked at them with a gaze full of boredom and fatigue, without responding. He growled irritably, "Idle nobles, don't bother me anymore, go away." However, something made the group reluctant to leave. Ghislaine stepped forward, his eyes determined. He introduced the man before them as former mercenary Captain Ratatas. Gillian's eyes widened, a spark lighting up when hearing that name. A past thought buried was awakened. He turned his head, his expression shifting between surprise, confusion, and fear. It seemed something in Ghislaine's words had touched his heart. Ghislaine extended his hand, smiling gently. I have long awaited meeting you. The light reflected in his eyes was proof of the hope placed in that veteran. The two terrifying knights realized their opponent was connected to a name that had become legendary, the Ratatosk Mercenaries. Ratatosk, a legendary mercenary group, where only those skilled in almost every type of weapon were admitted. Although disbanded, their bravery is still remembered. Any knight, even in a foreign land, has heard their name at least once. And the captain of that legendary mercenary group was Gillian. Arthur, with determined eyes, reached out to Gillian. I have come to see you. As soon as he finished speaking, a lightning-fast attack tore through the air from a distance toward Arthur. But Arthur was unfazed. He easily dodged the attack, astonishing everyone. The three blue-armored knight, young swordsman, and white-haired maid were all shocked, unable to hide their fear. From the shadows, Gillian reached out, his voice calm. I understand, so you know me. Facing Gillian, Arthur's group was ready to fight. Each stood in a battle stance, eyes fixed on the legendary veteran. An old man with silver hair and a bushy beard, cold eyes and tense expression, growled, State your purpose for coming here. Perium's maid immediately drew a knife, shielding Arthur. She warned, Step back, young master. That man is no longer sane. The silver-bearded man replied coldly with an obscure phrase, Eternal punishment. Arthur stepped forward, speaking directly. I know how to cure the incurable disease your daughter suffers from. He looked straight into the other's eyes, resolute, interested. A girl with silver-blue hair, face covered, lay motionless. The word appeared, high fever. She coughed up blood, her skin covered with red spots like flower petals, a cruel disease tormenting her weak body. The pain made the patient writhe like a prisoner being punished. Hence, the disease was called eternal punishment. Inside the simple wooden room, Rachel writhed and screamed. The old father knelt beside the bed, desperate. Rachel, the old man shouted in agony, holding his bleeding, dying daughter's body. Arthur stood silently in the old house, eyes determined. He told himself, it's not too late yet. But in his memories, Arthur realized. When he sought out Gillian to recruit him, Gillian was already dead. Overcome with grief from his daughter's death, Gillian had taken his own life. Observing the dilapidated and cramped house, Arthur guessed all of Gillian's assets had been spent on his daughter's treatment. The only thing left was the old weapons cache. The painful scene replayed. Rachel, Gillian's daughter, writhing in pain, covered in red rashes. She begged her father to let her die. Without hesitation, Arthur removed his cloak. With fierce eyes, he said, No more time to waste. I will start treatment immediately. A hand placed on his shoulder stopped him. Arthur turned, shock clear on his face. Belinda, the loyal maid of Arthur, appeared. She spoke gently but firmly. Let's go back, young master. Belinda tried to persuade Arthur. I don't know what you plan to do, but this disease can't be solved by strength alone. Even the priests are powerless and call it divine punishment. But Arthur did not falter. He insisted, I can cure that girl. His words shocked Belinda, who almost despairingly called his name. Arthur turned back, eyes determined, and a slight smile appeared. You said you believed me already, didn't you? Rachel was stunned when Arthur handed her a piece of paper. Her red eyes showed surprise and doubt. Arthur gave Rachel a list of medicinal herbs and told her to buy them all. From above, Arthur seriously ordered, Buy all the herbs on the list and come back. Rachel looked intently at the paper. Rachel was stunned when she realized something from the content on the paper, her eyes wide open, mouth softly uttering, This is. Arthur's narration echoed. For wandering mercenaries like them, knowledge is what determines survival. Arthur recalled the disease, eternal punishment. Although there is currently no cure, in the future, a remedy will be found. The disease had once been a hot topic, partly because the preparation method was quite simple. Arthur, who came from the future, still clearly remembered that recipe. However, the biggest problem lay in the extremely high cost of the necessary ingredients. Arthur took out a rare herb called Fairy's Blessing, a key ingredient in the cure formula. He carefully minced Fairy's Blessing along with other herbs, preparing to soak them in distilled alcohol, the first step of the future medicine. Arthur poured the glowing purple liquid into a glass bottle, preparing the initial step for mixing the medicine. The liquid dissolved slowly, creating a magical color. He shook the bottle vigorously to fully blend the solution. The sparkling purple light inside the jar showed the ingredients had begun reacting with each other. After letting it sit for a while, Arthur added the final ingredients and began stirring evenly. The three behind him, including the silver-bearded old man, watched the preparation process attentively. The silver-bearded old man took the finished medicine bottle from Arthur's hand. He stared solemnly at the glowing solution, fully aware this might be his only hope to save his daughter. Arthur handed the medicine to the old man, seriously instructing, Give this to her. The atmosphere became tense and hopeful. The old man gently supported Rachel's body, his daughter, and began giving her the medicine. Her face was covered with red spots like flower petals, a symptom of the incurable disease, eternal punishment. Rachel lay still in her father's arms, weak and nearly unconscious. He patiently poured each drop of medicine into his daughter's mouth with trembling hands. After taking the medicine, Rachel's body trembled slightly. The painful expression remained clear, but some kind of reaction seemed to begin. A gentle light spread, and the red spots gradually faded. A peaceful expression appeared on Rachel's face, showing the medicine was taking effect. The girl slowly opened her eyes. The traces of illness on her face faded, leaving only fatigue and tears. Rachel had passed the critical stage. Write narrative captions describing the story for each image, using third-person concise and clear language, ensuring consistent character names across images to form a coherent story. Identify new characters correctly and add them to memory. Belinda and the gray-haired guard were surprised to see the red spots on Rachel's body fading. A miracle was happening. The silver-bearded old man exclaimed in astonishment as he noticed the disease marks disappearing from his daughter's body. He couldn't believe his eyes. Was the medicine really effective? Arthur stepped forward calmly, confirming what everyone was still stunned by. As expected, the medicine has worked well. The old man looked at Arthur with skepticism and shock. How can you? Even divine power couldn't cure it. Arthur explained calmly. The priest's divine power is not omnipotent. It only enhances the body's recovery ability, not curing the root disease. The silver-bearded old man stammered, hands trembling. The hope ignited within him made it impossible to contain his emotions. Unable to hold back, he knelt before Arthur, grasping his cloak, voice choked. My daughter, can she really be cured? Arthur smiled confidently, eyes steady. In just a few months, I guarantee she will be completely healed. The silver-bearded old man looked at Arthur with an expression of stunned emotion. Within him was a mix of faith, gratitude, and unspeakable admiration. Gillian, the muscular man with long, tied-back silver hair, knelt deeply before Arthur, head bowed low in a posture full of sincerity. Gillian spoke, asking Arthur why he had come to see him, assuming Arthur must need something from him. He admitted that now he was useless, nothing left but an old, worn-out body. In a moment of emotion, Gillian declared that if Arthur needed him as a dog or a slave, he was ready. Arthur firmly refused, replying, I do not need a slave. Arthur extended his hand and clarified, what I need is Gillian, the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. Gillian was stunned when he looked into Arthur's eyes. In those eyes, he recognized something familiar that had been lost for a long time. Those eyes, Gillian whispered, they are the eyes of a dreamer. Gillian grabbed the tail of his hair, his gaze resolute as if awakening from a trance. He raised his axe and chopped off his long braid, a symbol of a past imprisonment. The braid fell at Arthur's feet, affirming that Gillian, the former captain, had returned. Arthur entered with 3 companions, Belinda the loyal maid, the now changed old knight Gillian, and a strange armored knight whose identity was unknown. All 3 who followed Arthur were astonished. Gillian and Belinda's eyes widened, while the knight behind appeared tense. They could not believe the change before them. Gillian now seemed like a completely different person. Muscular body, overwhelming aura, radiating a powerful energy that amazed everyone. Without a word, Gillian turned his back and strode firmly toward the armory, leaving Arthur behind to observe silently. With a serious face, Gillian asked Arthur if anyone else was with him or might come here. His eyes held the caution of an experienced man. Arthur answered decisively, no, it's just us. His calm face showed trust in the current group. Gillian continued, does anyone bear a grudge against you? Arthur smirked and replied, yes, and there will be more in the future, a determined answer. Gillian tightened his spear in hand, magical light shimmering. He resolved to fight for the boy before him. He spun around and unleashed a powerful slash, making the space seem to crack. The attack carried overwhelming force, shaking the entire room. The move tore through the air, creating a giant pillar of light that pierced the roof, with the might rivaling a war god's ultimate technique. A deadly attack struck from above, causing a fierce explosion in the middle of the room. The ground cracked under a cold, dim purple light. Gillian reacted immediately. With his skilled body, he lunged toward the attacker who caused the explosion, cutting through thick smoke. Swinging a sharp whip, Gillian launched a counterattack. The whip traced a curved line through the air, aimed straight at the target. His strike was so strong it shattered the wall behind, blowing the enemy outside and through the forest. Seizing the opportunity, Gillian used the whip like a hook, pulling the enemy back in an instant, closing in with overwhelming force. Before the enemy could recover, Gillian grabbed his collar and slammed him hard against the wall. Blood splattered. Resistance failed. Gillian coldly questioned, "Who sent you?" The black-clad man trembled in his grasp, unable to hide his fear. The black-clad man, face covered in blood, couldn't believe he was subdued so quickly and stammered, "How can you?" Gillian lifted the man like a useless object. Arthur stepped forward, eyes calm. "I have guessed who is behind him." Arthur silently drew his sword, face serious. I didn't intend to use this sword today, but it seems unavoidable. Arthur prepared to hand the sword to Gillian, but the old man stopped him. His eyes were resolute, as if carrying a great decision. Gillian, with a serious face and iron determination, stated clearly, "Let me handle this." The firmness in his voice was unmistakable. He acted decisively, killing the enemy immediately without hesitation. Blood splattered, clearly showing the assassin's skills honed over the years. The sound of slashing and killing echoed outside the wooden house, the red of blood staining the sky. Belinda, standing at a distance, witnessed everything. She remained silent, saying nothing, her eyes still watching the two inside the room. Belinda's expression grew pensive. A sense of caution arose within her. He kills without hesitation. Why would the young master take in such a dangerous person? Gillian knelt on one knee before Arthur, calling him young Master Cecile Perium, showing absolute respect. He solemnly declared, "From now on, I, Gillian, entrust my life to you." Arthur thought to himself, the crucial piece for the final restoration plan had finally been placed in the right position. Arthur smiled confidently, replying, "I also look forward to working with you, Gillian." A new alliance was formed, carrying hope for the rebirth of the old land. In the quiet dead of night, the wooden hut in the middle of the swamp suddenly became eerie when a cold voice rang out. "A reconnaissance unit has been eliminated." Inside the hut, a group of cloaked people immediately reacted to the bad news. "What? How stupid!" one of them exclaimed angrily. A deep, cold voice immediately cut in. "Silence." The speaker was Viego, the leader of the notorious wildcat traffickers' human trafficking group. He stepped out of the shadows, growling, "Lower your voice." The subordinates immediately bowed their heads. One spoke up apologetically. "Sorry, Captain." Viego repeated the situation. According to Bernaf's information, Ghislaine couldn't even detect the reconnaissance unit, let alone eliminate them. So was it due to poor scouting or faulty intelligence? The one questioned stammered nervously. His eyes beneath the mask showed clear worry. I. Another subordinate interrupted. "It seems Gillian has joined his group." Immediately, Viego grabbed his neck with a fiery gaze. "Are you sure?" Choked, the subordinate panicked and exclaimed, I really, I saw it with my own eyes." In the blood-red night of war, a mysterious figure with blazing red eyes called the name Gillian in astonishment. He realized his former captain had finally begun to act. Gillian, once the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries, now rode a carriage, steady in armor, advancing like a reborn warrior carrying his old will. Inside the carriage, Belinda, a white-haired maid with a red tail, complained about the stuffy air, showing clear discomfort. Belinda looked back and continued grumbling about the weapons Gillian carried, mocking him as an arms dealer. Arthur remained silent, listening. Arthur calmly replied that buying additional carriages was also so Rachel could travel more comfortably, so there was no need to worry. The scene shifted to the carriage behind, where two characters, Fergus and Ricardo, were tasked with escorting the group from the rear. Arthur assured Belinda that Gillian carried weapons because he planned to use them all, emphasizing the importance of preparation. Amid heavy rain and dark, gloomy night, Arthur's convoy continued forward, determined to leave the dangerous crevice behind. Belinda mentioned the name of the tracker they had caught, suspecting that person was sent by Lady Amelia. Arthur confirmed it was almost certain. Belinda showed clear worry. Lady Amelia starting to monitor their actions could bring bigger trouble in the future. The mask of the killed person was identified as the symbol of the wildcat traffickers, a powerful underground guild in Rayful. Arthur frowned. The name Wildcat Traffickers did not sound pleasant at all. This guild specialized in smuggling, assassination, drug trafficking, and human trafficking. Crimes piled up wherever they went. Belinda angrily described them as scum who did dirty deeds. Most members were retired mercenaries, making them more dangerous than ever. Arthur skeptically asked, "Belinda, how do you know so much while just hanging around the castle?" Belinda awkwardly explained that she had heard many things before she started working for him. Though embarrassed, Belinda still worriedly warned Arthur, "They are very persistent, so be careful." Arthur smiled softly, reassuring her with a firm affirmation. Belinda turned in surprise, her eyes softening somewhat upon hearing his words. Arthur confidently said, "Because we have Gillian," his gaze directed at the old soldier quietly sitting behind, surrounded by weapons. On a bright moonlit night, Arthur's group's carriage rolled along a deserted forest road. Everything seemed peaceful. Suddenly, strong swirling winds from both sides descended, signaling an unexpected ambush was underway. Gillian, former captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries, looked ahead solemnly, quickly sensing the approaching danger. A powerful explosion shook the ground, and a group of strangers ambushed, jumping out from underground, causing the carriage to be thrown into the air. Gillian quickly drew his weapon, speaking in a low voice. "An ambush from underground. Three black-cloaked figures charged simultaneously. Gillian spun around, raised his axe to meet them, blocking the blows just in time. In the blink of an eye, magical weapons clashed, creating sparkling flashes. Gillian stood firm, not retreating an inch. With a decisive slash, Gillian counterattacked fiercely, delivering a fatal blow to one enemy, blood splattering everywhere. His axe blade, stained with blood, spinning like the wind, continued attacking relentlessly. With tremendous force, Gillian unleashed a deadly overhead strike, tearing through the enemy's front line amid thick smoke and blood. One cloaked attacker was felled, blood splattering as Arthur's carriage pierced through gunfire and enemy ambush. A tense atmosphere enveloped the scene. Two attackers swung their knives and charged, steel flashing under the moonlight. But it seemed someone from Arthur's side reacted in time. A sudden rockslide crashed down from the mountain peak. The driver, Gillian, froze, looking up with horrified eyes. "A trap," Gillian roared, worried for the safety of the entire group. Belinda and Arthur behind were also shocked, unable to react quickly. "If this continues, the whole group will be crushed." A group of strangers on horseback appeared, led by a blonde woman wielding a weapon, laughing wildly. She was the one who caused the rockslide. Rocks thundered down the narrow path, nearly crushing the carriage. This trap was clearly premeditated to annihilate the group. Arthur calmly observed the situation, his gaze cold. An ambush just as predicted. Nothing surprised him. Many cloaked enemies appeared along both sides of the road, weapons ready, surrounding the convoy. They were preparing for a full-scale attack. One of the enemies whispered in a low but clear voice, "Former Ratatosk mercenary captain, Gillian." Gillian heard his name, his eyes sharp and cold. He frowned, reacting to the sudden appearance of someone who knew his past well. A stranger wearing a hood and mask stepped forward to lead the cloaked group. He mocked Gillian, calling him a coward who disbanded the mercenary band just because of his daughter. Gillian calmly replied, pretending not to understand what the opponent was saying. He stepped out of the carriage with determined eyes. The masked man bitterly accused Gillian, claiming that because of him, he had to live a life he never wanted. He sneered, "Are you so old you can't even remember your old comrades?" Gillian's face briefly showed contemplation. He remained silent without responding. The masked man sneered, thinking Gillian was feigning ignorance. He angrily declared he would make Gillian remember by force. He raised his hand and ordered, "Kill them!" The entire masked assassin group immediately charged forward, drawing weapons to attack. Arthur offered to help, but Gillian refused. He judged that the masked man came for him, so he asked Arthur to rest while he confronted them. With a giant war hammer, Gillian faced the swarm of assassins charging from above. He said firmly, "I can handle this myself." Gillian spun around, swinging his hammer with full force, wiping out numerous assassins in an instant. Blood splattered against the dark sky. An angry assassin shouted, "Damn old man!" But no matter how many charged forward, Gillian remained unshaken, standing firm amid the bloody battle. Gillian tightened the knife in his hand, muscles tense, his eyes cold as if ready to finish off the enemy right before him. With a lightning-fast counterattack, Gillian spun around, stabbing the dagger straight into the neck of the charging cloaked soldier. Without stopping, he unleashed a powerful slash, cleaving two enemies before him with a deadly arcing strike. Another attacker rushed in with a sword, but Gillian was faster. His dagger pierced through the opponent's arm, blood splattering everywhere. Unrelenting, Gillian decisively struck the injured soldier's chest with his hammer, causing him to collapse instantly without a cry. From afar, the masked man, leader of the ambush group, observed the battle. He silently admitted Gillian was still as strong as ever. He immediately ordered, "Split forces into two prongs, surround Gillian from both sides, using their numerical advantage." Gillian chuckled, slightly shrugging. He jumped onto his horse while the enemies scrambled to reorganize their formation. Two soldiers were stunned as Gillian's horse suddenly charged forward, causing their formation to begin to falter. Using the momentum of the gallop, Gillian raised his battle axe high, preparing to unleash a devastating strike while riding. Gillian rode straight into the enemy formation, catching the cloaked soldiers off guard. He swung his axe powerfully, eyes sharp and cold, his presence dominating the battlefield. The cloaked soldiers were swept down in succession by a single axe swing from horseback. Blood splattered everywhere. "We can't get close to him," a panicked soldier shouted. "Aim for the horse, you fools," the leader yelled, changing tactics. Gillian immediately reacted, his axe glowing with magical power as he swung it with thunderous force. Gillian's spinning slash created a wave of damage, sweeping away an entire group of cloaked soldiers. A bloody scene unfolded before the carriage carrying Arthur and Belinda. Both were watching the situation, Arthur frowning. A soldier leapt down from a tree, swinging a knife intending to stab Gillian from behind. Gillian immediately turned, raising his large shield to block the surprise attack. The shield blazed with magical fire. Gillian's counterattack sent the assassin flying backward, blood splattering everywhere. The masked enemy charged at Gillian, shouting bitterly, "You ruined my life, at least don't interfere with my work." His eyes glowed red with murderous intent as he drew 3 sharp blades, growling, "I will kill you." He lunged to sever Gillian's horse's neck, blood spraying as he sought to eliminate his opponent's mobility advantage. The horse collapsed with a thunderous crash. Gillian quickly jumped off to dodge the finishing blow, maintaining his balance. As Gillian touched the ground, the masked man's blade closed in, stabbing through his shoulder. Gillian did not falter. He spun and delivered a powerful kick that stunned the enemy, then growled, "I am no longer the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries." Not giving his opponent a chance to react, Gillian struck him in the face with his shield, knocking the enemy's body backward. The enemy's eyes widened in shock, completely surprised by Gillian's strength and speed. Both were thrown apart. Gillian landed firmly while the enemy fell clumsily, losing all control. Struggling to stand, he angrily growled, "You dare say you're not the captain?" The masked man shouted furiously, refusing to believe the denial. He snapped, "Stop lying, if not you then who?" In cold blue light, Gillian gripped his glowing battle axe tightly and declared firmly, "I have cast away my past." Gillian's face appeared clearly, disheveled silver hair, determined eyes. He was no longer the Ratatosk mercenary captain of old, but merely a subordinate of young Lord Ghislaine. Hearing the name Ghislaine, the masked man hissed, his eyes blazing red with hatred. "It's you." Rage exploded. The man charged like a wild beast, swinging his sharp weapon. "I will kill you at any cost." On a torrential rainy night, the moonlight was obscured by the curtain of water, and a sudden battle erupted accompanied by loud explosions echoing throughout the mountain pass. Gillian charged through the hail of arrows and dust, his red axe clashing fiercely with the cloaked group, beginning a fierce confrontation. He unleashed a full-force strike, his sturdy shield blocking the blow while the axe struck the masked enemy hard, creating a shockwave that shook the air. Without hesitation, Gillian spun and knocked the opponent down. He spoke in a low voice, "The mercenary group disbanded after I left." The masked enemy screamed with hatred, "Because of you I lost all ideals, living a shameful life just to survive." Gillian remained silent. He looked straight at the enemy, his eyes reflecting a mix of solemnity, regret, and determination. Suddenly, like a ghost, he surged forward with terrifying speed, his bloodied axe slashing across in a powerful counterattack. The masked man ducked just in time to avoid the blow, but the aftershock from the axe strike still made him stagger. Another slash followed immediately, sweeping through the air like a streak of light, forcing the enemy into absolute defense. Gillian seized the opportunity, delivering a thunderous kick that sent the opponent flying, ending the series of attacks with overwhelming power. Gillian used his large shield to block the fierce attack, but it had already begun to shatter under such tremendous force. A masked figure, Gillian's former captain, emerged from the shadows, speaking with deep resentment. He had once been willing to sacrifice his life to lead the Ratatosk mercenary group to glory. He accused Gillian of abandoning their ideals and becoming a pawn of a corrupt noble. His eyes blazed with fury as the former captain shouted, "I will never forgive you," and empowered energy claws on his hands. He lunged at Gillian, unleashing a flurry of sharp blue energy slashes like a storm. Gillian stood firm, spinning his axe around his body, creating a powerful whirlwind counterattack amid the rain of blades. The energy blades struck the ground, shattering the earth around, demonstrating the devastating power of the recent technique. Both continued to charge at each other. Gillian threw his axe, while the former captain responded with a high slash using his energy claws. The powerful cross attack exploded between them. Gillian gritted his teeth to hold his ground, while his opponent showed fierce hatred. Gillian took advantage of an opening to counterattack as the opponent charged. The strike hit directly, sending the enemy flying through the air with terrifying force. The red-masked enemy rushed at Gillian with eyes full of hatred. He emphasized that Gillian was only strong when he was captain years ago. He mocked Gillian for wasting time treating his daughter's illness. He declared that Gillian was no longer a worthy rival for him. Gillian coldly dodged the enemy's claw attack. Sharp coins flew toward Gillian in a sudden attack. Gillian was hit, blood splattering from his armor. Gillian counterattacked fiercely, knocking the attacker backward. Gillian was surprised that his opponent kept coming relentlessly. The red-masked man shouted and launched a decisive strike aimed directly at Gillian. Gillian covered his hand with mana and grasped the dagger. He held the enemy in midair and asked why he sought revenge. The enemy was horrified to realize Gillian had been holding back until now. Gillian delivered a powerful punch, causing the enemy to bleed. The blow sent the enemy flying high before crashing to the ground. The enemy fell hard against a tree trunk, staggering to stand up. Gillian stepped forward coldly and said he could not understand him. He said if he wanted revenge, there had been many opportunities before. Gillian questioned why he hadn't come to kill him sooner. The enemy sneered, telling Gillian he only knew half the truth. He said he had returned to the place where Gillian once lived, but there was only a frail old man there, no longer a captain. He shouted in anger and pain because Gillian had once been his idol. He threw his sword to the ground, ordering Gillian to withdraw his weapon. Gillian slowly stood up, saying he was also living according to someone else's will. But this time, he would fight in his own name. Gillian raised his sword high, recreating the image of the mercenary captain from years ago. He declared he would fight with the highest respect for his former comrades. The masked man agreed, responding softly. He lunged forward with a sharp blade, initiating the battle. Gillian put all his strength into striking the attacking enemy with his axe. The masked enemy screamed wildly in excitement. Both charged into close combat at lightning speed. Gillian attacked from above, forcing the opponent to retreat. The enemy counterattacked with a sharp sword slash across. The unexpected slash pushed Gillian backward. Gillian launched a strong counterattack, slashing across the opponent's shoulder. Gillian stabbed through the opponent's abdomen with his bare hand. The enemy gritted his teeth in pain, blood spilling from his mouth. Gillian finished with a deadly blow from his large axe. Gillian struck down the enemy kneeling before him with his axe. The dying enemy revealed Gillian's identity as captain of the 5th Squad of the Ratatosk mercenaries. Gillian coldly named his enemy as Viego Valanos. Viego's eyes widened in extreme pain and shock. Blood splattered as the final slash landed. Viego's body lay motionless in a pool of blood alongside his dropped weapon. Gillian silently picked up the small dagger from the enemy's corpse. Gillian stood before the enemy's body with a dignified posture, axe resting on his shoulder. Gillian turned and calmly said, "Well done." Arthur and Belinda approached. Arthur suggested selling the loot to earn extra money. Gillian bowed his head, apologizing for slowing down the journey. He assessed that Gillian had exceeded initial expectations. Gillian had once been a role model, inspiring him to become a mercenary king. He asked Gillian about the identity of the enemy he had killed. Gillian confirmed and withdrew his bloody dagger. He looked up at the sky, saying that man had once been a comrade. He repeated the phrase, former comrade, thoughtfully in his mind. He thought about his future comrades. He resolved to recruit them someday. Belinda suggested gathering items. Gillian complained about being ordered around. 2 days later, the caravan entered Perium territory. The group finally arrived after a long journey. The young man confirmed that the distant castle was Perium. He recalled the feeling of having a place called home to return to. Gillian was silent, unsure how to react. He asked Gillian how he felt about this new land. Gillian awkwardly gave a perfunctory answer, hiding his true feelings. He frankly admitted that this land was in bad shape. He listed signs of decline, dilapidated houses, abandoned fields. Gillian acknowledged the situation was worse than he thought. The maid quietly observed. This battle would be prolonged, aiming to destroy everything related to Duke Delphine. Arthur vowed to revive this land at any cost. The horse caravan entered the village road, heading toward the castle ahead. Belinda suddenly noticed something and called Arthur to look back. Arthur panicked upon recognizing something familiar in the distance. He saw the silhouette of a familiar castle appearing in the town. A blond man in armor appeared. Arthur called him father. Asura Scans announces that Chapter 17 has been revised and re-released. He was astonished to recognize a familiar figure. Before him was a man in armor, and he whispered, "Father." The castle they were in was Perium Castle. A strategic meeting was taking place at the castle. A silver-haired gentleman warned that Ruffled was stockpiling food and soldiers. He explained the reason for reducing troops to rebuild the barracks. He smiled and casually remarked, "Same as before." Introducing Randolph, the captain of Perium's night squad. Introducing Albert, the treasurer of Perium Castle. Homern, the general administrator of Perium region, was surprised to see a familiar face. It had only been a few months since he became the young master of Perium. But as the king of mercenaries, that was decades. He greeted his father with a solemn look. "Father has returned." Zwalter Perium, the stern count of Perium land, quietly responded. He recalled a childhood, disliking his always strict and tough father. Now he finally understood that. The enormous burdens and responsibilities weighing on his father's shoulders. Zwalter sipped tea, mentioning his son's absence for a whole week. He calmly replied that he had just visited the Rayfold family. Arthur returned to drink tea and was asked if he caused any trouble this time. The elderly man heard that Arthur defeated Cain and earned money. He suspected Arthur went there to gamble. Arthur denied it and said he only went to see Amelia for business. An old servant advised Arthur to think before acting since he would inherit Perium. While he was still worried, another person spoke up to stop the argument. A long-haired blonde man commented that Arthur had caused some good trouble. He asked Arthur if he really executed Jamal and Philip for trying to sell Alina. Arthur recalled Jamal and Philip with cold eyes. A long-haired knight did not believe Arthur personally executed them, thinking the story was exaggerated. He worried that Knight Captain Randolph would resent him for killing his subordinates. The long-haired man confirmed his suspicion, while Randolph remained silent. Arthur's father unexpectedly praised him, which surprised him. Randolph said the important thing was that Alina was still alive. Arthur was moved because it was the first time his father praised him. Arthur asked permission to make a request. Two men reacted strongly, thinking Arthur was demanding a reward. One reminded of the many troubles Arthur had caused before. Arthur only said he wanted permission for what he was about to do. Arthur asked permission to develop the monster forest, leaving everyone stunned. The teenager with determined eyes looked straight ahead. He smiled coldly, saying his father did not allow it. He recounted being scolded by his father when mentioning the forest. He asked Gillian about the development plan he heard from Belinda. Gillian confirmed the plan to use Miss Rayfold's money to develop the monster forest. He spoke of the deadly forest where no one returns, full of mysteries and shunned. He admitted it was dangerous, but still harbored another purpose. Ignoring warnings, he invited Gillian to start the plan. He declared no need for permission. This must be done. When Belinda questioned, he kept the secret and said he would reveal it later. He kept the real reason hidden to avoid trouble, quietly aiming for great financial gain. Near the forest entrance was a place holding a secret, a huge runestone mine hidden deep underground. Runestone is a mineral containing mana that mages crave. It is used in magical tools, magic arrays, and charms. From alchemists to magic researchers, all need runestone. In a past life, Duke Delphine discovered this stone mine, but currently only Arthur knows this secret. Belinda was annoyed, but still agreed to follow Arthur's plan. Arthur requested Belinda to go to the guild to hire 200 mercenaries. The large white-bearded man warned that mercenaries might betray them. He decided to personally select useful ones with the old man. The goal was a small but best mercenary group in the north. The old man was stunned when guessing that group was the Mad Dogs. They are strong but ready to turn against you if things go bad. That is the Cerberus mercenary group. They advanced to the Mad Dogs base to tie them up. At the edge of Zimbar territory, the Cerberus group was in chaos inside the camp. The image of two people being watched through binoculars from inside the camp. A soldier signaled that the target had arrived. The soldier assessed that the boy looked like an exploitable noble. A giant hand suddenly slammed hard on the ground. The impact caused shock, making soldiers and civilians panic. Gillian threw a punch that sent the enemy flying into the air in front of everyone. A soldier screamed in pain, not understanding what was happening. Gillian's punch continued to strike hard, sending the soldier flying far away. Gillian charged into the midst of the crowd, swinging his sword to create a shockwave. Gillian's heavy stomp cracked the ground. The soldiers were stunned by the terrifying scene. A commander shouted orders for the entire army to prepare to fight Gillian. A stranger stepped forward, warning Arthur not to act recklessly. A tall man with long silver hair, leading armored soldiers, approached with a threatening gaze. He coldly looked ahead, clearly alert after noticing something. Arthur rode his horse forward, calmly facing the armored soldiers. He coldly ordered, "Shut up and bring your captain here." The noble young man riding a horse saw a squad of soldiers approaching with a formidable leader. He coldly asked who was their captain. The long-haired enemy remained silent but smiled wickedly. He disdainfully thought that a young noble had gone mad. He tightened the chain, preparing to punish him for daring to challenge. The chain with a giant mace head was swung fiercely toward the target. The mace flew straight at the noble's head without any mercy. The weapon was about to strike his head with terrifying force. A sword suddenly blocked the attack right in front of him. Gillian appeared and slashed the attack apart, astonishing the soldiers. The cloaked man used a sickle to stab directly at the chain for a sudden counterattack. His spiked mace slammed hard on the ground, creating a shockwave. The blond young man realized that words could not stop the enemy. He ordered Gillian to strike just enough to knock the opponent unconscious. Gillian nodded in approval of the order, ready to act. Gillian swiftly dashed past the chain, rushing close to the enemy. The collision crushed the cloaked man's hand, blood splattering everywhere. Gillian used his strength to lift the opponent high using the chain itself. He spun the mace emitting energy and prepared a powerful counterattack. The strike made the cloaked man scream in pain. Gillian used the chains to lock the enemy's hands and then launched an attack. He lifted the enemy into the air and split him in two with his sword. The blow caused the opponent to explode and fall heavily to the ground. Gillian's face was cold, glowing with energy. The enemy army panicked before the tremendous power. A man slowly dismounted from his horse. Gillian and the young blonde man appeared and advanced together. The young man ordered the soldiers to retreat and called out the captain's name. A muscular man appeared, yawning from being awakened. The enemy army was confused by the unfavorable situation. A stranger stepped forward, claiming to be Caor, captain of the Cerberus mercenaries. Ka coldly asked why he was being sought out. Ka appeared before the troops, revealing his strong physique. Arthur explained clearly that he came to assign a mission to the mercenary group. Ka showed displeasure because his subordinates were treated rudely. Ka sarcastically mocked Arthur about noble etiquette. Arthur responded that the previous action was a way to tame Ka. Caor laughed, saying he couldn't imagine being welcomed like that again. Ka agreed to listen to Arthur's request. Arthur mentioned the Beast Forest, surprising the group. The soldiers discussed anxiously about the Beast Forest near Perium territory. A red-haired mercenary curiously asked who dared cause trouble in that dangerous forest. Arthur calmly introduced himself as the young master of Puduum, Guslan Puduum. The mercenary and his subordinates were stunned, not expecting to face a famous figure. They were all surprised to learn Arthur intended to explore the Beast Forest. The red-haired man mocked Arthur as a noble raised in luxury who knew no fear. He ordered his men to draw their swords, declaring the negotiation over. Arthur remained silent, while Gillian stood ready to fight. The red-haired mercenary sarcastically asked if Arthur was afraid. Arthur retorted mockingly, belittling the soldiers as mere pretenders. Someone stomped hard on the ground, creating a shockwave. The mercenary crossed his legs on the table, arrogantly declaring he only worked for profit. Arthur smiled coldly, mocking the weak who always make excuses. The mercenary fell silent, unable to rebut. He became frustrated, saying Arthur was not worth killing and demanded money to spare him. Arthur closed his eyes, coldly refusing the request. Arthur declared a challenge to Ka in the name recognized by Mayana. The armored soldiers were shocked by that declaration. Ka gritted his teeth, asking if Arthur understood the meaning of that declaration. Arthur looked straight ahead, decisively replying that he knew very well. An ancient betting ritual among mercenaries called Mayana's recognition. Two participants duel with knives hand-to-hand, without using mana, and one hand tied together. Whoever steps outside the circle is considered defeated, even if not knocked down. The brutal battle in a narrow space often ends with death for both. The loser must fully submit and obey all orders of the winner. The loser will become the winner's dog. How about that? Sounds good, the young noble smiled. How could a noble know this dirty ritual? Refusing the challenge means admitting weakness, which cannot be declined. The red-haired mercenary said, "Looks like the little noble wants recognition, let's help him out." The two tightly bound their hands with a rope, officially starting the match. Both stood facing each other in the ring, surrounded by cheering soldiers. The soldiers shouted for the captain to kill the arrogant noble. The red-haired man thought the opponent only vaguely knew the rules of this fight. He immediately attacked, launching a surprise strike while both hands were still tied. He laughed smugly, saying he had fought like this 5 times before. Arthur remained calm, causing the red-haired man to mock him. Arthur counterattacked, surprising his opponent and making him doubt the claim of 5 times. Arthur coldly replied, "I have done this more than 100 times. The red-haired man was surprised to learn that his opponent had only trained 5 times. He suddenly rushed forward to attack with a knife. The male lead coldly replied that he had done this hundreds of times. Both prepared to rush into a life-or-death battle. The two simultaneously launched extremely fast knife strike. The male lead closed in from above with a fierce attacking stance. He was startled by the deadly strike. The male lead attacked diagonally from 2 directions, making it hard for him to defend. Both exchanged blows continuously in the cramped space. The male lead spun and delivered a strong kick to the opponent's side. Ka swung his knife fiercely, but the protagonist dodged closely. Both launched quick counterattacks, swords swinging close to the opponent's face. Caor grabbed the protagonist's hand, trying to create distance. The protagonist delivered a strong kick to Caor's stomach, making him dizzy. The protagonist held the opponent's hand tightly, breathing heavily due to the tense situation. Caor smiled, surprised that the protagonist was still standing firm at this point. He mocked the opponent's boast about Mayana's recognition. Ka continued to ridicule, then threw a strong punch with his bare hand. The crowd cheered, believing the young noble had lost the battle. Gillian looked at the battlefield, his eyes blazing red with anger and killing intent. The two fighters were tied by their hands, fighting in a small circle using only physical strength. The difference in physique and the tied hands limited young Lord's movement. Despite being overwhelmed, young Lord still tried hard to block the knife strikes. The opponent had complete dominance in the cramped space. If the situation became dangerous, someone would intervene. Gillian was ready to act if young Lord was in danger. Young Lord was squeezed tightly, nearly hit by a fatal blow. He spun around, using momentum to throw the opponent to the floor. Not missing the opportunity, he continued rushing forward to counterattack. During the counterattack, he suddenly sensed something unusual. He felt sharp pain from the spot he just blocked due to lack of mana protection. The red-haired man sneered, mocking him for being weak and nearly exhausted. He overwhelmed him with fierce attacks, but still acknowledged his courage. He claimed he could read all his thoughts and strategies. He analyzed his style of dodging weapon strikes and enduring light hits with his body. But since this was a mana-forbidden match, all injuries accumulated gradually. He pointed out the tension in his legs and recognized it from his facial expression. He was excited by the opponent's struggle, seeing it as the most interesting thing. He became even more thrilled when he saw the determined look in his eyes, refusing to back down. The muscular red-haired man was immersed in excitement from the intense battle. The muscular man continuously spun his knives, creating an overwhelming attack stance. He rushed forward, attacking fiercely with both hands holding knives. A very fast horizontal slash forced the opponent to duck to avoid it. The muscular man added a strong downward slash. He continued to stab forward, but the opponent dodged with a body slip. The muscular man was suddenly pressed closely by the opponent, who bent down. The blonde seized the opportunity, gathering strength to deliver a very strong kick to the opponent's stomach. The sudden internal force from the kick caused a great shock. The blonde focused power into his leg, delivering a powerful kick to the head. Just when it seemed over, the muscular man coldly raised his knife to deliver a fatal blow. The muscular man raised his knife to stab Arthur without hesitation. The soldiers panicked. Gillian hurriedly rushed forward, shouting, "Young lord." Arthur smiled meaningfully amidst what seemed like despair. The knife plunged down, but Arthur suddenly dodged narrowly. The muscular man was stunned when the attack was avoided by that strange posture. Arthur counterattacked swiftly by using his leg to pull the opponent down. With a spinning move, Arthur stabbed the enemy's side. The muscular man was startled, blood flowing from a deep slash. The knights were extremely shocked. Gillian widened his eyes in disbelief. The entire battlefield was stunned by Arthur's lightning-fast counterattack. The muscular mercenary rushed forward, attacking with a dagger. His horizontal slash was powerful, cutting through the air as it rushed forward. But the blonde boy dodged and counterattacked, hitting the chest. The soldiers shouted in panic when they saw their captain injured again. Another soldier yelled loudly, demanding the captain show his strength. Despite being wounded, the captain continued to attack fiercely. Both rushed into close combat. Blood spilled and killing intent surged. The blonde boy held the blood-stained blade firmly, his eyes cold. He thrust a deadly stab into the chest of the charging opponent. Then he twisted his hand, preparing to finish off the opponent. He stabbed straight into the opponent's hand, causing blood to gush out violently. Despite being injured, he threw a strong punch in a fierce counterattack. Surprised and overwhelmed, he anxiously asked what the boy had done. The boy coldly responded with confident and pressuring eyes. The silver-haired man realized something while watching the fight. He lost agility due to muscle tension and overexertion. The boy did not resist, but guided the attacking force into a counterattack. The silver-haired man was amazed that the boy overcame the physical disadvantage. The big man's comrades worried as he lost ground before them. The boy praised the opponent's persistence in not cheating with mana. The mercenary declared he had used this method to win the captain position before. The blonde boy smiled, admiring that approach. The mercenary admitted he was at a disadvantage in a direct fight. He growled that victory did not come from strength alone. Suddenly he launched an attack and threw the boy outside. According to Mayana's rules, stepping outside the circle means losing. He believed that no matter how skilled, being thrown out meant defeat. He shouted confidently, declaring victory. Another hand tightened its grip on the knife being held. The blonde boy flipped over, launching a counterattack. The two charged at each other, blades pressed together, creating a fierce stalemate. The muscular man threw his opponent into the air with brutal strength. The opponent managed to grasp his hand tightly to avoid being thrown off. He countered with a strong punch that made the muscular man stagger. The muscular man was stabbed through the shoulder, blood pouring out heavily. The opponent slammed his head onto the ground, delivering a finishing blow. The fighting circle became clear. He had been knocked outside. The soldiers were shocked, confirming he had left the fighting circle. Kaor's bloodied face showed he was completely defeated. The protagonist coldly declared victory over Kaor. The red-haired mercenary was amazed by the opponent's superior skills. The blonde boy coldly responded, asserting he was the superior officer. Both charged at each other, continuing the tense fight within the circle. The mercenary thought the fight was over and wanted to stop. The blonde boy reminded him that he had not yet left the fighting circle. He threw a punch, declaring he would discipline his subordinate. The author notes that some details in the manhwa and the novel may differ. A blonde-haired boy declares he will punish his subordinates. He throws a very strong punch at his opponent's face. The blow sends the other guy flying into the middle of the fighting circle. The injured man cries out to stop, citing the rules of the fight. Before he can finish speaking, he is punched straight in the face again. The cold boy asks if they will fight by the rules on the battlefield. The man screams in pain, accusing the other of being unworthy of being a noble. "Don't disobey your master," the boy coldly warns. The man calls him crazy as he continues to be brutally beat. The red-haired mercenary begs desperately in pain. Arthur delivers a strong strike that sends him flying out of the fighting circle. He coldly reminds him that he is still inside the circle. The red mercenary's face flushes with anger and murderous intent. He shouts orders for the soldiers to rush in and kill Arthur. The soldiers hurriedly obey, drawing their swords and charging forward. A giant battle axe suddenly blocks their path. Gillian declares that anyone who blocks the young lord will be killed. The entire army freezes, not daring to take another step. The red-haired soldier is terrified, his face turning pale. He gasps in pain, his face covered in blood. Facing him is a cold, authoritative gaze. Finished, the cold voice makes him freeze. He sneers mockingly, but the other's hand has already swung up. The punch lands, sending him flying in pain. He recalls the nobles he has met, all weaklings. They are arrogant, traitorous, and haughty. Just a little intimidation, and they would kneel down begging. He enjoys extorting money from those cowardly nobles. Because of that, he is called the Mad Dog, a notorious and feared figure. Severely injured, Ka collapses amid his comrades' panic. The main character coldly lifts Kaor's motionless arm. He orders water, bandages, and cloth to treat him. He warns that Kaor will die if not treated promptly. The soldiers are stunned and confused by the situation. One soldier quickly takes the order and leaves. Gillian silently watches the young boy's decisive action. Gillian's face shows surprise and deep contemplation. The mercenaries unexpectedly obey the young master's orders. In the mercenary world, fists are the supreme law. The young master engraves this lesson into their heads in the simplest way. He shows them who the real ruler is. The red-haired mercenary is brought in, sitting opposite the blonde boy. The blonde boy places a contract before him and commands, "Sign." He looks at the contract reluctantly, saying nothing. Annoyed, he signs under close guard of the soldiers. After signing, he hands the contract back and says, "Done." The blonde boy's cold gaze makes him confused as he asks, "Here." He hurriedly corrects himself apologetically. "I look forward to cooperating from now on." The blonde boy suddenly throws a punch that sends him flying right after his reply. Arthur officially shakes hands with his new ally and declares their bond. He smiles, showing trust and determination to cooperate. They shake hands, marking a long-term partnership. A few days later, the army gathers at the outskirts of Puddleham territory. Mercenaries assemble in large numbers, preparing for an important event. Many soldiers complain about being woken up early and not having eaten. Rumors spread that their employer is the young master of the Puddleham family. The soldiers regard Arthur as a harmless child. A blindfolded man thinks this will be an easy job. A muscular man steps forward as a representative to deal with the brat master. A mercenary recognizes the man before them as Gordon the Muscle. Gordon confirms his identity and mocks the soldiers who only talk but do nothing. Gordon calls for everyone to unite if they want to achieve their desired results. Another soldier recalled the previous failure due to someone's unreasonable demands. A soldier asked Gordon what he intended to do, reminding him to know his limits. Gordon declared he would represent them to apply pressure and demand payment. The group agreed to let Gudun represent them because of his impressive physique. Gordon stood in the middle holding a bag of money when someone appeared, drawing attention. A rider was approaching from afar, with a castle behind him. The rider came closer, revealing a figure wearing a red cloak. The large man ordered his subordinates to create a frightening atmosphere to intimidate. He was preparing to teach the child a lesson about harsh reality. He suddenly stopped, sensing something unusual. A cavalry unit was advancing amid dust and the sound of hooves. Arthur rode at the front leading the group, followed by Gillian and other members. A soldier panicked upon recognizing the dog muzzle-shaped helmet, a sign of Cerberus mercenaries. Kaor was stunned, not understanding what Arthur had done to persuade Cerberus to follow him. Arthur's army closed in, facing the guard group directly. Arthur silently observed the opponents without saying a word. Arthur directly asked the big man if he was the representative, making him awkwardly admit it. He asked the name of the muscular man in front of him. He nervously replied, "Jagudun the Muscle." He repeated the name as if to confirm it once more. Then he struck Gordon hard in the stomach and complimented the name as nice. He seriously introduced himself. "I am the young master of Puddleham, Guslan Puddleham." Gordon was astonished, stunned upon learning the boy's true identity. Guslan ordered Gudun to gather all the mercenaries. The sky is clear blue, leaves fluttering wildly signaling the start of a new day. Arthur and Belinda are changing armor, preparing to set off. All preparations for clearing the forest have been completed. The temporary base for the expedition team has been set up. The collection of necessary resources has also been completed. The military forces involved have fully assembled. Arthur, along with Belinda and 2 companions, are ready to depart. Arthur asks Belinda to check the troop numbers once more. Belinda confirms there are 148 mercenaries hired from the office. Adding 41 Cerberus mercenaries, the total is 192 people. Belinda reveals that the Monster Forest Station commander is helping them move safely. The blonde nobleman feels reassured with that support. He summons the entire team and orders everyone to line up. He declares the forest ahead as the land they will clear. He warns that the forest contains many unforeseen dangers. Despite knowing the risks, he affirms his determination to conquer this land. The soldiers are surprised and worried upon learning the target is a monster forest. Belinda is angry when she sees the soldiers interrupting the young master's words. He declares that anyone who wants to retreat may do so, but promises to triple the pay. The soldiers get excited upon hearing about the attractive reward. The assistant panics upon learning that the entire budget has been spent. The young master believes that if successful, they will profit greatly from the mineral ores. The young master turns to confirm his belief with the assistant. The assistant reluctantly agrees to place her trust in the young master. The large white-bearded man and the red-haired man discuss their master's bold decision. The Monster Forest Expedition Army has fully assembled. The young master orders the entire team to begin action. The ancient tree trunks in the forest begin to shake. The first axe strike falls, starting the clearing journey. The army simultaneously chops trees, opening a path deeper into the forest. Arthur chops down a giant monster tree with a single axe strike. The tree falls heavily to the ground, witnessed by two men. Arthur looks up at the sky, just brightening after the tree was cut down. Arthur orders the entire army to continue cutting trees, loading wood, and clearing the way forward. Arthur recalls notes about the monster forest from a previous life, identifying the target as a rune stone vein. On the map, the route to the rune mine is clearly marked through the dense forest. Arthur believes that resources from this clearing will help prevent conspiracies around the Perium area. The red-haired mercenary looks at Arthur working and appears surprised. Two other mercenaries think Arthur is just showing off and will give up soon. Belinda scolds them to stop talking and work seriously. The white and red-haired female assistant is annoyed by the careless work of the group. She blames the young master for working himself, causing the soldiers to look down on him. The young master thinks working fast will get them out of here sooner. She sighs, saying he always acts like he knows everything in advance. The white-bearded man complains out of jealousy because the master has attracted a woman's attention. He is punched away by a teammate for speaking rudely. Another mercenary rushes over, loudly demanding a fight. The young master quietly observes, nodding that everything is still going smoothly. Delphine County once developed on a large scale in the monster beast forest. From development notes, he prepares lanterns more thoroughly than the soldiers expect. As the group works diligently, Arthur feels uneasy because everything is too quiet. Arthur reminds everyone to stay alert since they only know about the forest from notes. The deeper they go, the denser and gloomier the forest becomes. The soldiers continue cutting trees, unaware of anything unusual. One soldier notices it gets dark unusually fast, and they haven't encountered any monsters yet. They begin to doubt the warnings and feel the mission is too easy. Gordon shows skepticism and feels something is wrong. Gordon calls everyone together with a serious expression and unusual attention. Gordon questions why trees have been cut all along the path. The group stops, confused, confirming that what Gordon said is true. A giant tree trunk blocks the road, surprising the transport group. The group turns back upon hearing the blonde man's call. He orders everyone to focus their attention. The vanguard team immediately reacts, ready to fight at any sign of danger. Two carriers sense a strange change in the air. He calls the burly man Gordon and warns that he will die if he stays there. He orders Gordon to approach step by step slowly. Gordon nervously follows the instructions, advancing step by step. A branch suddenly strikes Gordon as he just touched the tree trunk. Gordon is thrown into the middle of the formation, lying motionless amid everyone's shock. A soldier shouts angrily upon seeing a comrade act carelessly. The large man screams in fear when encountering something unusual in the forest. He rolls onto the ground near a large tree root, strange energy radiating around. The soldiers behind begin to feel that something is wrong. Arthur silently observes the situation with a serious expression. The bald soldier mocks that the master is too cowardly. He insists that there is nothing strange here, just an ordinary forest. Arthur coldly orders him to follow if he does not want to die. The bald man gets angry, thinking Arthur is trying to intimidate them. At that moment, a living vine from the forest tightens around him. The mercenary is startled upon sensing approaching danger. He screams in panic as he is pulled up into the air. A grotesque branch stretches out amid the glowing red forest. The soldier is thrown into a pit full of fangs and claws. Every movement is unpredictable. Any carelessness will immediately result in being swallowed whole. The silver-haired swordsman faces a giant creature with a red eye. A giant creature emerged from the ground, causing panic among the team. The giant monsters with glowing red eyes frighten the soldiers into fleeing. The soldiers screamed in panic, dropping their weapons and scattering. Tentacles from the monsters lashed out like whips, attacking the soldiers. A large soldier was thrown aside, while his comrades were tossed into the air. Many soldiers fell straight into the mouths of the monsters. The entire pack of giant monsters appeared simultaneously from the forest. The muscular soldier was tightly wrapped by tentacles and lifted into the air. His teammates rushed over, trying to rescue the captured man. A young soldier used all his strength to slash at the monster's tentacles to save his friend. A soldier panicked when he couldn't cut through the extremely tough vine. A comrade was wrapped and dragged away by the vine, helplessly watched by the soldier. The strong man Gordon was lifted high into the air by the giant tree monster. A blond swordsman appeared with a glowing sword, facing the monster. The swordsman struck a powerful slash at the monster's eye, saving Gordon. He spun around and delivered another slash to the monster's body. He gathered all his strength to deliver a decisive slash to the monster's center. The monster screamed in pain as it was struck at its weak point. The soldiers realized their employer had attacked the eye, the monster's weak spot. A stranger appeared, preparing to act amid the chaos. He shouted orders, demanding the entire team quickly reform their ranks. He emphasized maintaining a tight formation to avoid attacks from the monster's vines. He ordered all troops to focus on defense until further instructions. The soldiers immediately formed a defensive formation, shielding from all directions. He ran to the supply cart, asking Kaor about the prepared oil lamps. After confirmation, he ordered the oil lamps to be lit and thrown at the monsters. Someone screamed in fear as the monsters began staring directly at them. He immediately shouted a command to attack with the oil lamps. The troops simultaneously threw the burning oil lamps toward the monsters. Dozens of oil lamps flew through the air, heading straight for the white-eyed monsters. The giant tentacles lashed out strongly, knocking attackers away like insects. The soldiers were stunned to see the fire bombs easily repel. The giant monster with numerous glowing eyes rose fiercely. A giant glowing axe blade appeared in midair, ready to strike down. Gillian launched a powerful attack, breaking many tentacles. Belinda charged forward with sharp energy claws. She slashed directly at the monster's eye. The main character ordered Gillian and Belinda to protect the mercenary Cerberus. The glowing sword was drawn, signaling the official start of the battle. The white-haired nobleman faced the monster, ready to draw attention. The white and red-haired female assistant shouted a warning to young master about the approaching danger. Young master immediately drew his sword and spun to defend. Young master and the greatsword warrior struck hard, repelling the attacking red tentacles. The glowing red eyes of the tree monster lit up, preparing a fierce counterattack. Both warriors charged into the midst of tentacles, cutting through many attacking branches. An explosive attack collided with the monster, causing it to tremble violently. The soldiers behind panicked as creatures they thought were just trees suddenly had legs. The greatsword warrior stepped forward, preparing to deliver the next strike. He jumped high and struck straight into the eye of the tree monster. The blow pierced directly into the eye socket, causing the monster to scream in pain. The monsters all charged toward Arthur, causing the team to panic. Belinda shouted orders for the entire team to throw lamps immediately. Everyone simultaneously threw oil lamps, hoping this time it would be effective. Dozens of lamps were thrown down, burning the grotesque trees below. The monsters writhed in pain in the blazing sea of fire. Two mercenaries rejoiced as the plan proved effective. Arthur shouted orders to keep throwing, not to stop. The entire team continued attacking with fire, burning all the monsters. A sea of fire engulfed the forest, incinerating the monsters. The soldiers were surprised and impressed, not expecting to be able to counterattack. The soldiers feared the forest would be completely burned down. One soldier was smug, believing the monsters were weak against fire. A person wearing a red cloak warned that the battle was not over yet. The blond man said the enemy was about to reveal its true form. Suddenly, thick steam rose up among the army. The group of soldiers was confused, unsure if it was smoke or steam. Belinda and the large man anxiously called out to young master. Belinda asked what was happening. The blond man explained that the fire met the moist flesh inside, creating steam. Within the steam, a terrifying eye gradually appeared. The giant monsters roared simultaneously, baring sharp teeth. The three leaders of the formation faced the newly risen monsters. The army behind panicked upon seeing the enemy was not yet defeated. The defensive line hurriedly regrouped, warriors ready to confront the fight. The blond nobleman ordered the entire army to raise their weapons. He declared this would be a fierce close combat battle. The blond swordsman with blue eyes shouted the charge command loudly. Young Lord Ghislaine raised his sword, ordering to raise weapons. He led the charge against the monster with a sword of light. Ghislaine ordered to switch to close combat. He alone rushed forward to confront the giant monster. The soldiers were terrified by the order to charge into close combat. The Cerberus mercenary group enthusiastically charged into battle. A warrior shouted to protect the young master. The silver-bearded man ordered not to hesitate any longer. He emphasized that this was an order from young Lord Ghislaine. The silver-bearded man asked everyone to trust him. The soldiers were extremely confused, witnessing the scene before them. The muscular man shouted, ordering everyone to trust their employer and charge forward. The blonde swordsman rallied the entire army to attack, reassuring them with decisive words. The teammates responded with enthusiasm, all charging into battle following the order. The whole team coordinated to fight back the monsters. The attack was fierce. The blonde swordsman decisively warned, "Hesitation means death." He rushed forward to confront the giant monster with unwavering will. His sword blade swung, cutting through the monster's sharp teeth. The sky-shattering slash tore the monster's head apart with all his strength. He declared his mission was to ignite the will to overcome the seemingly impossible. The giant monsters were defeated, their bodies scattered around the red-cloaked young man. The soldiers were amazed and gasping, unable to believe they had eliminated all the monsters. The blonde young man gave a brief order, "Form up." Everyone moved simultaneously, looking towards the leader in front of the monster corpses. He declared this was the Beast Forest, a place full of duress ants. The soldiers' faces turned pale, realizing the danger was right at the entrance. But the young man reassured them, "Do not be afraid." He affirmed, "I will always stand at the front line." He turned back, his eyes resolute, "Trust me and follow me." Everyone immediately responded with determination, "Yes, sir." A giant crystal block fell, causing the group to panic and scatter. The red-haired man charged into the battlefield, leading a wave of monsters. The white-haired girl hurriedly wiped blood off the blonde young man's face. The army was in chaos as flying monsters and mutants attacked. A giant beast-shaped monster suddenly charged forward. The soldiers panicked at the relentless attack of the monster horde. The red-haired man and Gillian coordinated to fight amidst the monster encirclement. The red-haired man unleashed a powerful slash, cutting off the beast's leg. The beast broke its leg, lost balance, and fell straight toward the formation. Gillian immediately raised his shield, taking the full impact of the falling monster body. The main character delivered the finishing blow, slicing through the giant monster's head. He checked on the soldiers, confirming no one was injured after the battle. The soldiers united to protect him, determined to fight to the death against the monsters. The large white-bearded man praised that the formation had improved after real combat experience. The main character ordered to advance, continuing to clear a path through the forest. A weary soldier silently looked at the main character with suspicious eyes. The soldier lost his composure, panicking and thinking everyone had gone mad. A blazing red forest appeared before their eyes, revealing a new landscape. The group reached a brightly shining lake under the moonlight, the atmosphere filled with hope. The soldiers burst into joy, rushing to drink clean water from the lake due to extreme thirst. The female assistant warned about dangers ahead. The blonde swordsman confirmed they were on the right path to the runestone mine. He ordered to set up camp and rest by the lake. The group set up camp and rested beside the water. A group of soldiers anxiously discussed the journey ahead. One person reacted with surprise to what was just heard. A soldier named Manus suggested fleeing from the forest. Manus believed life was more important than money. One soldier objected because they had come too far to turn back. Manus accused their employer of being notorious in Perium with ulterior motives. A mercenary reminded the group they had been paid and must follow their employer's orders. One person objected, saying that even if the master is skilled, a single mistake would mean death for the whole group. The objector suspected that the nobles would use them as shields when situations became dangerous. The whole group began to waver, though some were still hesitant and not fully convinced. The man wearing a hat smiled inwardly because he was scaring the group and planning to use them as bait. Another person retorted, saying that without the master they would have died long ago. The rebutter pointed towards the camp, telling them to look at the master's actions. The main character was carefully applying medicine to a wounded soldier. He advised the soldier to avoid getting water on the wound, or it would become infected. When asked why he didn't keep the precious medicine for himself, he replied that the medicine was meant to be used now. The blonde soldier was checking the list, calling the next person, causing one soldier to hesitate. An old soldier analyzed that the medicine was more valuable than their lives. Other soldiers agreed, trusting that the master did not see them as mere shields. The spy among the mercenaries was frustrated because he couldn't divide the group. Ghislaine reminded the soldiers to rest instead of chatting around the campfire. Ghislaine called Gillian and Kaor for a private talk. Kaor was surprised that Ghislaine left the traitor alone, but Ghislaine had a reason. Ghislaine said he had more important matters to verify immediately. Gillian reported that the camp currently had about 24 lit lamps. Ghislaine realized, as expected, that some lamps had disappeared. Monsters had attacked day and night since they entered the forest, but the last 2 nights had been completely quiet. Belinda and Kaor noticed something unusual, sensing that danger was imminent. The large white-bearded man concluded they had invaded the territory of a powerful shadow monster. The main character confirmed that hypothesis was correct. The entire forest darkened at night, signaling that ill omens were approaching. The main character affirmed that the real danger was only just beginning. The moon hung in the silent night sky above the brightly lit camp. Inside the camp, a muscular man lay sleeping among the soldiers. The man was still asleep, his robust body making everyone cautious. He slowly opened his eyes, sensing something unusual. A beam of light shone down, startling him awake with a surprised expression. The oil lamp suddenly floated in the air, leaving him stunned. He panicked and jumped up, wondering why the lamp was flying. A strange creature with many glowing red eyes suddenly appeared before him. Screams echoed from the soldiers' camp as everyone panicked and fled. The man shouted "Monster!" and fiercely swung his arms to attack. A muscular warrior, panicked, swung his mace wildly, prompting comrades to rush over and ask what was happening. Gordon said in horror that he had just seen a monster right beside him. 3 teammates silently looked at each other confused and asked Gudon what he was talking about. They confirmed there was nothing around Gordon. Gudon was astonished to hear that there was nothing beside him. One teammate thought Gordon was just having a nightmare and talking nonsense in his sleep. As the group was about to leave, someone spoke up, insisting it was not just rambling. The silver-haired swordsman said he saw a lantern disappear right before his eyes. Many others also confirmed they heard eerie laughter in the night. The silver-haired swordsman seriously concluded that something certain was happening. Something suspicious was present around this area. The silver-haired swordsman confirmed Arthur had noticed the abnormality. Arthur and his teammates moved into the center of the camp, drawing attention from the whole team. Arthur ordered everyone to assemble immediately. The army was fully gathered in front of the command tent. The core group held an emergency meeting inside the tent amid a tense atmosphere. The large white-bearded man panicked because monsters had surrounded the camp. The silver-haired swordsman explained that they could not be seen with the naked eye. Arthur calmly confirmed that was the true nature of the monsters. He speculated that they had followed the group since they arrived at the lake. The monsters hid in the shadows, making them invisible and untouchable. They came in hundreds, extinguishing lights and hunting in the darkness. The helmeted, muscular man was stunned to learn there were hundreds of them. The group realized the reason the lanterns went out was because of the monsters. The red-haired man angrily demanded a preemptive strike before being attacked. The blonde man decided to wait for the enemy to attack first to counterattack accurately. The white-haired woman worried because more than half the lanterns were lost. They could not wait any longer. The blonde man analyzed that attacking early would provoke the enemy's cruel nature. The group was surprised to hear a plan to eliminate all the monsters at once. The white-bearded man asked again how to kill hundreds of invisible monsters and received a confident answer. Arthur drew a tactical diagram on the ground with his sword tip. Arthur analyzed that the follow's horde was surrounding the camp from 3 directions and stealing lights to tighten the siege. He showed that a direct attack would lead to their destruction from 2 sides due to the enemy's overwhelming numbers and non-human nature. Arthur noted that camping near the lake helped them avoid a full encirclement. He affirmed that their group still held the initiative despite the disadvantageous situation. Arthur's group was surprised by the declaration that they had the advantage of initiative. Arthur proposed a strategy to divide the troops into 3 groups. The first group consisted of defensive warriors who would absorb the attacks. The second group was the crossbow team, providing support from behind and blocking enemies. The third group was an elite assault team led by Arthur, Belinda, the white-bearded man, and Kaha. The defense and crossbow teams would concentrate in the center to repel enemies. Meanwhile, the assault unit would focus firepower on the left side. If the central force held firm, they would encircle and win. The group seriously discussed tactics around the hand-drawn map. A female voice interrupted, attracting everyone's attention. The white red-haired woman reminded that the enemy was immune to physical damage. All eyes turned suspiciously toward the female assistant. The red-haired man asked if using magic could solve the problem. The blonde man reassured Belinda that they had prepared the magic scrolls. Night fell, signaling that the moment of battle was near. The whole team held their formation tightly, not breaking apart as the mercenary had instructed. The enemy had stolen the last lantern, signaling that danger was approaching. According to Delphine's exploration journal, there were important records about the Falors species. Falors were extremely weak to strong light and easily revealed when illuminated. When strong light shone on them, Falors revealed their monstrous true forms. The main character gave the signal to activate the light at the decisive moment. Belinda and the white-bearded man tore open the light scrolls as ordered. The mercenaries also simultaneously tore open their level 1 magic scroll. Light from the magic scrolls illuminated the entire dark cavern space. The Fellah's monsters were revealed in their fierce forms by the light and panic. The light flared up, pushing back the darkness and exposing the enemy's grotesque shapes. The soldiers were terrified when they saw the eel-like creatures that had surrounded them for so long. The monsters screamed and charged, forcing the defensive troops to prepare for battle. The crossbow unit raised their weapons and fired to prevent the enemy from closing in on the main formation. Arrows pierced through the monsters as the soldiers struggled to hold their formation. The main characters stood behind the front line, observing the changing situation. The blond swordsman with blue eyes raised his glowing sword, revealing the enemy's true form. He stepped forward, his sword shining brightly, ready to attack the monsters. The assault group led by him charged forward in a fierce counterattack. He drew his sword, the light bursting forth amid the surrounding darkness. He ordered a full assault, and the warriors charged forward simultaneously. The assault team tore through the monster horde, black blood splattering everywhere. He swung his sword, cutting through the charging enemies. He identified the monsters as Fullas, weak but dangerous in the dark. He analyzed that Fullas have weak defenses, so the group would quickly eliminate them. He ordered to reduce the number of enemies as much as possible. Gillian would attract all attacks and keep them focused on himself. Ka would break through enemy lines and disrupt their formation. Ka clashed with a fierce counterattack from the Fullas' pack. Belinda cast a seal and prepared to unleash support skills from behind. She created a powerful magical attack to push back the monsters. Belinda shouted anxiously upon seeing young master in danger. The protagonist led the counterattack, with Belinda supporting from above. He unleashed a powerful slash that shattered the monsters. He declared the elite power of Pudum as he destroyed the enemies. A large explosion of light threw the monsters into chaos. The crossbow army continuously attacked the monster horde. Many arrows pierced the monsters, causing them significant losses. The soldiers fought back while calling for the assault unit to support them. The monsters suddenly charged down, causing the soldiers to panic and scream. A monster approached very close, about to attack with sharp fangs and claws. Arthur's group rushed forward to stop the monsters before they could cause harm. Arthur turned to his comrades and confidently praised them. The mercenary army rejoiced upon seeing Arthur appear, believing they were safe. Arthur ordered a surrounding formation and launched a fierce counterattack on the monsters. A large monster was severely wounded and screeched in pain. The monsters began to retreat from the battlefield in chaos. Arthur realized they retreated just in time before being completely surrounded. Arthur told Belinda to find the horned monster, the one leading the retreat. The group pursued while debating whether to continue chasing the enemy or not. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed swordsman was determined. They must eliminate the enemy leader to avoid a war of attrition. The white-haired, red-eyed woman silently looked at him without saying a word. She thoughtfully tightened her belt, silently thinking that he had changed a lot. She loudly confirmed the order, preparing to take action. She threw her grappling hook onto a tree and leapt into the enemy formation. She dashed forward with determined eyes and swung her grappling hook fiercely. From above, she led the raid into the monster army waiting below. A large monster with horns and sharp teeth raised its head to look at her. She immediately identified the target as the horned monster and swung her rope to attack. The silver-haired swordsman charged straight down to attack the lead monster. He shouted that he had found the target and rushed through the monster army. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed swordsman pinpointed the position of the leader. He landed with explosive force, creating a strong shockwave. With a spinning slash, he slaughtered a large number of monsters. Without hesitation, he continued to deliver a fatal blow toward the leader. "It's over," he coldly finished off the most terrifying creature. The powerful slash sent the monster's body flying backward. The monsters panicked upon seeing their leader killed. He shouted orders for an all-out attack, sparing none. The protagonist's army counterattacked fiercely, engaging in close combat with the monsters. The bald warrior shouted a challenge, leading a fierce counterattack. The muscular red-haired man rallied the Cerberus mercenaries forward, unwilling to lose to the older man. Dawn broke, and light gradually dispelled the thick darkness. A powerful slash fell, finishing off the last enemy creature. The battlefield was littered with monster corpses. The protagonist confirmed only one survivor remained. The protagonist declared victory and encouraged the entire team after the intense battle. The soldiers simultaneously raised their weapons and shouted, celebrating a glorious victory. The bald warrior shouted joyfully, and the comrades behind him laughed with relief. The white-haired woman ran over to check on the protagonist. He responded and praised the entire team. Arthur ordered Belinda to check the troop numbers and asked Ka to call the Cerberus group to help spread Phila monster corpses around the camp. Kaor asked in surprise what spreading the corpses would achieve. Arthur explained that the smell of Falor corpses would repel other monsters. The old white-bearded man said that this action would make the camp area safer, which angered Kaor. Kaor angrily demanded an immediate duel with the old white-bearded man. Arthur looked up at the sky, reflecting that it had been nearly 10 days since they entered the monster forest. Arthur confirmed that all Falor monsters had been eliminated, the route was safe, and the remaining task was to mine rune stones. Arthur stood before the scene of the blazing sun over the mountain, as if marking the end of a phase. Arthur wondered if everything was truly over. Belunda reported troop numbers. Cerberus had 41 people, contracted mercenaries 126, with 3 lost after the battle. Kaor confidently declared that no one in the Cerberus group was injured because he was the captain, silencing the old white-bearded man. Arthur questioned the 3 mercenaries who died, but whose bodies were not found. One soldier asked about Manus. Another guessed he was dead and was scolded for conflicting testimonies. Another soldier asserted that Manus definitely fled during the battle. 3 mercenaries were running away in the forest with panicked expressions. 2 in the group thanked Manus for helping them escape the fierce battle. Manus became angry, urging the group to keep running before it was too late. The group suddenly stopped. Manus turned around, wondering why. 2 soldiers panicked, pointing behind Manus with terrified eyes. All 3 froze when they saw glowing red eyes appear in the darkness. A large monster appeared behind them, terrifying the entire group. Manus panicked to the extreme, eyes wide, shouting, "What the hell is that?" with a terrified expression. A panicked warrior shouted upon seeing the giant creature appear. A giant purple-red snake broke through the ground, surrounded by sharp ice pillars. Corpses were thrown into the air after a violent collision. The giant snake's glowing red eyes flashed with deadly intent. A large tree trunk fell down in the middle of the forest. Soldiers and mercenaries hurriedly cleared the forest amid the rain. The muscular red-haired man was surprised by the mercenaries' unexpectedly effective cooperation. The army was enthusiastically working and continuously carrying wood without rest. The large white-bearded man teased, provoking a retort from the muscular red-haired man. The muscular red-haired man asked about the manpower plan. The blue-eyed blonde man decided to recruit them as a private force. The mercenaries had surpassed normal limits thanks to the experience accumulated here. They would be a great foundation for the protagonist to expand his influence. A soldier reported to Kaor that Fowler's corpses had been scattered evenly along the road. Kaor commented that the method was effective since the group hadn't encountered any monsters since leaving the camp. He confirmed that he hadn't seen even any stray monsters. The protagonist sensed something was wrong when looking into the forest. Belunda suddenly jumped down from above, loudly calling, "Young master." She landed and reported that she had returned. The protagonist asked if she saw anything. Belunda seriously affirmed that she had seen something. The protagonist ordered the entire army to put all their effort into clearing the path ahead. The team immediately shouted in response. A warrior shouted loudly as they neared the final destination of their journey. The group of the blue-eyed blonde man was shocked by the scene before them. The enemies were extremely surprised when they realized something unimaginable. The blue-eyed blonde man revealed the true reason for the expedition. Before them was a high-quality runestone mine never seen before. The red-haired man was amazed that the forest was truly valuable. The silver-bearded man affirmed his reason. The white-haired, red-eyed woman rushed forward to embrace the young master in admiration. A group of mercenaries realized all were precious runestones and dreamed of wealth. A voice rang out, stopping them, declaring that no one was allowed to leave here. The blue-eyed blonde man stared vigilantly and decisively. A terrifying face emerged from the mist with a cold smile, because everything is over. A fierce burst of light exploded, sweeping a man named Manus down into the crowd. The large man and the blindfolded swordsman were horrified upon seeing the newcomer. Both were stunned when they saw the greatsword drawn right before them. The blond swordsman with blue eyes coldly ordered, "Step aside." He immediately launched a full-force slash with the greatsword in hand. The blade swept like a firestorm, creating a fierce shockwave. All creature corpses and bones were blasted away after the destructive attack. The soldiers panicked seeing bodies of humans and monsters scattered everywhere. Arthur's group appeared, realizing they could not easily mine the runestone. The resilient warriors camped in the dark forest, flickering fires, illuminating the fatigue on each face. The red-haired warrior sat proudly with crossed arms, praising their recent achievements. Nearby, the bald man smiled proudly for having slain many monsters. The mercenaries chatted lively, none noticing the young master carrying wood outside like an ordinary person. The blond young master pushed a heavy wooden cart toward the camp, sweat soaking his shirt but his eyes full of determination. The white-haired assistant anxiously ran over, scolding Sust for laboring like a mercenary himself. "If you do that, people will no longer respect you," she said, but Cecile only responded with a slight smile and silence. The white-haired girl intended to say more, but the white-bearded man interrupted with a hoarse voice. "He is different." The bald man and red-haired warrior carried wood together, commenting, "Since yesterday, the mercenaries have been unusually diligent, as if inspired by someone." When Cecile approached, everyone watched him, then without a word, all continued working together. From afar, a mysterious woman watched, quietly uttering his name, Cecile Perium. He lunged down from the air, stabbing his sword hard into the monster's back. Even using mana, the stab only left a small scratch, astonishing everyone. The monster turned to counterattack, launching a fierce swipe at him. He quickly dodged and slashed the monster's head, causing poisonous blood to spray out. Seeing the green liquid, he realized it was a powerful poison. The poison hit him, splattering across his cloak and body. The monster continued charging to attack. He dodged while maintaining balance. He spun and slashed upward, creating a strong light sword path to block the strike. The counterattack with the enhanced sword made the monster's head snap back. A silver-haired comrade suddenly appeared, preparing to launch a supporting strike. Cecile swung down with full force, but could not pierce the monster's skin. The warriors were amazed to see the monster's scales unaffected by mana. The monster immediately countered, launching a giant bite towards Cecile. Cecile responded with a sword strike into the monster's mouth. Poisonous blood splattered everywhere. He realized the green liquid was a potent toxin covering his entire body. The poison began corroding his cloak and causing pain throughout Cecile's body. The monster kept attacking relentlessly, forcing Cecile to retreat defensively. Cecile spun and launched a sword counterattack, creating a beam of light slicing across the enemy's body. The slash made the monster stagger, its head pressed down by mana pressure. A white-haired warrior appeared, declaring Cecile was the future of the land. He considered retreating because the chance of victory was too low, but he clenched the crystal tightly, determined not to delay any longer. He recalled the fierce battles he had overcome to get here. He summoned his power, declaring he would not allow anyone to block his path. He activated his power, determined not to let anyone stand in his way. The light of the third core flared up, his eyes full of determination. Power was unleashed, and a giant monster appeared. He swung his sword to confront the monster head-on. The blazing red blade struck hard at the monster's face. The sweeping strike cut deep into the beast's body. He spun around and delivered a fatal blow with all his strength. The slash tore through the monster's head, blood splattering everywhere. He was startled to see the beast's body still not collapsing. The monster counterattacked, smashing its tail down where he stood. It charged fiercely, unafraid of death. Though knowing he was at a disadvantage, he did not retreat before the mighty serpent. Shouting in despair, he poured all his determination into the strike. The heavy responsibility weighed on him, preventing retreat. Everyone was stunned and anxiously watching the life-or-death battle. Now was the time for him to bear his responsibility. He focused his spirit, preparing to give his all in the fight. "Blood serpent," he muttered, recognizing the terrifying monster. The monster remained firm, showing no signs of weakening. He knew that if he kept maintaining the third core, his mana would run out before the battle ended. The guards rushed over in panic, loudly calling the injured young lord's name. Belinda hurried to check on the young master, while other warriors guarded around. Belinda urgently requested the young master to retreat. Her group would hold the monster back. Arthur refused, ordering everyone to leave this place. Belinda was shocked, unable to believe that order. The white-bearded man was also surprised, and asked Arthur to confirm his decision. A giant snake appeared, causing even the white-bearded man to admit he could not guarantee Arthur's safety. Arthur decisively said he could not lose them here. When Belinda asked about him, Arthur coldly replied he would destroy the monster. Belinda looked at him worriedly, thinking what Arthur had done so far was already a miracle. He drew his sword, eyes resolute, ready to sacrifice himself. The giant dragon spewed poison straight at the group. He shouted loudly, ordering everyone to retreat quickly. The army hurriedly withdrew, following his command. The group united to raise shields against the dragon's attack. He stared in amazement at everyone's determination. Everyone stepped forward, asking to fight alongside him. They admitted they had never met a commander as precious as him. Belinda and her comrades declared they would not leave him behind to retreat. Gillian declared he would draw the dragon's attention to create an opportunity. The warriors all expressed their faith and pleaded for trust from their commander. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed swordsman pondered deeply over his comrade's plea. Gillian commented on the enormous size of the creature they faced. Gillian warned about the hard red scales and deadly poison of the monster. The white and red-haired female assistant anxiously called "Young Master" upon seeing the dangerous situation. Gillian suggested aiming at the snake's injured right eye to inflict damage. The giant sword radiating magical light was summoned in midair. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed swordsman led the army, shouting to advance into battle. The soldiers responded in unison to their commander, showing readiness to fight. The giant snake roared fiercely, preparing to attack the opposing army. The warriors charged simultaneously to attack the giant red monster. The red-haired warrior delivered a strong slash inside the monster's body. He continued with a horizontal slash across its mouth, causing it to roar in pain. Gillian gathered strength and chopped his axe into the monster's body, blood splattering everywhere. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed swordsman dashed straight at the monster's head with determined eyes. He struck a powerful blow to the monster's eye, making it scream in agony. Arthur thought that even knowing the future beforehand, things still did not go as wished. However, he understood that if he did not act, many would lose their lives. He knew he could not let that happen. Arthur descended from the sky and delivered a finishing sword strike to the dying red monster. The white-haired swordsman charged down with fierce will, shouting that only he knew the future of this land. The blazing sword sliced through the giant red monster's body, causing a fierce explosion. The white-haired maid, the red-haired man, and the silver-bearded man were shocked, calling out, "Young Lord!" The downward slash struck the enemy with unstoppable destructive power. The straight slash tore the enemy apart, leaving behind blood-stained ruins of dark red and black. The blonde warrior in blue armor launched a counterattack, bravely confronting the monster. The group of three watched the strike in amazement, their eyes full of hope. The blonde warrior, eyes resolute, declared himself the future of the land of Perdium. The scene shifted to the majestic Perdium castle, where power and fate were decided. A fist slammed on the table angrily, accompanied by a shout, "This is a serious crime, sir." Albert angrily accused Ghislaine of entering the forest without permission. Albert blamed Homer's long absence for Ghislaine thinking he was the landowner. Hummon calmly stated that 2 weeks had passed since Ghislaine entered the forest. Skaven was imprisoned for falsifying reports to help Ghislaine, facing the risk of losing his knight title. Albert urged immediate action against Ghislaine upon his return to avoid further trouble. Ghislaine's father quietly repeated his son's name, his eyes full of contemplation. Randolph hurried in, urgently calling the Lord Master. Randolph suggested everyone come to see an important matter happening. Randolph announced that young Lord Ghislaine had returned, shocking everyone. Ghislaine, cloaked in red, silently passed through the city gate, returning to Perdium Castle. Cecil sat in a meeting with the leaders in the solemn hall of the family. The black-bearded man frowned suspiciously at Sust. The silver-haired gentleman was also surprised by Sust's appearance. The long-haired man coldly observed without saying a word. Sust calmly greeted his father in the tense atmosphere. The long-haired man angrily repeated the ban on exploring the monster forest. Sust bowed his head to apologize, but still affirmed that the action was necessary. The white-haired gentleman reacted harshly because Cecil disobeyed his father's order. The warrior in blue armor criticized that the action could cause disaster. Cecil asserted that everything was fine and no danger had occurred. The two gentlemen were angry when contradicted in front of others. A middle-aged man questioned Cecil because of his indifferent attitude. Cecil listened as the other side agreed to overlook the incident in the monster forest. The other person presented new evidence and demanded an explanation. Sust was surprised when reading the letter from Count Ruffle. In the letter, Cecil was accused of threatening Lady Amelia to seize 20,000 gold. The Count angrily cut off all aid and cancelled the engagement with the Perdium territory. Cecil realized the letter was real and could be exploited through the Count's greed. Lady Amelia's alliance with the enemy showed she would stop at nothing to harm Cecil. Cecil lost all leverage with Amelia. All evidence was now considered fabricated. If he had been even slightly late, he would have been detained at the territory. He knew well that time was not on his side. The gray-haired man anxiously called out, "Young master." Another person demanded he return 20,000 gold due to the urgent situation. That amount was enough to maintain the entire night squad for many months. He calmly replied, "I have already spent it all. All the money was used to develop the monster forest." The room fell silent at his confession. The gray-haired man angrily accused him of wasting money on a useless place. He apologized and avoided mentioning the event at Rayful. A silver-haired gentleman angrily accused Ghislaine Perdium of being a criminal and ordered his arrest. The blonde young man affirmed he would provide support instead of Ghislaine, including the 20,000 gold. Ghislaine was surprised and asked what that declaration meant. The young man called Belinda to bring in the evidence. He asserted he would not develop the project if it did not yield concrete results. The entire council was stunned when looking at the brightly glowing chest. The young man declared that it was the highest quality rune stone. Everyone panicked upon realizing it was a genuine rune stone. A trembling gentleman asked about the origin of that precious item. The young man revealed they had mined it from the monster forest. The glowing stone confused the old steward because of its great value but small quantity. The blond young man affirmed confidently. A large amount of ore and monster corpses fell down, shaking the entire square. The transporter hurriedly collected rune stones and does and hides. A white-haired gentleman asked Homer in astonishment if he had seen wrong. Homer confirmed all were results from the expedition, led by the young master. Belinda reported they still had many rune stones left in the abandoned mine. The young master affirmed the initial goal was to save the land, so he would use the treasure for it. An official reported that the current amount of rune stones was enough to turn around the financial situation. The two gentlemen were stunned, speechless due to surprise. The blond young man remained silent as two people placed their hands on his shoulders to congratulate him. The two adults kindly congratulated and offered to help him after the expedition. The man in the blue cloak said there were some conditions attached to the support fund that surprised him. He requested to release Scoven and Ricardo because they only followed his orders. He requested to continue banning civilians from entering the monster forest to avoid trouble. The two adults pondered, then admitted this request was reasonable. He wanted to manage recruitment and deployment of mercenaries himself. The nobles were alarmed, thinking he intended to build a private army. An elderly gentleman scolded him for being in a position to apologize, not to make demands. He replied that he only made conditions to replace Rayfold in financially supporting Perium. Ghislaine warned that causing trouble would seriously affect Perium's finances. Albert panicked and urged Homern to speak up to salvage the situation. Randolph suddenly shouted, causing Ghislaine to turn and look at everyone. The mercenaries approached, welcomed by Ghislaine and Belinda. The white-bearded man reported that the runestone transport was nearly complete, just awaiting orders. The red-haired man reported that the does und hides had been processed as requested and asked about the snake carcass. Ghislaine ordered the snake parts to be separated for preservation. Randolph was instructed to assess and report on the mercenaries' strength. Randolph was amazed and did not understand how Ghislaine could recruit those people. Randolph looked at Ghislaine with admiration. Ghislaine observed the mercenary formation gathering behind, silently nodding they looked like an elite team. Ghislaine's father, Count Zwolta Perium, admitted the difficulty in making stubborn mercenaries obey orders and praised Ghislaine for his considerable effort. Ghislaine humbly replied, "No, father. Without them this expedition could not have succeeded." Count Perium was silent for a moment, then softly exhaled and nodded in agreement with a single word, "Very well." Without hesitation, he turned his back and ordered, "Let's return." The sudden change made some people exclaim in surprise, My lord." Before leaving, the Count only said, "This time I will let you off, Ghislaine." Ghislaine stood silently, eyes wide with surprise. Zwolta Perium sternly warned his son, if he dared to disobey again, be ready to bear the consequences. Despite the severity, Sust remained calm, thanked his father, and accepted becoming the heir of this land. Zwolta turned away, acknowledging his son carried the spirit of the Northern Wolf, the symbol of the cold borderland. The title Northern Wolf was bestowed upon Count Perium, the protector of the northern border of the kingdom of Lathanua, between white snow and danger. Cecile recalled, his father, Zwolta Perium, was a solitary man bearing responsibility amid weakened forces and a poor treasury. In the far north where war never ended, Sust's father, the Count of Perium, devoted his life to protecting this land, despite the loss of his wife Aluna and even his own son. However, his end was a tragic death, surrounded by fire and enemy corpses, his body full of wounds. Though he sacrificed everything, he was forgotten in the flow of time. Back in the present, after completing a major mission, Gudrun breathed a sigh of relief. The white-bearded man also turned to ask Sust if he would return to the castle. Belinda remained pensive beside them. Cecil firmly refused. He did not intend to rest, ordering full preparations to be ready to depart at any time. Belinda was stunned, unable to hide her concern for his condition. The white-bearded man seriously advised Sust to rest because he was overexerted. Belinda also reminded him that surviving the body of the blood python was a miracle. Belinda angrily questioned him, her red-rimmed eyes shining with reproach. She could not hide her frustration when mentioning how hard she had worked to detoxify her master. The main character gently placed his hand on her chest, cutting off the rising emotions. He called her name, sincerely and calmly. "Please," the master's plea stunned Belinda. In that moment, her strong eyes revealed hesitation. Belinda decided to side with him. Beside her were two new companions, a red-haired warrior with pale blue eyes and a large silver-bearded man with a cold expression. As the main character left, Belinda quietly followed. He knew news of the Runstone mine had spread far and would soon attract enemies wanting to seize this land. Sweat rolled down his cheek. Cecil told himself, "I must expand my power as soon as possible." His determination left no way back. He looked up at the land below, vowing to reach the pinnacle of power, where no one would dare challenge him again. Suddenly, Sust soared into the sky. The whole group shouted in alarm, "Young lord!" Sust's choice had begun to write a new chapter for this land. A giant glass wall poured dim purple light into the gloomy room. A messenger pigeon flew to the man sitting on the throne amid the cold darkness. The pigeon gently landed, perching on the man's hand, carrying a tightly bound scroll of letters. The man calmly took the scroll. His golden eyes flashed with vigilance as he read the words inside. The message in the letter: the monster forest has begun to be cleared. The order was given to ignite war with the Dugata clan and destroy the land of Perium. Only then would the Duke reveal himself. Victor's eyes sparked with a cold flame. He repeated in his mind, "Destroy Perium." In a dark great hall, Victor sat on the highest throne. Around him was a secret council. One spoke. "The time has come." Another asked, "Are we going to turn Puddam into a no-man's land?" The council confirmed, "If Puddam is destroyed, the Duke will appoint a new lord." The plan began to be set in motion. Victor asked, "How many of my men are still in Puddam?" A man answered, 2 aides and 1 knight remain in the territory." Victor ordered, "Send 2 aides to the land of Dugada." He planned to use the death of the young Dugada heir, once thought missing and confirmed dead in Puddam, as a pretext to start the war. An emergency meeting took place among members of the secret organization. When Victor's name was mentioned, everyone was shaken. He, Desmond's strongest card, had been played. If Frank had not failed, Puddam would have fallen long ago without Victor. A member voiced doubts. Although trusting Victor's abilities, he believed using the hidden card too early was reckless. Until now, they had always acted discreetly in the shadows. The reason was revealed: the monster forest. Its clearing forced the organization to act early, intervening directly in Puddam, something never done before. All decisions were made by Duke Delphine. He was the head of the organization, and all members had to obey absolutely, no questioning, no hesitation. In the blazing purple light, Victor, with glowing golden eyes and cold blue hair, gave a brief order. "Prepare for war." The conflict officially began. A tall man with a proud aura stepped out of the darkness. He was Count Desmond, Harold Desmond, a nobleman with a cold and authoritative presence. His sharp golden eyes gleamed dangerously. Harold Desmond quietly asked, "Does anyone else know about this?" His voice deep, carrying deadly intent. A sound tore through the wind, glass shattered. Desmond's anger was unhidden. The fury erupted, bringing signs of destruction. In a luxurious room, a maid screamed in panic, "Guslan Puddam!" a name that seemed to freeze the air. The silver-haired man beside her gripped his sword tightly. The loyal soldier gently supported the trembling lady. "Miss," his voice warm but clearly alert. The danger from Harold Desmond had gone beyond control. The short-haired noblewoman with red eyes, the mastermind behind many political plots, clenched her teeth in anger upon learning Guslan had seized the Runstun mine with the very 20,000 gold she had invested. She roared in frustration. Even hearing the wildcats to assassinate him had failed. Because of Guslan, she had to humble herself to beg her father to cut aid to Puddam, only to receive disgrace in return. The gray-haired man with a stern face standing nearby calmly spoke. "This is unlike you at all, miss." This was a new character, a loyal subordinate, calm but sharp. The reminder stunned the noblewoman. She took a deep breath, trying to suppress the raging anger boiling in her chest. Finally, she calmed down and admitted, "You are right. I was too emotional." Although still unsettled inside, she understood the need to keep her reason to continue her scheme. The short-haired lady clenched her hand decisively, declaring that what had happened could no longer be changed. The warrior guard bowed slightly, ready to await her new orders. Looking at the strategy table, she analyzed the situation. If Puddam had truly found the Runstun mine, they would quickly overcome their financial crisis. Surely they were celebrating now. But she warned, celebrating was premature. The most important thing was that they still had not sold any magic stones. According to intelligence, the mine had only been exploited 2 days ago, too short a time to build an effective distribution network. The red-eyed noblewoman's cold gaze recognized a weakness in the opponent's plan. She was determined to exploit it to gain advantage. Her companion, a male noble with slick-back hair, questioned where the Runstun was sold. The noblewoman asserted there was only one place in the north that could buy this precious mineral. The Crimson Magic Tower, the most powerful magic tower in the north, appeared. It was under the control of a 7th Circle Archmage and was the only destination that could purchase Runstun. The noblewoman planted a flag marking the route. She understood that magic towers always thirsted for Runstun for research, so she decided to have the wildcats ambush the transport routes leading to the tower. The plan was set. The target was not Guslan, but the labor group transporting Runstun. Using a quick strike tactic, they would isolate the convoy and seize the Runstun for themselves. A gray-haired warrior worriedly warned. To the north was still the Flame Magic Tower in Brabant territory. Was it wise to concentrate all forces on the Crimson Magic Tower? However, the short-haired, red-eyed noblewoman rebutted. She affirmed that the Flame Tower had declined, now only a shadow of its former self. With his greed, Guslan would surely choose Crimson, which offered a much more attractive deal. The noblewoman clenched her fists, her eyes burning with hatred. Her resolute declaration rang out, "This time I will take everything from you." "Guslan Puddam!" A furious shout echoed, blending with the sight of the magnificent castle appearing under a gloomy sky. That was where Guslan resided. Inside the city, a man with messy blonde hair and a body bandaged with wounds suddenly woke up startled. His heart raced, as if sensing something bad was about to happen. The silver-haired swordsman launched a deadly strike from above, the light from his glowing purple sword piercing deep into the deathly black hole before him. Behind him appeared a fierce illusion of a monster, symbolizing the danger swallowing everything. He pierced through the thick flesh of the giant monster. Red blood erupted violently. Around him, toxic gases and acid smells began to spread. He fell deep inside the monster's body just as it started digesting. Before the prey reached the esophagus, acid secreted from the inner walls corroded everything. The blonde swordsman, Sust, carefully defended himself, fighting by dodging and slicing through each layer of living tissue. Mana from the third energy node in Sust's body burned the acid on contact, protecting him from corrosion. However, the toxic fumes produced by the reaction made the air suffocating and deadly. Most prey collapsed or died before passing through this toxic layer, but Sust's eyes remained sharp and full of will to survive. He was not an easy prey to digest. The warrior gritted his teeth, enduring extreme pain. His blazing red eyes showed iron will. I must endure, otherwise everything will collapse. In his mind appeared images of a castle and deep red blood, symbols of family, the expedition, and a future he could not lose. He collapsed amid the invading toxic air. If he could not avoid the poison, then he would make it part of his strength. The toxin spread throughout his body, but the warrior focused all his spirit to direct it toward the brightly glowing mana core within him. The 3 mana cores spun violently. The powerful magical flow within the core helped neutralize the toxic energy, saving his life and his last hope. Sust concentrated intensely. The mana flowing inside his body was controlled with such finesse that only those who had reached the superhuman realm could achieve it. Sust's eyes flashed as mana gathered into a vortex. He had opened a deep vision, a place where only true strong warriors could see the essence of mana. Sust suppressed the energy inside his body. He transformed it into an alternative fuel source, strong enough to withstand a massive mana explosion. After surpassing the life and death limit, Sust woke up. His blue eyes opened, calm but carrying a strange feeling. He had changed. Sitting up in bed, Sust exhaled softly. His chest was still bandaged, but he clearly felt his body had fully recovered. I feel so relieved, he murmured. Sust awoke in a familiar room. He held his head, trying to recall everything. His father's last words before losing consciousness still echoed in his mind. I forgive you. As he turned, Sust was surprised to find Alana sitting by the bed. Her big round eyes silently watched her brother. Unable to hold back her emotions, Alana rushed to hug Sust. He was stunned, not expecting his sister to be here in flesh and blood after all that had happened in the old timeline. Alana buried her head in her brother's chest, quietly sobbing. She said he had been unconscious for 2 days since returning, causing everyone great worry. Alana looked up, her eyes teary but full of affection. Her gentle voice softly said, "Hello, my brother." Sust opened his eyes, quietly looking at the girl near him. In the hazy moment between reality and memory, he whispered, "Alana." Suddenly, a platinum-haired girl, not Alana, reacted strongly. Her unexpected punch sent Sust flipping back onto the bed. The girl panicked and ran outside, shouting, "Balunda, he's awake." Sust sat up, his face calm but his eyes still unclear. 2 days, Sust thoughtfully counted the time. His body was still wrapped in bandages, recalling the fierce battles before. Sust recalled, after escaping the body of the python serpent, he was only temporarily treated by Balunda before continuing his journey. He had tried to endure until selling the runstun, but his youthful body would not allow it. Sust checked his body after 2 days of intense training. Although he had pushed himself to the limit before, he now felt in excellent condition. When removing the leg bandages, Sust clearly sensed something unusual. The recovery time was much faster than normal, causing him to become suspicious. Not only recovering quickly, Sust realized his endurance had significantly improved. At the same time, his total mana pool increased without clear reason. Mana light radiated from his chest, making Sust even more certain the mana attribute inside his body had changed. Sust suspected that the process of neutralizing the blood python's toxin with his mana core had caused the snake's energy to merge into his body, causing this transformation. Sust stared at his body, amazed by the effectiveness of this new method. It was something he had never known in his previous life. Although nearly dying was unintended, the result made him feel it was completely worth it. His body was now full of power. He clenched his fist tightly, his eyes flashing with determination. With this method, he could grow much faster than before. Sust pondered for a moment. Although eager to continue testing his new strength, there was a more important matter ahead, selling the runstun. 2 days had passed. Surely news of it had spread. He put on his clothes, preparing to step outside. Though holding a great secret, Sust knew that the next step would decide the fate of the entire territory. Sust opened his eyes, immediately thinking about calling mercenaries. His determined gaze showed he was ready to act. Hearing a knock on the door, Sust guessed it was Balunda. He turned and called out, telling her she didn't need to knock anymore. The door opened, but instead of Balunda, a man in blue armor entered first, followed by 2 women. The large man with long silver hair and blue armor led the way. Behind him were Balunda and another Blunda girl, both looking tense. The man in blue armor looked at Sust seriously and quietly said, "You're awake." Sust was shocked to see the man standing before him. His eyes widened and he stammered in shock. "Father." Zwoltaputuum, Count of the Northern Lands, Sust's father, entered the room with a calm gaze. He heard from Belunda that Sust had been poisoned when he dared to jump into the mouth of the blood python. He asked, "Are you all right?" Sust replied briefly, "Yes, as you see." Zwolta nodded, his expression softening slightly. "Good, that's a relief," he said, simple words filled with concern. Belunda hurried forward, her face still panicked. She placed her hand on Sust's cheek, worried. "You fainted suddenly and scared me to death. Are you really okay?" Sust answered firmly, "I'm fine." While Belunda's hand was still on Sust's cheek, Zwolta's calm voice called out, "Guslan!" Both Sust and Belunda startled and turned around. Sust was stunned, his heart trembling slightly at the seriousness in the voice. Zwolta spoke sternly, looking directly at Guslan. "Do you have time to talk with me for a moment?" With a resolute gaze, he continued, "I have a request for you." Guslan frowned slightly, his eyes showing caution. "A request." Sust followed his father, Zwoltaputuum, into a large and solemn training hall. The sound of footsteps echoed in the silent space, signaling that an important training session was about to begin. Cecil slightly frowned as he looked around. This was the first time in his life that he had a private training session with his father. In the past, he always avoided him for fear of being scolded. Recalling his past life, Cecil remembered the constant fear of his father's stern gaze. He used to avoid facing him whenever possible just to escape being reprimanded. Zwolter spoke first, gently apologizing for calling Cecil immediately after he had just woken up. But Cecil only smiled, saying that his body had fully recovered after 2 days of rest. Cecil turned to his father with a determined look. He asked directly, "So, what is the favor you mentioned?" Zwoltaputuum, with a pensive expression and serious eyes, was staring into the distance. In that moment, he seemed to be contemplating something very important. A close-up of Zwolter's deep eyes revealed the worries and inner conflicts simmering within the cold father, known as the Northern Wolf. From behind him, Cecil slowly approached. His gaze was calm, but inside he felt heavy under the silent atmosphere between father and son. Sust recalled what his mother once said when he was young. "Your father cannot reveal his true self to others." Doubts arose in his heart, wondering if this was what his mother had hinted at. In a childhood memory, Sust sat beside his mother on a grassy hill during a peaceful sunset. Her gentle voice echoed, "Your father cannot let others see his true self." Those words now deeply etched into his mind. Sust was astonished to hear something unbelievable. "He can." Elena lay in Belinda's arms, recounting that Cecil once said he had to become a strong pillar for this land, so he always hid his true feelings. Elena smiled, recalling the only time Cecil was honest, when he confessed his feelings to her. She looked at Cecil gently, advising him to understand and sympathize with that side of his brother's personality. Elsewhere, Sust's silver-haired father solemnly held a sword and ordered, "Raise your weapon." He was not good at expressing emotions, but that was how he showed care. Sust stood in the vast hall, his eyes determined but unable to hide his tension. In front of him was his cold father, Zwoltaputuum, holding a sword and waiting. "Yes, father," Cecil replied, gripping the sword hilt tightly. The two entered the duel, no unnecessary words, only a heavy silence. Zwolter struck first. He rushed forward with incredible speed, delivering a powerful slash that forced Cecil to exert all his strength to block. The clash of swords was continuous. Cecil gritted his teeth, enduring each heavy blow from his father, trying to maintain his defense amid a storm of strikes like thunder. Though pushed back, Cecil did not retreat. He began to counterattack, each sharp sword stroke creating a fierce battle between father and son, between tradition and the desire to surpass. Sust concentrated his strength to block the tall opponent's strike. The powerful sword swing created a shockwave that distorted the space. Despite being overwhelmed, Sust's eyes remained cold and unwavering. The two briefly separated after their first sword clash. The long-haired opponent stood upright and steady, while Cecil held his sword low, observing cautiously. Cold air spread around, tension enveloping the space. Sust squinted, clearly feeling the pressure from the sword. "It's really heavy," he thought silently. His body had to tense fully to withstand, not just because of the weight, but due to the technique and willpower of that man. Standing before Sust was a silver-haired man, his father. "So this is my father's swordsmanship," Sust realized. The strikes he delivered were honed to conquer the northern barbarians, carrying destructive power in every slash. The veteran swordsman charged forward, swinging his sword in rapid succession with extreme speed and force. The sword strokes sliced through the air, relentless like a storm, forcing Cecil to defend at maximum to survive this brutal trial. Sust's father, a seasoned warrior, wielded his sword with sharp technique, yet each strike retained a gentleness. It was the demeanor of a swordsman who used his blade not only to kill but to protect everything. He continued to pour his strength into the attack, rushing straight at Cecil. His serious gaze seemed to convey a message through each heavy heavy sword strike. Father and son clashed with terrifying speed. Their swords intertwined fiercely, blue-white flashes exploding in the hall like two colliding whirlwinds. Sust's father's eyes suddenly widened. In that brief moment, he noticed something unusual about his son. Cecile counterattacked strongly. With precise and powerful strikes, he pushed back his father's offense. His blonde hair flew backward, his eyes determined. Cecile was gradually proving himself worthy of that sword. Both swung their swords with intense focus. Cecile had entered a full offensive stance, no longer the passive student he once was. The duel continued in the vast hall. Their sword strokes drew powerful arcs in the air. They faced each other in balance. Sus delivered the finishing blow, his gaze cold yet calm. His sword's blade stopped right at the opponent's neck, a strike both decisive and controlled. The silver-haired swordsman stood motionless, sweat beading on his skin. The blade touched his neck. He was stunned, unable to hide his surprise at Cecile's growth. Finally, he sheathed his sword and spoke softly but proudly. "You have improved greatly." Sust quietly turned away, his eyes still calm as always. However, Cecile's eyes suddenly grew serious. He seemed to be contemplating something deeper after the praise. The long-haired man thoughtfully offered advice. "When facing an opponent head-on, try loosening your grip on the sword. You are strong enough to defeat monsters, but don't let your opponent easily read your intentions." Cecile tilted his head in thought. "Is that so?" he murmured, then admitted. "I usually rely on feeling to predict my opponent's movements during battle." Cecile's eyes widened slightly, as if he had just realized something. He fell into silent reflection. "Now that I think about it, this is the first time someone has taught me," Cecile thought quietly. A strange yet deeply respectful feeling arose within him. He recalled, his swordsmanship was born from instinct, from life-or-death battles, not from any formal training method. He had overlooked many things because he had never been properly taught. Now, his father, the man he once felt distant from, pointed out blind spots he had never seen before. Sust always thought he could only rely on himself, struggling alone, growing through combat with no one to help. But for the first time, someone quietly guided him. And then he realized, perhaps being taught wasn't as bad as he had thought. A feeling of relief mixed with silent gratitude spread within him. Cecile raised his head and looked directly at the father he had kept at a distance. He sincerely expressed his thanks. His father, always stern, was slightly startled, his eyes briefly flickering. He admitted that today he had originally intended to scold Cecile for a previous wrongdoing. Although Cecile had made great contributions, breaking the rules could not be overlooked. His father warned, if everyone used excuses to break laws, society would fall into chaos. Cecile remained silent, accepting the admonition without resistance. But his father also acknowledged Cecile had changed. No longer someone merely eager to gain merit as before, Cecile was now aiming for something greater, an ideal beyond personal glory. He turned and walked away, leaving this advice. "Continue as you are now. Think of the land of Perium and those around you. Bear the responsibility of an heir." Cecile stood still, repeating in his mind, "Responsibility, huh?" A spark appeared in his eyes. "Ah, right." Cecile called out, "Oh yes, father once said he had a favor to ask, but until now he still hasn't said what it is." His father stopped amid the fatting mist covering the training ground, not responding to his son's words. Sust's long-haired father pondered for a moment, hesitating before speaking. He turned back, his gaze serious but somewhat shy, asking Cecile if he had a little extra money. Scene shifts to the forward station in the monster forest. The purple-cloaked, blunda-hud warrior, Sust, walked among a crowd of soldiers and mercenaries, attracting all eyes. The soldiers and warriors from various groups watched Sust closely. Some wore black cloaks, others iron armor, and a muscular, bald man with a moon symbol on his head also turned to look. Amid the tense gazes, Sust gave a slight smile, calm, confident, as if fully in control of the situation. Sust Pudum smiled calmly as he faced the mercenary group, sincerely asking them, "Is everyone doing well these days?" The entire army, from armored soldiers to mercenaries, responded in unison with fiery spirit. "Very well, master." Besides Sust was Belunda, always loyally by his side. Two familiar warriors, Gordon and Gillian, stepped forward to greet Cecile. Gordon remarked that he looked healthier than before, while Gillian asked, "Have you fully recovered, young master?" Cecile bowed slightly, apologizing for making them wait so long. Cecile looked seriously at Gillian and asked, "Gillian, how is Rachel's condition?" Gillian was moved and choked up for a moment, then nodded slowly. He whispered, "I never thought I'd see her walk again." Gillian bowed deeply in gratitude, saying it was all thanks to Sust. His words carried deep appreciation. Cecile smiled gently, replying briefly, "Glad to hear that." Cecile gathered his closest allies, Belinda, Gillian, and Kaor. He prepared to reveal something important, his voice more serious than usual. Cecile declared frankly, "Our land is in danger." His eyes were cold, reflecting determination to face the challenge. The three, Gillian, Belinda, and Kaor, were stunned by the news. All three could not hide their worry and surprise on their faces. Inside the command tent, Cecil recounted the entire event of the day Alina was attacked, his gaze resolute. He narrated how he had thwarted the plot to kill Alina and use her death to ignite a war. Cecil also revealed that he had discovered the body of the young master of the de Garde family, a clear piece of evidence of the dark conspiracy. And finally, he warned them about those silently watching and targeting the land of Puddle. Cecil concluded solemnly, "They have been watching us for a long time. We don't have enough time or resources to prepare for an attack." Belinda worriedly urged Cecil to report this to his father or the vassals, but Cecil firmly refused, believing the timing was not right. Sust explained, after the betrayal of the guards who once protected Aluna, it was possible that among the vassals there were also double agents. He wanted to keep this matter within a small, trusted group. Images of two traitorous knights appeared, those who once smiled cunningly before striking, making Cecil's concerns even more justified. Cecil frankly admitted they could not yet know who was loyal and who was a traitor. Revealing too soon might cause the enemy to act first. Belinda hesitated slightly, but did not object. The atmosphere in the strategy tent was tenser than ever. Sust thoughtfully acknowledged that thanks to Aluna's survival, he had more time to prepare. However, discovering the run-stun mine meant the enemy would no longer remain idle. Cecil calmly but resolutely faced reality. A fierce battle was approaching, unavoidable. The atmosphere in the meeting tent grew tense. The four remained silent, each burdened with their own thoughts about the upcoming strategy. The muscular red-haired warrior smiled, speaking with enthusiasm. "Just give the order and I will do it." His absolute trust in Sust was clear. He openly expressed that accompanying Sust was an exciting and worthwhile experience, showing the strong team spirit forming. The large white-bearded man looked directly at Cecil with determined eyes. He declared firmly that he had sworn loyalty and would fight to the end for the young master. Belinda suddenly stood up, her face flushed with emotion. She shouted, declaring that no one but her could protect Sust, expressing deep attachment and determination to stand by him. Sust smiled softly. Inside, he seemed filled with warmth and gratitude for the unconditional loyalty from his close comrades. In the dark night, Cecil recalled the harsh reality. The greatest enemy of the Perium family was the Duke Delphine family. Alongside them were Count Desmond and Amelia, those under Delphine's command, plotting to plunge Perium into chaos. Count Desmond appeared with sharp yellow eyes, exuding arrogance. Right before him was Amala, her eyes blazing red, cold, and full of scheming. This duo was the main force of the enemy faction, directly threatening the future of Puddum land. In Sust's mind, the question arose, why choose the Fire Tower? A secret behind this decision was gradually revealing itself. A strange man appeared, gray-haired and weary. He was Kovlin, a researcher formerly of the Fire Magic Tower, now living in seclusion. Kovlin approached the group, saying that if Cecil wanted to revive the Fire Tower, he needed one thing, the original flame. Cecil listened calmly. In his eyes, the goal was not just trade, but reshaping the balance of power among the magic towers. Looking toward the horizon, Cecil was determined not to let anyone manipulate him anymore. The journey to the Fire Tower would be the first step in a much larger plan. Because of her, Sust's eyes held deep determination. The Fire Magic Tower appeared magnificently in the city. In a library filled with books, a black-haired girl quietly called Professor Renato's name. She silently wondered when the promised light would come to her. Sust's group finally arrived. Before their eyes, the magnificent tower of the Flame Magic Tower stood tall. The young master rode at the front, his eyes full of determination. Gudun could not hide his amazement, his mouth agape at the scale of the tower. Beside him, the blindfolded warrior silently looked up and said thoughtfully, "I had only heard of it, never thought I would actually set foot here." The entire horse caravan slowly moved through the bustling streets. One of the warriors chuckled softly. "Just by looking, you can tell the quality of life here is completely different from the poor Puddum region." Inside the elegantly displayed shops, scrolls of magic with glowing crystal cores were neatly arranged. "So this is where magic scrolls are produced," someone exclaimed. A group of mages in purple robes were practicing magic outdoors, astonishing everyone. "Look, a mage!" someone shouted excitedly. Sust's group stopped in the square when they encountered three robed mages performing a magical ritual in broad daylight. Gudun stared in surprise, seeing magic performed live for the first time. Inside the strange curtain of light, the three mages exchanged determined glances. One by one, they synchronized their magical energy, preparing for a complex summoning or teleportation spell. From the brightly shining staff, a giant figure made of magical power began to appear. The blue magical light filled the space, making the entire area seem frozen in time. As the magical power peaked, the bodies of the mages gradually became blurry. In an instant, they all vanished from the scene as if they had never existed. The surrounding soldiers could not believe their eyes. One shouted in astonishment as the mages had completely disappeared, leaving behind looks of shock and admiration. Sust realized the spell just cast was a type of invisibility to conceal the mages' presence. He understood their appearance was unwelcome and immediately ordered his team to stay calm and avoid causing a commotion. Belunda looked up at the magnificent mage tower, expressing amazement despite knowing this place had lost its former glory. The white-bearded companion with her also spoke up, emphasizing that Brabant territory, where the tower stood, was one of the wealthiest lands in the kingdom. Sust observed the grand scene but remained suspicious. He coldly thought, on the surface, yes, indicating he did not fully trust the outward prosperity of this land. The caravan approached the Mage Tower gate. Looking at the towering structure shimmering in the light, Sust pondered the fallen, glorious past. What was once a powerful magical center now appeared quiet and almost forgot. Sust informed the group that they had arrived. Belunda looked up at the tower in astonishment, unable to see its peak from such a close distance. The red-haired companion also marveled at the vastness of the place, which had taken them quite some time to reach the main gate. Belunda suddenly startled, noticing something unusual. There was no one guarding the gate. She asked in confusion, "Where are the gatekeepers?" On the ground lay only empty armor scattered messily. It seemed the gatekeepers had disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only weapons and armor. As the group continued forward, a shout rang out from inside. "Step back!" A mysterious figure appeared and blocked them, surprising everyone. Suddenly, the abandoned armor began to tremble, emitting blue magical light and moving, as if activated by an invisible energy source. A warrior in white armor slowly stood up, eyes empty, gripping a battle axe tightly. The guards had not disappeared, had been magically summoned to protect this place. 2 armored guards blocked the magic tower's door with glowing magical axes. The guarding mage warned that no one was allowed to enter the magic tower without permission. Another mage shouted loudly, demanding identification and purpose. The white-haired woman discovered that the armored soldiers were merely puppets controlled remotely. The bodyguard introduced Guslan as the young master of the Pudum territory. The white-bearded man requested to meet the merchant to offer products from Pudum. A guard wearing a hood loudly refused, not even bothering to examine the goods. The white-haired girl reacted angrily because no one had bothered to look at the products. The hooded soldier mocked Pudum, calling it a land of trash. At the gate, magical armored soldiers appeared, driving away the white-bearded man's group. The white-haired maid with red eyes was furious, shouting back at the insults from the figure standing on the gate, pointing angrily upward. Meanwhile, Sust remained calm. Gillian turned and asked, "What do you intend to do, young master?" Sust was silent, his sharp eyes full of calculation. It seemed he already had a plan to deal with the unexpected situation before him. A mage in a blue robe appeared. He raised a staff with a crystal and sarcastically questioned Sust's decision. Sust smiled confidently, pulling out a glowing blue crystal. He calmly said, "If you call yourself a mage, surely you know what this is." The mage in the purple robe was startled. He was confused upon recognizing what Sust held, a sign that the situation had completely turned around. Someone horrified realized that what Sust held was a runstun. A caravan loaded with runstuns entered the city amid astonishment. Sust smiled provocatively, asking if they still wanted to refuse the purchase. Under pressure, the 3 bowed deeply, apologizing for not recognizing the important figure. Sulvan, the official in charge of transactions at the Magic Tower, hurriedly introduced himself and expressed readiness to serve. Sust requested to meet directly with the Tower Master to ensure the person responsible for the transaction. The man with round glasses was shocked upon hearing the name Tower Master. The tower manager quickly agreed and asked to be led to the reception room. The white-haired woman with red eyes blamed the others for their initially disrespectful attitude. As the group left, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred from above. Guslan sensed something unusual and asked the mage beside him. However, the mage gave a vague answer, saying it was nothing to worry about. Guslan looked toward the source of the noise suspiciously. He calmly said it was common when studying magic, but his eyes showed caution. A scream echoed from the fog-covered corridor. A maid fell to the floor, holding a broom, trembling before the arrival of 3 senior mages who had just entered. One of them shouted loudly, scolding the maid for daring to enter the laboratory. The girl knelt on the floor, in pain and unable to resist. A silver-haired mage wearing monocle glasses arrogantly spoke. He introduced himself as Ulfa, heir of the Magic Tower, and a 3rd-level mage. Ulfa insulted the maid as useless for lacking magical ability. 2 young mages stood in the Magic Tower's great hall. One showed dissatisfaction, grinding his teeth. "Why did her master bring her here?" The other sneered coldly. "Be grateful the Tower Master gave her a place to sleep." A young girl trembled as she spoke in a small, worried voice. But. She clutched tightly to a magic scroll, trying to keep her weak voice steady. I also have the right to use the laboratory, because I am a mage. An older silver-haired mage with glasses squinted at her sharply, smiling half-heartedly. Oh, really? The black-haired female mage raised her head, her eyes still somewhat confused. The bespectacled mage replied with a hint. Very well, we will treat you as a mage. The platinum-haired man wearing glasses, a seasoned mage, gave a faint smile. He raised his staff emitting a blazing red flame, sneered, and said, Then you should be able to use a defensive spell to block this basic attack, right? Arrogantly, he raised his hand, summoning 2 types of magic, fire and ice, that twisted tightly around his body like a whirlwind. His cold eyes commanded, Try blocking this with magic. The young girl with brown hair and bright purple eyes, startled, opened her eyes wide. A terrifying pressure was rushing toward her, leaving her almost no time to react. The mage shouted loudly, First circle magic fire missile. The beast-shaped flame shot straight at the motionless girl, carrying fierce killing intent. The girl fell to the floor, trembling as she raised her hand. With a panicked face, she stammered, defensive spell. Before she could cast anything, the flame was nearly upon her. During the test at the Magic Academy, a black-haired girl trembled as she took the full force of an attack from the examiner mage. The fire sling spell blazed fiercely toward her, causing her to scream in panic. At the moment the flame reached her, a figure appeared to shield her. It was a white-haired swordsman wearing a red cloak, using his hands and body to block the entire flame, saving the girl from a fatal blow. In that explosive moment, the swordsman swung his sword powerfully, cutting through the fire stream. The black-haired girl sitting behind him was stunned by the sudden and brave action. The intervention shocked all 3 examiners. The white-haired mage with glasses squinted to observe, while the other 2, one with dark blue long hair and one blonde, showed clear embarrassment. The black-haired girl clenched her fists, tears welling up as she was saved. The swordsman glanced at her and lightly uttered a sarcastic remark, studying magic. The white-haired warrior in the red cloak appeared imposing, his cold gaze fixed on the mage kneeling on the ground. He harshly criticized, Is this how the flame magic tower behaves? His words cutting through the silence like a blade, shaking the entire room. Inside a luxurious room, the Tower Master's meeting room, a surprised voice rang out. What? The incident outside had quickly reached the ears of the tower's leaders. The Flame Magic Tower Master, Hubert, an old mage with long white hair, sat in his chair with a worried expression. Upon hearing that the Runstun supply was depleted, he could not hide his panic. Hubert jumped up, slapping his forehead in despair. While the elders around him were still anxiously discussing, he exclaimed, Since when did we fall into this situation? The risk of being outpaced by the Crimson Tower was becoming increasingly clear. Hubert's frustration exploded. He loudly scolded the elders. I told you to prepare runstuns in advance. What have you been doing all this time? 2 old mages wearing yellow and red hats sat pensively. The one with the yellow hat angrily thought about how every time they tried to establish a runstun distribution line, it was delayed for useful reasons. He was upset that his colleague was only busy spending money on jewelry and luxury goods to curry favor with nobles. Another mage wearing a dark blue hat sat before a crystal ball, sighing as he mentioned the scarcity of runstuns. He compared the power levels between 2 mages. The Crimson Tower Master had reached rank 7, while the other was still at rank 6. The silver-haired mage reacted angrily when hearing about the Crimson Tower Master. He asserted that if he had enough runstuns, he would soon reach rank 7 as well. He warned that if runstuns ran out, the council could no longer practice magic and questioned their contingency plans. In his anger, the silver-haired mage cursed Dulmuth, the Crimson Tower Master. He was furious that a lower-ranked person had surpassed him and suspected Dulmuth had bought up all the runstuns. His frustration peaked as he complained about the exorbitant price of runstuns. A young mage wearing a brown cloak hurriedly entered, loudly calling for the Tower Musta, Ruffarung to the silver-haired mage. It seemed there was an urgent matter requiring his attention. During an important meeting, a bespectacled mage rushed in without knocking. A silver-haired noble angrily scolded him for his rudeness. However, the mage apologized in panic and urgently begged for their immediate attention. The mage shouted in despair, "Someone has brought a large amount of runstun into the city." The shocking news stunned everyone, their faces turning pale as they understood the grave threat. Both the wide-hatted mage and the long-haired noble turned to look at each other in horror. Runstun was not only rare but extremely dangerous if it fell into the wrong hands. The situation suddenly became serious. At that moment outside the Great Hall, a fire magic attack erupted. A robed mage unleashed fire magic that scorched the entire corridor. A pink-haired warrior quickly drew his sword to confront it, but the flames were overwhelmingly fierce. Sust appeared amid the chaos. With determined eyes, he drew his sword from its sheath, ready to fight. A cold gleam flashed on the blade, signaling a counterattack was about to begin. Amid the raging sea of fire, Sust swung his sword in a fierce whirlwind attack. His counterstrike was lightning fast, blocking incoming strikes from all directions. An assassin in a cloak suddenly lunged from behind amid the chaos. In that moment, Sust quickly spun around, gripping his sword hilt tightly, preparing to block the deadly blow. Two swords clashed with a sharp metallic clang. Sust held his weapon firmly, his gaze unwavering despite the imminent threat. Sust stood firm amid the flames, protecting the brown-haired girl behind him. With unstoppable momentum, he drew his sword and charged forward, splitting the surrounding fire that encircled them both. In the distance, two observers, a blond nobleman and a long-haired brown man, could not hide their shock. The girl behind Sust also widened her eyes in amazement at the scene. The bespectacled mage was horrified to see his heavy object cleaved in two by a single sword strike. Sweat poured down as he stammered in panic. "Who are you to do that?" Before he could finish, a sharp energy surged forward. The bespectacled mage, still stunned, sensed something about to pierce through him. A sword flashed, accompanied by the figure of Belunda, the white-haired maid with a red tail, appearing behind the mage. In an instant, he was completely subdued, unable to resist. Belunda pressed her sword tightly against his neck, her red eyes blazing with anger. She coldly shouted, "How dare you attack my young master?" The mage recoiled in fear, trembling as he stammered, "Who are you?" Amid the tense atmosphere, a shout tore through the air. "Everyone stop!" A new figure appeared, cutting off the confrontation with a decisive command. The one shouting was an old man with long white hair, a split beard, and blood-red eyes. He angrily bellowed, "What the hell is going on here?" Clearly a powerful figure in the Mage Council. The old mage led a group of robed examiners and strode straight to the scene. Ahead, Sust, Belunda, and Aluna remained ready to fight. The subdued mage still knelt at their feet, and the entire hall seemed frozen under the escalating tension. Vanessa, the young girl holding a staff, shouted loudly upon seeing the tower master appear. Cecil turned around, his eyes full of vigilance. Cecil ordered Belinda to release the bound man. Belinda immediately obeyed, flicking her whip hard, causing the old wizard to fall to the ground. A young trainee wearing single glasses with platinum hair, named Ulfoy, shouted loudly, calling "Teacher," when he saw the elderly wizard knocked down. The tower master appeared angrily, shouting loudly to ask what was happening. Ulfoy hurriedly rushed to embrace him, panic-stricken as he recounted the incident. Ulfoy explained that he only stopped Vanessa from entering the laboratory because she had no magical power, and he didn't want her to be in danger, but he was suddenly attacked. The white-haired girl turned to mock an old wizard who was showing emotion, teasing that he was crying like a girl. He blushed and vehemently denied it, affirming that he was a man. The black-haired girl bowed her head sadly, whispering that she just wanted to go to the laboratory. Behind her, Cecil stood silently observing, his gaze focused. Cecil said nothing, but his cold eyes seemed to be scrutinizing something. In his heart, he confirmed his initial intuition was correct. He had recognized who that girl was. A clear memory surfaced, a proud figure amidst a sea of fire, given the title The Red Nightmare by the world, Vanessa. Cecil pondered while looking at the black-haired girl, thinking silently. This was who she was before becoming the one who would spread terror in the future. Furious at the invasion of his territory, the old white-haired wizard, the fire magic tower master, roared angrily. He conjured a burning barrier in his hand, vowing to incinerate anyone who dared harm his students in the magic tower. Facing the wizard's anger, Belinda anxiously turned to ask Ghislaine, "Young master, he looks dangerous. What should we do?" Ghislaine remained calm, silently observing. The fire magic tower master continued to gather magical power, preparing to attack. But Ghislaine slowly stepped forward and calmly replied, "Please forgive me for not introducing myself earlier, fire magic tower master." Ghislaine raised his hand to his chest and solemnly stated his identity. "My name is Cecile Perium, the official heir of the Perium family." With a confident gaze and composed demeanor, Ghislaine declared his purpose for coming. "I have come to negotiate the runestone transaction." The white-haired wizard's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what was happening before him. The revelation left him completely stunned. The bald male wizard wearing glasses shouted in astonishment when he heard the word runestone, an extremely rare magical resource. The idea that someone like Cecil could possess it was unimaginable to him. Cecile Perium calmly replied with cold eyes, "I have it prepared right in front of the castle." Without hesitation, he declared in a calm but authoritative voice. The scene in front of the castle appeared, a series of carts loaded with glowing blue runestones, leaving everyone speechless. Cecil casually invited, "Want to check it yourself?" The white-haired wizard and council members stood motionless between two rows of carts filled with runestones. In front of many witnesses, the atmosphere was filled with stunned silence. Two old wizards from the magic tower were horrified. One shouted in disbelief, "Impossible!" The other asked dazedly, "How could he have obtained so many runestones?" A golden-capped wizard bowed and reported to the tower master, "Sir, there are at least 10 carts full of runestones. What should we do now?" The tower master was stunned. His eyes darkened, his face clouded as he couldn't immediately decide. The whole room seemed to hold its breath waiting for his reaction. Then the tower master burst out laughing loudly, his voice full of excitement. I never thought I would see this many runestones in my lifetime. The tower master raised his hand, his eyes shining with ambition. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. With this amount of runestones, I can crush those bastards in the red magic tower. The white-haired wizard wearing glasses showed disdain, clearing his throat lightly before criticizing. I expected much more than this. The quality of this pile of runestones is also poor. The muscular red-haired man shouted angrily. Does he know how hard we worked to gather this pile? Meanwhile, Sust stood beside him with a calm expression, saying nothing. The shy black-haired girl in a white dress, a new trainee, cautiously spoke up. Isn't this a lot of runestones? As far as I know, even one card is enough for several weeks. Embarrassed by the comment, the white-haired wizard immediately got angry and shouted at the girl. Shut up! What do you know? Go back inside right now. Turning away, the white-haired wizard muttered irritably. Renato, that bastard, left that troublesome girl for me to deal with. He was bitter because the girl was not only incompetent, but also didn't know how to read the room. Cecil remained silent, his cold eyes observing the reactions of those around him. He was waiting for the council wizard's response after his shocking action. A silver-haired wizard, seemingly a respected figure in the council, turned around and asked challengingly, Does anyone agree with her? Behind him, the wide-hatted wizards remained silent, looking awkward at the unexpected situation. The wizards began scrutinizing the runestones Cecil brought. One of them doubted. Upon closer inspection, the quality isn't very high. There's a chance they are fake, especially since they come from such a poor territory. Belunda shouted angrily, What? Sir Sust worked so hard to bring back that amount of runestones, and you dare call them fake? Sust remained calm, watching her and the council's reactions. An older wizard responded coldly. How hard he worked is none of our concern. These days there are many fraudsters. The person beside him nodded in agreement. Exactly, you can't just trust the seller's word. Two old wizards wearing yellow and blue hats presented strange blue crystals, but when they saw Cecil hesitate, they immediately asked again to confirm that the group had no intention to buy. Cecil turned his back and walked away, loudly telling his team that the fire magic tower did not need this item, signaling they would find another place to trade. At that moment, the tower master was shocked and hurriedly shouted. The tower master stared intently, gritting his teeth. Hey! The wizards accompanying him were startled and sweating nervously, promptly replying, Yes, tower master. Awkward but trying to appear kind, the tower master offered to buy back the goods to save the seller from losing out. The two old wizards were delighted, smiling cunningly behind his back. The tower master pretended to be generous, laughing loudly and declaring, Out of kindness I will buy them all. But clearly he was forced to save face in front of Cecil and the elders. A silver-haired merchant tried to bargain. However, we will buy at a price lower than the market. But Cecil coldly cut him off. I think you are misunderstanding something here. Sust turned and ordered, Kala, take all the carts back except for one. Kala was surprised. Sir. Cecil smiled meaningfully, his eyes sharp. Aren't we only planning to sell one cart? The silver-haired merchant was stunned, his face changing color. Ha! Kaor suddenly realized and grinned slyly. Ah, right. Sorry, I forgot we agreed on that. Cuckoo. Sensing something was wrong, Cecil ordered his subordinates to confiscate all the goods. Guys, take them away. The transport team immediately acted, removing the carts amid the astonishment of the guarding wizards. An older wizard, the tower master himself, angrily shouted, Dubdyuch, what do you think you're doing? Sust calmly replied in a gentle but strategic tone that there was a small mistake in the quantity of goods. With a composed expression, Cecil explained that they only needed some money for the journey to the Crimson Magic Tower, revealing his true goal. His eyes shone with confidence and initiative. Upon hearing the name Crimson Tower, the tower master immediately changed color. He could not hide his shock and surprise, exclaiming in astonishment, the Crimson Tower. The tower master quickly changed his tone, forcing a smile. Just kidding, to ease the tension of our first meeting, then proactively invited Cecil for a private conversation. The wizards behind him remained silent, some covering their faces in dismay. Cecile Perium smiled slightly, his eyes calm but full of meaning. He was ready for the next step in his plan. In front of the elder wizards, Cecil responded firmly, All right, let's do that. The hall fell into a solemn atmosphere as the discussion circle began. A white-haired wizard with a dignified appearance stood up to introduce. Let me introduce. These are the elders of the Fire Magic Tower. 4 elders wearing wizard hats of different colors were introduced. All of them are 5th Circle wizards, the introducer emphasized. Cecil nodded, showing impression. It's admirable that all are 5th Circle wizards, but his eyes revealed calmness as if this was only the beginning. The Tower Master, the authoritative white-haired wizard of the Red Magic Tower, sat solemnly in the reception room. To the remark worthy of being the second strongest in the north, he said nothing, silently observing his counterpart. The Tower Master hastily denied false rumors. He affirmed that the Fire Magic Tower was still a leading force in the north. However, Cecile, the main character, calmly replied, "Right, it doesn't matter." From afar, Cecile's team watched the situation. The white-haired female wizard with red eyes worried he was provoking the Tower Master, while the red-haired warrior smirked. He definitely has a plan. The Tower Master lost patience and cut off the conversation. He directly asked Cecile how much he wanted for the item, warning that no place could offer a better price. In response, Cecile raised 2 fingers straight up. His answer was simple and decisive: double. Cecile Perium calmly made a shocking demand. "I want double the market price." With confident eyes, he held up 2 fingers symbolizing the number 2, leaving the entire audience stunned. The wizards in the Fire Magic Tower could not hide their astonishment. One exclaimed, "D-double?" Another clicked his tongue. "He doesn't understand how the world works," an old wizard shouted loudly. "That's not how you negotiate, kid." A silver-haired wizard, seemingly the leader, angrily pointed at Cecile. "I don't know who taught you negotiation, but that's wrong. Negotiation is a compromise from both sides, not a one-sided demand." Cecile kept a calm smile and replied gently, "I just feel I need to get double the market price from the Fire Magic Tower." It was not an impulsive demand, but a calculated preparation. The wizards' reactions grew more intense. 2 old white-bearded wizards roared, "How dare you joke here? Are you mocking us?" The young white-haired man sitting before the wizards spoke casually. "Hey, kiddo." His somewhat contemptuous words immediately made the atmosphere tense. The white-haired wizard, the group leader, responded with blazing red eyes and a voice full of killing intent. "Watch yourself." He clearly showed his displeasure at the young man's indifferent attitude. The young man kept a calm gaze. No rebuttal, no fear, just silently observing the man opposite him. The white-haired wizard lowered his voice to reconcile, but with arrogance. He would tolerate the insult because the other was young. Those words only made the atmosphere more awkward. While the wizards were discussing the transaction, the young man suddenly stood up. Another wizard panicked. "Wdwa, are you getting up all of a sudden?" The atmosphere began to shift. Cecile coldly rejected the silver-haired merchant, believing he did not truly want to buy the goods. He asserted that the double price was still a favor, and if refused, he would sell to the Crimson Magic Tower. Cecile turned his back and walked away, causing the merchant to panic. Threatened by the loss of opportunity, he immediately shouted to stop him. The silver-haired merchant frantically tried to hold him back. He said he was willing to negotiate and invited Sus to return and continue the discussion. Cecile smiled coldly, responding with a mocking look. He knew he held the upper hand in the negotiation. The 3 who followed Cecile, Belinda, the white-bearded man, and Kaor, stood silently observing the situation. All 3 wore serious expressions, as if they already knew the outcome. The long-haired goat-bearded merchant was sweating nervously, but still tried to appear confident. Faced with the young man's boldness, he agreed to buy at double the market price, reasoning that he was the first to gain access. Cecile smiled calmly and nodded to agree to sell at double price, but only for a single cart of goods. The declaration shocked both the goat-bearded merchant and the old wizard beside him. They had expected to buy the entire stock, but Cecile had planned a different move. Cecile leaned back comfortably in his chair, smiling confidently. He asserted that if he told the Crimson Tower he sold 1 cart at double price, he could easily sell the rest at triple price. With sharp eyes, Cecile concluded, "So what makes you think I will sell everything here?" The white-haired wizard in a red and blue cloak glared angrily, unable to believe his ears when hearing the triple price demand. He shouted loudly, refusing to be treated as a joke. The ash-blonde male lead calmly turned his back and walked away, coldly saying goodbye. The wizard panicked, reaching out and calling after him, afraid of losing the opportunity. Unable to bear the pressure, the wizard shouted in agreement to buy all the goods at triple price. The male lead only glanced back with confident eyes, as if everything was part of his plan. He slightly curled his lips, smiling triumphantly as the deal went exactly as expected, completely under his control. Sitting firmly in the chair in the main hall of the Magic Tower, the male lead leisurely said, "Now we can really start talking. Truly the greatest magic tower in the northern region." The Tower Master, the head of the Red Magic Tower, hurriedly stood up, shouting that he would bring the money immediately, his face full of urgency and excitement. The old wide-brimmed hat wizard called after him anxiously. Just after leaving, the Tower Master blamed himself. A level 6 grand wizard like him was being led by a country bumpkin. Though he didn't understand why he got involved, he accepted it because the tower was currently short on runestones. However, he swore that if provoked again, he would burn that person alive. But before stepping out of the room, Cecile's calm voice rang out, saying he hadn't finished statting his conditions. The Tower Master paused and turned around suspiciously. The Tower Master angrily shouted, his face twisted with rage, "What now?" Cecil turned back, his eyes cold and resolute. He declared, "I want you to hand Vanessa over to me." In the magnificent hall of the Magic Tower, the main character Cecil and his comrades face the Council of Mages. Three powerful old mages sit behind a table, watching the blonde young man with suspicious eyes. The Tower Master, an elderly mage with silver hair and a long mustache, widened his eyes in astonishment. He trembled as he repeated what he had just heard. "You want Vanessa?" Cecil smiled calmly. He clearly confirmed, "Yes, Tower Master, I want that girl to become my exclusive mage." The scene shifts to a nighttime forest. Bright red pieces of meat are sizzling on a sword stuck across the campfire, a primitive way of roasting meat on the battlefield. A silver-haired warrior tied back, identity unknown, and his comrades sit by the fire. The silver-haired man speaks seriously. "Hey, the meat is burnt." It seems they are enjoying a rare, peaceful moment during their journey. Cecil and the silver-haired warrior sit quietly by the fire, silently watching the glowing flames. In the deep forest night, the two share the silence of experienced men. Cecil looks up at the starry sky, recalling the Tower Master and the exchanges at the Magic Tower. He knows well the price he must pay if he wants to have Vanessa. Across the campfire, the silver-haired warrior tied back, now confirmed as Cecil's father, still wears a serious expression. He remains silent, but his eyes never leave his son who once fell but now stands strong. Cecil smiles slightly, his gaze deepening. In his heart, a bigger plan is gradually taking shape. Vanessa is only a part of the move he is about to make. In the peaceful night, father and son continue to keep silent. The dancing flames reflect on their armor and swords, illuminating a challenging future ahead. Cecil sits quietly by the fire, takes a sip of water, his eyes briefly mocking when mentioning the name Red Nightmare, a mage who reached the 7th tier, a dazzling title that made him raise an eyebrow. Sitting beside him, a long-haired knight speaks with contempt. He says she went mad instead of following conventional magic. She chose to practice mana absorption magic, which is usually reserved for warriors. The knight continues, describing her as a walking disaster, burning everything in her path. Lords suffered from her destructive actions to the point they had to issue a kill order. Cecil remains silent. His face grows serious, giving no response, but his deep eyes hide something. The knight repeats sarcastically, "A mage reaching the 7th tier by practicing mana absorption. How strange." At this moment, Cecil only silently observes him, thoughts unknown to anyone arising in his mind. Cecile Perium sits quietly by the firelight, his eyes shining with curiosity. A bold idea is gradually forming in his mind. Turning to Claude, a loyal warrior in the team, Cecil speaks. "Claude, let's recruit her." Claude is startled, unable to hide his surprise. Cecil recalls the past. Previously, when he found Vanessa, she was nearly dead, helpless between the line of life and chaotic magic. Although never formally trained in magic, Vanessa possesses rare talent, potential to reach the 7th magic tier. With guidance, that power would bloom brilliantly. Cecil's eyes are full of determination. This time, he will definitely recruit Vanessa, not letting that talent fade away as before. The large white-bearded man, Kaor, and Belinda were all surprised upon hearing Vanessa's name. Kaor showed disdain, while Belinda lightly blamed young Master for not informing them beforehand. Cecil remained calm, as if he had planned it from the start. At the Magic Tower, the long white-haired mage and two pointed-hat mages plot to eliminate Vanessa. They see this as a convenient opportunity to sever ties, using loyalty to a man named Renato as an excuse. When facing Cecil, the long white-haired mage reluctantly praised Vanessa as an excellent mage. At the same time, he pretended to agree to her taking the mission for the tower, hiding his original intentions. A moment of shock appeared in the mage's red eyes upon hearing Cecil's true request. The change in his expression showed he was completely unprepared. Cecil looked straight ahead, his gaze sharp as a knife, clearly declaring he needed the mages for the upcoming territorial war. It was no longer a negotiation, but an order. An emergency meeting took place in the Magic Tower. The senior mages were shocked upon hearing news of a possible territorial war, something never anticipated before. Cecil calmly presented 3 bold conditions to sell the runestone. Pay triple the market price, send mages of level 3 or higher to Perium for 1 year, and assign Vanessa as his exclusive mage. Cecil's declaration stunned those present. Vanessa and her companions like Kaor and the white-bearded man were amazed by such audacity. A long-haired mage in a dark cloak, clearly a powerful figure in the tower, slowly walked in tense silence. He was preparing to respond to Cecil's request. Suddenly, that mage launched a direct attack with tremendous power, forcing Cecil to retreat defensively. The negotiation had turned into a dangerous confrontation. The window shattered amid a blaze of light as someone was forcefully thrown through the glass frame. The impact was so strong that the entire building shook. Cecile Perium appeared amidst the fiery scene, his eyes cold and sharp with overwhelming aura. His name was called out with hatred by his opponent. From the shadows, a white-haired mage with glowing red eyes appeared. His cold voice rose. He felt so disrespected that it was unforgivable. The white-haired mage angrily condemned the act of sending the Fire Magic Tower's mage to the front lines, a violation of the supreme rule. Mages must not intervene in territorial wars. He roared in fury over the tower being dragged into power schemes. With extreme anger, the mage declared this an insult to the Fire Magic Tower. He swore not to leave even ashes of anyone daring to offend the tower's honor. The large white-bearded man, along with Cain and Belinda, were suddenly shaken by a powerful pressure radiating from the opponent. The three struggled to resist, realizing the enemy was a level 6 mage, strong enough to make the space suffocating using only mana. In the room, the main character, Cecile Perium, still sat calmly on the chair, his eyes half closed. In front of him, a black-cloaked figure slowly approached, a murderous aura enveloping as if to crush his opponent. Cecile's bright blue eyes suddenly opened, his gaze sharp like a sword piercing through the night. That light was not just awakening, it was a warning to anyone who dared underestimate him. The black-cloaked mage with red eyes growled angrily, threatening, "You will regret this." His confidence was clear, but also reflected unease before Cecile's aura. Cecile stood up and calmly declared to the entire council of mages, "We have discovered a massive runestone vein in the territory." The words shook the hall. He continued, "That amount of runestone was dozens of times more than today's supply, like a deadly blow striking directly at the enemy's greed." Two elderly mages wearing pointed hats, one red, one yellow, could not hide their astonishment upon hearing Perium's proposals. They exclaimed in unison, "What?" Cecile Perium calmly looked straight at the opposing mage, emphasizing that news of the runestone vein had spread throughout the north. This meant many forces would rush to compete for it. The red-cloaked mage's face showed deep contemplation, fully aware of the danger. Cecile nodded slightly, acknowledging the opponent's quick grasp of the situation. He began taking out documents to present a specific proposal. With a persuasive voice, Cecile affirmed that Perium did not want to start a war, but only needed the Magic Tower's support to recover. In return, he promised to provide exclusive runestone to the Flame Magic Tower if he received help. The red-cloaked mage murmured in doubt mixed with excitement, "We will have exclusive runestone." The idea began to stir his greed. Cecile extended his hand, eyes full of confidence, assuring the opposing mage, "If that happens, it's only a matter of time before Flame surpasses Crimson and becomes the strongest Magic Tower." In response to Cecile's proactive gesture, the silver-haired old maid, a new character with a serious face and unreadable expression, just silently stared. For a moment, the old man's eyes flashed red, a sign that his suppressed anger was about to explode. His lips tightened, teeth clenched, a rising expression of fury, unable to accept Cecile's bold declaration. The two simultaneously gripped each other's hands in a tense, powerful handshake, a battle of wills, a tacit agreement, or a declaration of war about to begin. In the softly lit study, a powerful white-haired mage spoke in a low voice to his young apprentice, concluding the story. "And that's how it is, Ulfoy." Ulfoy froze, grasping his master's sleeve, voice trembling. He asked in panic, "Master, why me? There are so many other mages." But the master calmly replied, "Don't misunderstand. I chose you because you are the greatest genius in the history of the Fire Tower." That statement stunned Ulfoy. His golden eyes widened as he silently repeated in his mind, "The greatest genius." The assigned mission was not only an honor but also a great responsibility. The master emphasized, "This experience will help you become the future tower master. Monitor closely, don't let the peasants smuggle rune stones. If there is war, retreat immediately." The master placed his hand on Ulfoy's shoulder, eyes resolute. "Just endure 1 year. 1 more year, and you and I will make the Fire Tower the #1 Magic Tower." A man wearing a monocle, with neatly combed silver hair, silently listened to orders from his master. His face was tense, but showed no outward emotion. He turned around, eyes sharp and full of enthusiasm. Smiling slyly with confidence, he responded firmly, "Yes, master." Immediately after, his expression turned serious. His face was now tense, as if he had just realized something wrong or an unexpected presence. At the gates of Perium City, Cecile and his group, including Cain, Belinda, and Gillian, advanced with full dignity. Behind them was a loyal troop of soldiers. They had returned home. In front of them was a group of blue-purple cloaked mages, apparently representatives from the Magic Tower. An old mage in the group thoughtfully commented on the castle's architecture, classic in style, not grand but harmonious and reasonable. The young mage Ulfoy showed clear contempt upon arriving in the territory. He muttered that this place was a worthless countryside and was disappointed to have to leave the Magic Tower for this remote place. Introducing himself as a third circle mage and heir to the Magic Tower, Ulfoy acted arrogantly by assigning responsibilities to the local people, instructing them not to be careless and to do their part well. Refusing to accept this commanding attitude, Cecile maintained a cold demeanor. Ulfoy angrily insulted Cecile as a stupid country bumpkin and swore to deal with him first when he became Tower Master. Before Ulfoy's anger could subside, Cecile coldly called his name directly, causing the mage to freeze, clearly feeling the oppression from the one he had just looked down upon. With a cold tone, Cecile asked directly, "Where is Vanessa?" clearly showing concern and seriousness, while Ulfoy was still stunned after the unexpected calling of his name. A silver-haired man wearing a monocle told Cecile that she was bringing luggage from behind. Cecile stood nearby, silently observing the situation. From afar, Vanessa, a girl with long black hair wearing a white dress, appeared, dragging 2 large suitcases and carrying a heavy cylindrical object on her shoulder. Looking exhausted, she was trying hard to catch up with the group. Vanessa was panting, drenched in sweat, her face flushed from exhaustion. She was trying to stay calm despite her body being completely worn out. Upon arrival, Vanessa immediately bowed and introduced herself to Cecile in a hurried voice. "Hello, I'm Vanessa. Greetings, young lord." She placed the luggage heavily on the ground, trying to show respect. The silver-haired man sneered, sarcastically saying Cecile almost thought she wouldn't come. Cecile said nothing. He silently looked at Vanessa, his gaze calm but unreadable. His expression made the atmosphere tense and full of implication. Cecile ordered Vanessa to stop and come to him. The black-haired girl, still struggling with the luggage, replied confusedly that she hadn't finished unloading yet. A white-haired mage named Ulfoy indifferently told Vanessa to ignore it, saying that since she had been a servant at the tower, she was used to such work. He criticized her as useless because she couldn't use magic and thought she should do chores like carrying things. Cecile suddenly threw a heavy suitcase straight into Ulfoy's face, clearly showing his anger at Ulfoy's contemptuous attitude toward Vanessa. Ulfoy was forcefully pushed to the ground amid the shock of the accompanying mages. Cecile and Vanessa remained calmly standing behind. Ulfoy held his face, angrily shouting, "What is this?" unable to believe he was insulted like that in front of everyone. Cecile coldly declared before the crowd that Vanessa was no longer related to the magic tower. Now, she belonged to him, and no one had the right to command her anymore. Without hiding his threat, Cecile looked straight at the opponent. He warned that if this happened again, that person would pay with their own life. Vanessa was stunned, her eyes trembling. She did not expect anyone to stand up to protect her against the magic tower. Rage surged, Ulfoy gritted his teeth. He couldn't believe that he, the heir of the fire tower, was humiliated in front of everyone like that. Shouting furiously, Ulfoy yelled loudly, claiming to be a third circle mage, and heir to the fire magic tower. He could not endure this insult from someone he considered inferior. An angry group of mages, led by Ulfoy, a white-haired mage wearing a red and blue cloak, raised their staffs and threatened loudly. "Even if you are a noble, you have crossed the line." They declared they could burn this entire land in an instant, and decided to rise up to defend the honor of the mages. In response to that fierce momentum, Cecile silently raised his hand and sighed. His face was calm, indifferent, as if he didn't take the threat seriously at all. Immediately after, Cecile's army, composed of muscular warriors and fully armed mercenaries, advanced, surrounding the mages. The physical dominance made the mages appear small and confused before the brutal power present. Ulfoy panicked and shouted, calling his opponents barbarians for daring to draw weapons in front of mages. He demanded to be treated according to his status as a mage, completely unaware that the situation had reversed. Cecile lost patience. He looked straight at Ulfoy and coldly said, "Shut up, Ulfoy," a decisive statement that stunned the entire mage faction. Cecile coldly reminded the mage wearing glasses about the clear agreement with the Tower Master. He affirmed that he had full authority to control the mages for 1 year, in exchange for exclusive supply of runestone. Cecile emphasized this mage's sole role in Perium, a living mana bundle in reserve. He warned that if he wanted to be treated well, he should obediently fulfill that duty. Cecile's words made the mage with glasses extremely angry. He shouted, unable to accept being called a living mana bundle. Cecile ordered Gillian and Kaor to deal with these people. Both stepped forward, shocking the group of mages. Kaor sneered mockingly, recalling their glorious days at the magic tower. Meanwhile, Gillian stood seriously behind, ready to guide them to adapt to the new land. An enemy with silver hair wearing a monocle and noble attire trembled with rage. His face twisted with anger, shouting, "Why you, miserable human beings?" Clearly, he was not human, or at least did not consider himself part of them. Amid that terrifying shout, Vanessa, the girl with long black hair and pale purple eyes, stood still in the square. On her shoulder was a large staff, sweat beading her skin. Despite her calm appearance, she could not hide her tension. Cecile stepped closer, calling her name in a calm voice. "Vanessa," she startled and quickly replied. "Why, yes, young lord." Her whole body straightened reflexively, showing both respect and nervousness. Cecile looked straight into Vanessa's eyes and declared, "Do not take orders from anyone other than me, because you are my exclusive mage." Those words were not just an order, but recognition, binding, and protection. Vanessa was stunned. Her cheeks flushed pink, eyes wide open, motionless for a few seconds. Emotions surged, but she could not speak. At that moment she knew she had been chosen, not just as a mage, but as Cecile's personal mate. Vanessa bowed her head, her sorrowful face showing worry. Doubts from others seemed to weigh heavily on her mind, especially since she could not use magic herself. She cautiously spoke to Cecile, her face shy. But I, as Alfoy said, I can't use magic. Being your exclusive mage, then." Cecile responded with a short but decisive sentence. "Follow me." No more words were needed. His eyes clearly showed determination. Cecile smiled gently, reaching out his hand before her. "I will help you use magic." That was a promise, and also the beginning of Vanessa's journey to change her destiny. In the dim, dust-covered hall of the Electric Palace, Cecile strode decisively ahead. Behind him was Vanessa, the girl carrying a staff, walking silently in a white dress, her eyes heavy with worries. Vanessa slightly turned her face to the side. Her pale purple eyes reflected concern and anxiety. A small bead of sweat on her temple further revealed the unease in her heart. Cecile stopped, his deep voice calling her name. "Vanessa!" Vanessa immediately startled, clutching her staff tightly, and hurriedly replied, "Why, yes, young lord." Cecile turned to look at her. His gaze was serious as he asked, "What level have you reached in magic studies?" Vanessa timidly answered, "You up to the 5th circle, just the theory, though." Cecile slightly narrowed his eyes, a cold blue light appearing. He nodded lightly and smiled with satisfaction. "5th circle, huh? Excellent." The black-haired girl silently bowed her head, her pale purple eyes showing emptiness and helplessness. A silence enveloped the scene. She gripped her staff tightly, her eyes full of sorrow. "But it's all useless, because I cannot use magic," she said, her voice choked with emotion. The blonde-haired young man standing beside her gently asked, "Is there a specific reason why you cannot use it?" The girl turned her back, her voice low and sad. "Because since childhood I have been unable to sense mana." Nevertheless, she once believed that if she tried hard enough, one day magic would come to her. But the deeper she studied, the more she realized that day would never come. The black-haired girl hugged her staff tightly, her eyes filled with sadness. With a choked voice, she spoke of her late teacher, the only one who had guided her on the path of magic. After her teacher's death, she felt abandoned and isolated. With no one to protect her, she was expelled from the place she once called home. The blonde swordsman, Cecile, listened attentively. His eyes bore no judgment, only quietly observing the person before him. When Cecile used his sensing ability, he discovered the girl possessed magic power at level 5, a rank equal to the elders of the magic tower. Cecile recalled the teachings about magic. It's not just memorizing incantations, but requires intuition, understanding the activation principles, and the ability to channel one's will into magic. This made him even more impressed with the girl. Vanessa understood the theory of magic in her mind, but her body still could not keep up. To overcome this limit, she had to endure countless failures and relentless efforts. However, Cecile, the leader of her, understood this. He gently affirmed that Vanessa's efforts were not in vain, her path was simply different. As night fell, a knight recounted the story of a female mage who once burned down the entire northern region of Lathania. She had reached the 7th tier in magic, a legendary level. The storyteller smirked and revealed that although she was a mage, that woman also studied mana cultivation techniques, something rare, and the only explanation for this was because she was insane. In the darkness, Vanessa smiled faintly. Though considered unusual, she seemed to have found her own path. The blonde-haired young man with determined eyes, Cecile, moved forward and seriously told the girl that from now on he would teach her a mana cultivation technique. The black-haired girl with purple eyes was surprised, her gaze clearly showing astonishment at the unexpected offer. She awkwardly asked why, as a mage, she needed to learn mana cultivation techniques. Cecile calmly explained that both magic circles and cultivation techniques are based on the principle of mana control. Cecile tilted his head, his sharp eyes saying bluntly, "You've never tried it before, right?" The girl was stunned, her face confused and embarrassed, clearly caught off guard. Vanessa panicked at the thought of using mana cultivation techniques to cast spells, something unprecedented. She feared that if she failed, she would be permanently disabled magically. However, Cecile stepped forward, his eyes determined, reaching out his hand to invite her to try. With that calmness, he instilled confidence in her. Cecile's eyes shone with a deep blue, a decisive and certain gaze as if he had already foreseen success. Vanessa stood still. In that moment, the fear inside her seemed soothed by Cecile's faith. The girl slowly raised her hand, seemingly ready to grasp the opportunity to change her fate. The black-haired girl stood barefoot in the cold stone hall, clutching her magic staff. Her eyes were stunned as she exclaimed, "I can use magic." A second later, her eyes became resolute. Her trembling hand clenched the edge of her garment, as if restraining a great decision. She knelt beside Cecile, still unable to believe what she was about to do. A strong thought echoed in her heart. If this is the price to be able to use magic. Without hesitation, she grabbed her collar and pulled sharply, revealing the delicate skin of her shoulder. The decisive action seemed like letting go of all doubts. She continued to remove her clothes, exposing the abdomen where mana could be channeled. A faint magical light began to appear, marking the moment of change for the seemingly powerless girl. Cecile looked at Vanessa, his voice calm but full of emotion. In a past life, you had eyes just like mine. Vague memories of a past tragedy began to surface. In that past, the long-haired girl was immersed in regret, hatred, and suffering. Her desire for magic pushed her into an abyss with no escape, a dark place with no return. Drowned by desire and pain, she mastered a mysterious mana cultivation technique. But that power did not save her. It turned her into a living disaster, burning everything in unconscious rage. Now Vanessa knelt silently in the cold stone hall, her bare back showing weakness. But this time, she was no longer alone. Cecile reached out, mana glowing deep blue. This time I will not let you fall into that abyss again. His voice was firm like a vow. The ash-blonde protagonist sat behind the long black-haired girl, hands pressed against her back, focusing on transmitting energy. Blue mana light enveloped them as he whispered, "I will reach out." A strong flow of mana from Cecile's hands spread into the girl's back, forming a radiant hand shape, with energy branches like veins spreading throughout her body. The girl gritted her teeth to endure, but was clearly struggling against the intense pain from the incoming energy flow. She screamed in pain, "Tea too hot." The mana flow was so strong it felt like her body was burning from within. Cecile immediately shouted, "Shut your mouth! You're distorting the mana flow." The girl opened her eyes wide, startled to realize her mistake of letting emotions override reason. Cecile infused his mana into Vanessa's body, his decisive voice echoing in the bright space. "What just entered your body is my mana. Don't let go of this feeling." Vanessa clenched her fists, her whole body trembling from the strange mana. Cecile continued guiding, "Feel the flow of mana as much as possible." Vanessa closed her eyes, relaxed her body, sensing mana spreading through her veins, like streams of light flowing along her body. The mana flow penetrated every corner, circulating through her body and gradually converging at the center. Vanessa's eyes opened wide, filled with light. The entire room brightened with powerful energy. Cecile still held Vanessa's hands, guiding her through the first step on the path to becoming a true mage. The black-haired girl stood in the shadows, her gaze cold and furious. She could not believe what she had just heard. "You intend to cut off aid? Do you know what you're saying?" Inside the luxurious room, the mage wearing a wide-brimmed hat, Renato, strongly objected. He asserted, "Vanessa is talented. Without her, I would not have been able to prove the mana particle transformation model." The long white-haired man, Hubert, forced a smile, showing hesitation. "Well, I admit that, but it's also a bit vague." He turned to ask Renato, trying to avoid making a clear decision. Vanessa turned her back, standing before the large door. A casual voice from behind echoed, "No matter how smart you are, if you cannot use magic, can you really be called a mage?" Another woman panicked. "Hubert, what are you doing?" But Hubert coldly replied, "I'm saying, if you invest but gain nothing, what reason is there to continue?" The black-haired girl, Vanessa, was stunned when confronted with the image of her childhood self. A buried memory was rising in her mind. Vanessa recalled the heartbreaking moment from her childhood. The little girl bowed her head, tears falling, apologizing to her beloved teacher, Renato, for causing him to leave the magic tower. Little Vanessa trembled, sobbing that if she had been more talented, Master Renato would not have had to leave. The feelings of guilt and helplessness weighed heavily on her heart. Renato placed his hand gently on the little girl's head. He softly denied her self-blame, explaining that he did not leave the tower, but only set out to find a method to help her use magic. Master Renato gently advised her, "Hold your head high and look up at the sky." Under the bright blue sky, he gave her hope and strength to keep moving forward. The long black-haired girl sat alone in a room filled with books, bowing her head in despair. In a distant memory, a gentle voice echoed, "There is no place in this world where darkness lasts forever, my dear." A hand was extended in warm golden light. That voice continued, resolute and sincere, "I promise you." In the space filled with soft light, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed young man stood before the girl, his gaze determined. "One day the light will find you," he said, reaching out his hand in waiting. The young man looked at her seriously, his hand still extended, as an invitation to step out of the darkness. No words were needed. His presence was an unshakable promise. A gentle breeze brushed through the girl's hair. Her sad purple eyes looked toward the light, sensing a flicker of hope in a heart that seemed frozen. In the warm light, a hand was extended. The other hand trembled as it reached out, and in that moment an emotional voice rang out, "Teacher, you were right." When the two hands touched, the entire scene burst into brilliant light. That light not only dispelled the darkness, but was like a miracle carrying hope. The black-haired mage, Vanessa, was sleeping soundly, hugging herself. The light from the other hand spread and shone upon her. Tears quietly fell as she whispered, "The light has finally come, to me as well." Outside, the quiet night covered the wooden roof. The moonlight was faint among the stars, but inside, a miracle was happening. Suddenly, rain poured down heavily over the rocky river. Nature seemed to respond to the moment of transformation, signaling that a turning point had begun. In a chaotic inn, a large man with a wild appearance had knocked down 4 armored soldiers. Around them, screams of panic echoed. The remaining soldiers hesitated, afraid to approach. Everyone was terrified by his unimaginable strength, shouting, "Is he a monster?" The madman laughed arrogantly, his face proud with contemptuous eyes. He roared a challenge. "Weaklings, come at me all. You think you can cut me with that piece of iron?" He clearly feared no weapon. One of the armored soldiers, unable to bear the provocation, charged forward with his sword raised high. He shouted angrily, "Stop talking nonsense!" But in front of him was a muscular madman who showed no sign of dodging. The two clashed fiercely. The madman blocked the soldier's slash with his bare hands, his muscles bulging, the force so strong it made the wooden floor shake. A counterattack was about to strike. Without any effort, the madman delivered a blow that lifted the soldier into the air and slammed him hard onto the ground. Blood splattered everywhere, the soldier's body thrown like a ragged scarecrow. The madman only gave a cold laugh, showing no sign of tiring. An armored soldier with a covered head swung a curved sword to attack from behind, but Cecile, the muscular man in simple clothes, seemed to sense it. Cecile smiled confidently, his eyes flashing a strange blue light. He showed no fear and even seemed to enjoy the moment. In the blink of an eye, Cecile spun and delivered a powerful punch to the enemy. The armored soldier was knocked away like a toy, his weapon flying from his hand, armor dented. He slammed heavily onto the floor, hitting a wooden pillar causing dust to fly and wood to splinter. The impact shook the entire room. Cecile stood proudly amid the rubble, clapping leisurely. He mocked, "I'm not even warmed up yet and you're already lying all over the place." In a noisy tavern, a group of mercenaries laughed loudly, lavishly praising their boss, the muscular warrior in fur. They boasted about their strength and dominance, looking down on anyone who dared to stand in their way. With a proud expression, Boss slammed a bottle of wine on the table, firmly declaring, "No one around here can stop us." Night fell, the moon shone brightly among the stars, signaling a shift from noisy atmosphere to silence, preparing for an unexpected encounter. Boss was resting by the stream under the moonlight, his fishing rod laid across his body. On the hilltop, a figure appeared before a wooden house, a cloaked blonde warrior approaching, light shining from the window behind him. The cloaked warrior stopped by the stream, looked down at Boss and asked softly but with hidden meaning, "How is your training progressing?" Victor bowed his head, his whole body trembling as if struggling with pain or despair. A voice rang out, pressing, "Do you have anything else to say?" A warrior wearing a wide hat and blue cloak stood opposite, coldly conveying, "Count Desmond has issued a general mobilization order." Victor remained bowed, silent. His name was repeated, Victor, like a wake-up call. He was silent, not a word, only heavy silence enveloped. Snow lightly fell on his hair and white cloak. In that moment, Victor reached out. He clenched his helmet, a sign that he had made his decision. He would fight. The helmeted warrior gently placed his hand on Gillian's shoulder. The gesture was decisive and full of determination, as if awakening a beast long asleep in the darkness. Gillian, the silver-bearded old warrior, was no longer a recluse of the past. He stepped over the bodies of defeated enemies, leaving behind smoke and the stench of blood. Beside him was Cecile, silently accompanying. Gillian said in a low voice, "Let's go." Hidden behind his helmet, Cecile gave a faint, cold smile. His eyes flashed behind the steel. He whispered as if speaking to himself, "I'm just bored to death." The atmosphere in the great hall grew heavy. A man clad in blue armor, wearing a white fur cloak, sat solemnly behind the desk. Beside him stood a tall guard, also draped in a fur cloak, both immersed in silence before the impending storm. The man's face revealed clear anger and restraint. This was Count Desmond, a powerful noble and ally of the Delphine house. He was reading a letter just presented to him, his eyes gradually darkening. The declaration of war letter bore the red-black eagle seal, the symbol of a family nursing a grudge. The content was brief but bloodthirsty. "My son Gilmore Degard was murdered by Cecile Perium. I will have my revenge." Desmond's eyes squeezed shut, his jaw clenched tightly. He quietly uttered the command, "Summon the soldiers." The fury in his heart could not be extinguished by words. The flag symbolizing the Perium house, a white wolf's head, fluttered atop the city walls. A shout thundered like lightning. "This is a declaration of war." An angry gentleman roared upon hearing the Degards accuse young Lord Ghislaine of killing Gilmore. He considered it absurd and baseless. In the meeting room, northern nobles debated fiercely. They were upset at being betrayed, despite always considering the Degards as one family. Someone proposed teaching the enemy a lesson for declaring war on fabricated grounds. They could not understand what Degards would gain from this war. Ghislaine's father, Count Cecile Perium, was pensive, eyes closed in thought amid the tense atmosphere. He had not responded yet, but his expression showed he was pondering something important. Cecile opened his eyes, his voice deep. It is because of the magical stone, runestone. He had understood the deep cause behind this irrational war. Ghislaine continued, recalling the time he was absent from the castle when he went to the magic tower. At that time, 2 ministers had visited the de Garde's territory. He believed they had leaked important information about the runestone resource, sparking this conspiracy. The elder nobles were shocked upon hearing that vassals might have betrayed them. One angrily dismissed it as an overly reckless accusation. The platinum-haired warrior in blue armor pondered upon hearing the word runestone. He assessed that although actions stemmed from love for the country, sometimes they pushed the territory into crisis. Cecile looked at Ghislaine with deep eyes and softly said, "It seems you foresaw everything would turn out this way, Ghislaine." A knight clad in blue armor shouted loudly, not understanding why there was hesitation. Compared to the degraded army, their side had overwhelming numbers and seasoned soldiers. Without waiting another second, the knight rushed off, angrily declaring, "They will pay for daring to oppose us." A panicked knight burst into the meeting room where nobles and commanders were discussing. He shouted urgent news that stunned everyone. With a tense face and sweat pouring down, the soldier shouted in despair, "They have arrived." A cavalry force bearing yellow flags with blackbird emblems was advancing. The ranks of horsemen were formidable, closing in on the fortress. The main force appeared behind, a large army carrying blue and white flags with blackbird symbols. Leading them was a knight in white armor, cloaked in feathers, face concealed, exuding the aura of a supreme commander. From atop the walls, Cecile and his subordinates looked down at the dusty field where the enemy had formed ranks. The air grew suffocating. An unavoidable battle was approaching. The unexpected situation confused the Perium generals. A knight shouted anxiously, "We were only declared war on recently. How could they prepare so quickly?" Urgent intelligence was reported. The opposing army had reached 6,000 troops, with an additional 1,000 logistics soldiers approaching. Moreover, many siege weapons had been discovered and construction had begun. Faced with the massive scale of the enemy forces, the nobles panicked. One of them shouted, "Randolph, what is going on? They outnumber us by far." They did not expect the poor de Garde house to gather such a large force. An old official regretted, "I told you not to cut the military budget." Amid the chaos, Randolph, the commander with determined eyes, decisively ordered, "Calm down." He shouted loudly, rallying the group's spirit. "Arguing now is useless. Gather all the soldiers onto the city walls immediately." In the chaotic scene, soldiers shouted orders. "Bring all civilians inside the city and close the gates." Urgent preparations for an impending siege. A sense of urgency spread across the battle lines. Soldiers were ordered to hold their positions. Everyone was keenly aware of the importance of every moment. A warrior wearing a blue cloak bearing the white wolf emblem raised his hand decisively. "The war has begun." His sharp eyes left no room for hesitation. A warrior clad in silver armor and a yellow cloak rode closer to the fortress. Before him stood the towering city wall, where a life-or-death confrontation was about to take place. An elderly man smiled coldly, whispering with a bitter tone, "Gilmore, my son, when alive you were useless, but after death you finally proved your worth." Count Thomas de Garde, his face radiant, could not hide his amazement at the scale and splendor of the Perium land fortress. He exclaimed excitedly, "What a magnificent castle!" Riding beside the white-armored warrior named Victor, Count de Garde ordered, "Follow me, Victor. I need to meet my Perium brother." The seemingly friendly words concealed something deeper. From atop the walls, Count Cecile Perium angrily shouted, "De Garde, my brother, what is the meaning of this act of betrayal?" Tension exploded as the two houses confronted each other. Thomas de Garde lowered his head, voice deep and filled with resentment. "Betrayal! My beloved son, Gilmore de Garde, lost his life on this land." The pain of losing his child still lingered in the father's heart. With fiery eyes, Count de Garde growled, "At the hands of your son, Ghislaine Perium, heir to this land." He roared with fury. What parent wouldn't be angry when their child is killed? The accusation was decisive, revealing the deep cause of hostility. On the city wall, a general issued an ultimatum. "If you surrender now, we will end this peacefully." Below, Victor, the warrior in a white cloak, stood silently facing him, offering no reply. Cecile coldly observed the opponent. His sharp blue eyes revealed no emotion. A single glance was enough to show he was not easily swayed. Cecile's ministers were outraged. They believed the enemy was only pretending to negotiate to buy time. One shouted, "He lies until the very end." Another firmly said, "Sir, there is no reason to continue dialogue." Cecile silently contemplated. He knew well, although Alina was saved, Gilmore's death made war unavoidable. The enemy bringing siege weapons showed they had no intention to negotiate. Their sole goal was to completely destroy Perium. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze deep and penetrating. Everything is unfolding exactly as predicted. Cecile's mindset was unwavering. Every move was part of his plan. Cecile Perium faced those questioning Gilmore's death. With resolute eyes and a firm voice, he declared, "My son did not kill Gilmore." Cecile stood behind silently, observing his father's reaction. Still Zwalter, this time his eyes lit up, full of solemnity and the aura of a war general. He declared firmly, "That is the only answer I will give. If you still value your life, return to your land." Zwalter's words and killing intent terrified his opponent. The muscular warrior and his white-armored guard both trembled under the fearsome pressure from the northern wolf. The white-armored warrior silently reflected, "Cecile Perium, truly a formidable figure, a legendary general who has guarded the north for many years." He could not hide his respect mixed with caution. The muscular warrior wearing a headband hissed anxiously. "Just as expected from the northern wolf." He sighed heavily, sweating coldly, telling himself he could not imagine how much blood would be spilled because of this foolish decision. A cavalry unit withdrew in anger. The leader shouted, "Cecile Perium, you will regret this." On the city wall, Zwalter calmly watched the enemy retreat without a word. After the enemy disappeared, the fur-cloaked warriors standing with Zwalter burst into loud laughter, full of contempt. The atmosphere on the city wall was tense, but also somewhat arrogant. A long-haired warrior, Zwalter's younger brother, stepped forward impatiently. He requested to command the entire army to go into battle. Confident enough to call the enemy a pack of disorganized dogs, he promised to bring victory. Two elder count advisors tried to dissuade him. One worried that no matter how strong he was personally, the huge numerical disadvantage would lead to defeat. The other warned, "Just one loss, and we will lose everything." Behind the city walls, murmurs arose. One advisor proposed calling for aid from other territories. Another doubted, "Will we have time to wait for them?" Meanwhile, a plan to retreat to the northern fortress was suggested as a last resort. Amid the heavy atmosphere, the silver-haired general fell into disorder. His thoughts were a chaotic mess. He could not focus or think clearly amid the approaching storm of war. He recalled the sudden event, a swift declaration of war, and immediately after, the enemy arrived in full formation, proving thorough prior preparation. The truth made him even more worried. The enemy must have been backed by some force, but who? The general turned his head, eyes tired and anxious. In his mind echoed a tormenting question. "In this situation, what can I do?" At that moment, Ghislaine, the young man with ash-blonde hair and determined eyes, spoke up. "Prepare for a defensive battle." His decisive voice seemed to dispel the fog in the general's mind. He turned, eyes wide with surprise. "Ghislaine?" It seemed that at that moment he found a guiding torch amid the chaotic darkness. Victor anxiously reported to Cecile that the De Garde army had nearly 7,000 soldiers, while their side had just over 2,000. The force disparity of more than 3 times made the situation extremely unfavorable. Victor continued analyzing. The De Garde troops were ready, morale high, and only about 15 days remained until their siege weapons were completed. Then, a full-scale attack would surely take place. Cecile calmly proposed a defensive plan, request reinforcements and hold the fortress. Under the current circumstances, that was the most feasible option. Victor agreed but sighed. Although holding the defense was natural, he saw no hope if reinforcements did not arrive in time. Cecile remained silent, his gaze serious. A spark of determination flickered, revealing that he was quietly contemplating something beyond ordinary plans. At dawn, a young soldier quietly whispered something to the commanding general, speaking softly enough to avoid being overheard. Upon hearing this, the silver-haired general spun around, eyes wide with surprise. What he had just heard was clearly shocking information. 15 days before the enemy's full-scale attack. That was the remaining time to prepare for the upcoming life-or-death battle. The young knight with blonde hair, clad in thick black armor, eyes resolute. He swore to devote all his strength to turn around this desperate situation. In the military camp, 5 powerful commanders gathered. The black-armored knight sat in the center, alongside 3 allies, an old white-bearded general, a white-haired sorceress, and a red-haired warrior. On the table lay a tactical map. The game had begun. The old white-bearded general paused, eyes tightly shut in silence. Without words, his expression alone reflected the gravity of the situation. Kaor stood beside him, silent. Though outwardly cold, it was clear that his heart was heavy. Vanessa looked straight ahead, her red eyes shining sharply. She whispered, "So the war has truly broken out." Cecile nodded, replying briefly, "Yes." His voice was steady, without a hint of wavering. Cecile raised his head, his gaze firm toward his comrades. "From now on, I will tell you what must be done." A shout rang out in alarm, an ambush, signaling an unexpected situation unfolding right before the city gate. The once impregnable fortress had become the target of a surprise attack plan. Cecile calmly proposed a counterattack strategy. Before the enemy could strike, he decided to ambush their supply unit. Cutting off their supply line would put the enemy on the defensive, making it difficult to sustain a prolonged war. The white-haired, red-eyed girl objected anxiously. She pointed out that the enemy controlled the entire front of the castle, with too many watchful eyes, making any action easily detected. Cecile called two names. Kaor, Gillian. The two veteran warriors immediately responded. The strategic meeting moved into the execution phase. Kaor reported that per prior orders, their troops were already stationed at an outpost in the monster forest. If things worsened, they could retreat into the forest, ensuring they remained undetected. A white-bearded warrior reported to Cecile that the cloaks made from duress ant leather had been distributed according to his orders. They were dark-colored, very suitable for night missions. Cecile and Belinda sat before the strategic map. He analyzed that if the entire army moved, they would be easily detected, but with an elite unit wearing camouflage cloaks, organizing an ambush would be harder for the enemy to notice. However, the only current problem was that they did not know the exact location of the supply unit. Belinda appeared surprised and worried by this information. Cecile fixed a serious gaze on Belinda, calling her name with trust. He was preparing to assign her an important mission. Belinda's eyes widened in astonishment at Cecile's request. "I need you to find out where they are." Belinda, the white-haired maid with red streaks, accepted the special mission with determined eyes and replied without hesitation. "Understood." Cecile Perium spoke sternly as he assigned the mission. It was a suicide role, infiltrating deep into enemy lines, a task only for those who dared face death. But with Belinda, he was confident she could succeed. Staring intently at the battle map, Cecile's eyes shone brightly. He knew that to complete the final plan, a secret weapon even more formidable than Belinda was needed. That weapon was the long, dark blue-haired girl in a white dress holding a magic staff. She was the strongest card, the one who would deliver the finishing blow in this bloody war. A few days later, at the Degard Army's logistics camp, peaceful night fell, but this was only the prelude to an approaching storm. The war had finally begun. In excitement, Fabro, once a loyal vassal of Perium, raised a toast, dreaming of a reward, a piece of land for the traitor. In the Degard camp, Fabro and his subordinates raised their glasses in celebration. He was proud to have chosen the right side. Thanks to Count Desmond, they did not have to shed blood on the front lines. Fabro arrogantly drained his drink, bidding farewell to the old land. To him, Perium was the past. The future lay in the land soon to be his. From the dark forest, a silent gaze watched the camp filled with laughter. Ashes and darkness enveloped the scene, signaling that ill omens were approaching. A cold smile briefly appeared on Cecile's lips. The one who had been betrayed had now returned, and it was time to pass judgment. The army led by Cecile appeared just in time amidst the dense night forest. They rode forward in tight formation. Leading was Cecile in black armor, followed by Kaor, Gillian, and Vanessa, loyal warriors who had accompanied him. Kaor frowned, complaining about the harsh weather, while Gillian was pensive, his hand resting on the handle of a giant axe. Vanessa silently observed the surroundings, sensing unease in the night. All three were alert to the situation. Cecile spoke, his voice calm but sharp. "This weather, ideal for an ambush, isn't it?" He adjusted his helmet with a hand, eyes piercing into the silent night, sensing danger was near. From the darkness, a warrior clad in dense black armor tightly gripped his weapon. He ordered without hesitation, "No prisoners, kill them all." The command rang coldly like a slash through the night. Death was approaching. The black-armored warrior leapt from his horse, his massive weapon radiating a brilliant purple energy. His eyes flashed through the helmet slit, revealing deadly intent. The attack began with terrifying speed and power. In the quiet night at the camp, two guards wearing yellow shirts sat with their heads down, sleepy and unalert. The surrounding space was silent, but the darkness seemed to be moving. A loud crashing sound rang out, startling both of them. They immediately stood up, raising their spears to face forward, where dark shadows fiercely rushed out from the forest. The attack happened in a flash. The pink-haired warrior led the cavalry charge, swinging a curved purple sword, slaughtering the guards. Beside him, the white-haired warrior wielded a large axe, sweeping away all obstacles in a bloodstorm. One of the two guards shouted in panic, Is this an enemy ambush?" They did not understand what was happening. "What the hell have the guards done?" A helpless scream echoed amid the chaos. Without time to react, both were approached closely. The white-haired and pink-haired warriors swung their weapons simultaneously. Blood splattered in the sword light. The guards fell, marking the start of a brutal night. A warrior in black armor led the surprise attack, ordering the mercenary Ghislaine to act according to plan. His voice was decisive and cold. "Do not spare a single one." In the heavy night, the sound of pounding footsteps echoed like thunder. The campfire cast flickering shadows amid the rain of arrows and battle cries. A panicked soldier rushed into the tent, shouting loudly, "Baron Fabro, the enemy has ambushed us." Baron Fabro angrily responded, raising his sword, "I have eyes. Where are all the dead guards?" Despite fear, Fabro tried to appear calm, shouting, "Anyway, we still have 1,000 troops. Don't panic, stop them." However, the subordinate's face turned pale. Cold sweat poured as he stammered, about that." His anxious eyes made all of Fabro's reassurances meaningless. The battlefield had fallen into chaos. In the chaotic battlefield, the cavalry reported bad news. Over 70% of our troops have been wiped out. Amid blood and screams, warriors like Gillian and Kaor continued to struggle and fight, trying to break the deadly siege. From above, a warrior in a black cloak fiercely struck down at the enemy. The glowing blue eyes beneath the hood showed this was a powerful and extremely dangerous foe. A bald soldier drenched in sweat stood amid the horrific scene. His dazed eyes showed fear had exceeded his limit. Panicked, the bald soldier turned to his comrades and shouted, "Run! At this rate, I'll die before getting any reward." His comrades were shocked, unable to believe their ears. Without waiting for a reaction, the bald soldier coldly stabbed a knife into his comrade's neck to escape. Blood splattered everywhere. The victim collapsed in shock and pain. A figure in a black cloak suddenly lunged forward, delivering a fatal blow to a guard, causing blood to spray. The remaining enemies were horrified and unable to react in time. From atop a horse, Belinda, a white and red-haired female assistant with cold eyes, suddenly appeared amid smoke and fire. She smiled sarcastically upon recognizing the person before her. "Oh, I didn't expect to meet you here, Perium's vassal, Fabro." Fabro, the traitorous vassal, turned pale upon seeing Belinda. He stammered in panic, "Be Belinda." The camp quickly sank into a sea of blazing fire. The flames consumed everything, sparing neither enemy nor ally. Amid the ashes, the bodies of guards and soldiers lay scattered. Weak groans mixed with the red flames depicted the brutality of the sudden attack. In the blazing firelight, the soldiers inside the city were surrounded, panicking as they defended amidst the sea of flames. All defensive efforts had collapsed before the fierce attack. Ghislaine led the horsemen into the midst of the desolate scene. Ahead of him was a kneeling traitor, hands tightly bound, trembling as he awaited judgment. A blonde noblewoman pointed at the captured soldier, reporting to Ghislaine. He was once a vassal sent on a mission to the Degard household, but betrayed information and is now the commander of the enemy's supply unit. The traitor lay prostrate on the ground, his face distorted with fear. He screamed and begged for mercy before young Lord Ghislaine, admitting defeat in despair. Ghislaine silently observed, his eyes shining with seriousness. Without letting emotions interfere, he asked coldly, "Who is behind all of this?" The traitor Baron Fabro panicked and confessed. It was the Desmond family behind everything. He justified that he was forced to betray because he was threatened. Cecile coldly confirmed. Desmond was the one who funded and supplied troops to Count de Guard. Everything was now clear. Fabro knelt before Cecile and Belinda, hastily begging. He pleaded because he once served Perium, even promising that Count de Guard would ransom him at a high price, a profitable deal. Cecile ordered, "Raise your head." Fabro was moved to realize the person before him was young Lord and immediately showed remorse. Fabro bowed his head in grateful thanks, thinking he would be spared. He swore to dedicate the rest of his life to serving the land of Perium. Gillian unleashed a brutal strike, his giant axe piercing straight through the enemy who was laughing arrogantly. The man had no time to react, only a broken laugh remained as blood splattered. The enemy's eyes widened in his final moment, unable to believe he was defeated so easily. Terror froze in his bloodshot gaze. Cecile coldly stepped forward, not bothering to look at the fallen enemy at his feet. He merely uttered with disdain, "I don't waste words on people like you." Cecile's eyes glowed with magical power, radiating deadly intent. He declared, "Anyone who attacks Perium has only one fate." His gaze pierced through all darkness, death. Gillian led the cavalry into the enemy camp engulfed in flames. Kaor rode on the left, Belinda on the right, all bearing a solemn demeanor. Behind them, a mighty loyal force stood ready to crush every foe. Hellfire opened, the wrath of Perium. In the flickering firelight, the white and red-haired girl, Ghislaine's close assistant, calmly observed the enemy. Her red eyes shone coldly. Before her, a figure in a black cloak had just appeared, creating a tense atmosphere. Kaor, the muscular red-haired warrior and captain of the Cerberus mercenary group, looked toward the commander and cautiously asked, "What do we do now, Captain?" Ghislaine, a young man with ash-blonde hair and black armor, answered decisively, "We will head straight to the castle." Determination shone in his eyes, showing no hesitation before the dangerous plan. In the sky, magical cannonballs flew brightly toward the castle engulfed in fire and gunfire. Ghislaine guessed, "They must have started the attack. All attention is now focused on the castle." Amid the soldiers' cheers, Ghislaine ordered, "We will take advantage of that and attack from behind to throw them into chaos." His army immediately advanced, tearing through the night toward the fierce battlefield. As the cavalry approached the fortress, Cecile quickly assigned tasks. Kaor and Belinda were ordered to support the left wall of the city. Cecile himself would lead the advance on the right side. Cecile turned to call Gillian, the veteran warrior riding behind, formerly the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries, now a pillar in his team. Cecile's eyes were serious as he assigned a crucial task, to confront the enemy's main force head-on. Although this was a surprise attack, Gillian would have to face thousands of enemies with only a small number of troops. Gillian, with a thick silver beard and experienced face, listened quietly. When Cecile asked if he could handle the mission, he responded without hesitation with a resolute look. Gillian firmly affirmed, "No problem." He accepted the order without doubt, for it was a command from Cecile, whom he respectfully called young lord. Ghislaine's cold face appeared in the swiftly shifting light, as if preparing to act or give an important order. He was silent but decisive, exuding leadership aura. Caor crossed his arms in dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "You're letting the old man have the most fun part of the plan." Beside him, Belinda asked in surprise, "So who will be in charge of the city gate, young master?" Ghislaine rode forward, his cloak fluttering like a herald of the coming storm. He gave a brief order, "Just leave the city gate." Caor and Belinda fell silent. Behind them, the white-bearded old man, Gillian, leaned forward ready to fight, his eyes sharp and cold. All were waiting for something beyond expectation. Ghislaine looked back, his eyes bright and confident. His smirk said it all. He had a plan. Rain poured down on the Perium fortress as war erupted. A decisive voice rose. "This battle will be the starting point that changes Perium's history." From atop the city wall, the defense commander shouted loudly. Randolph, the long-haired knight with neatly tied hair, clad in dark blue armor, ordered, "All soldiers prepare to counter the enemy's ambush." Below the city walls, volleys of magic and crossbow bolts rained down. The attacking force closed in, shaking the main gate with fierce assaults. Randolph wasted no time, swinging his sword and shouting, "Fire! Don't let them reach the walls!" The crossbows fired simultaneously amid rain and smoke of battle. The enemy surged up the siege ladders. Soldiers shouted, "They're climbing the walls! Too many!" The defenders began to be overwhelmed by the overwhelming numbers of the yellow-cloaked enemy. In response to the sudden situation, the blue-cloaked commander shouted, "Switch to close combat," while leading his troops to charge at the enemy. White-cloaked warriors plunged into the front line with high determination. A yellow-cloaked warrior stood before the city gate, shouting over the sound of cannon fire, "Don't let them take the walls!" Behind him, the fortress was under fierce assault. A silver-armored commander with a thick beard and a blue-yellow emblem headband laughed heartily amid the chaos. "This is great. This battle is basically over." The general laughed and gave orders. "Prepare the second wave with catapults. We must capture the fortress as soon as possible." Beside him, a silver-armored warrior wearing a closed helmet silently observed. A mysterious knight silently looked into the distance, his cold eyes behind the helmet murmuring, "So, this is the end of the Northern Wolf." The muscular warrior growled and swung his weapon confidently, but the white-haired swordsman remained unshaken, his cold eyes thinking, "I expected more from him." In an instant, the white-haired swordsman spun to evade an attack and unleashed a series of deadly strikes. Blood splattered as the enemy fell before his speed and cold precision. The brief battle ended. The white-haired swordsman sheathed his sword beside a long-haired warrior clad in blue armor. Behind them, the enemy murmured in awe at this overwhelming power. The long-haired warrior anxiously turned and said, "Brother, the walls have problems and the city gate is about to be breached. What should we do now?" The white-haired swordsman closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, then answered firmly, "The city gate, just leave it." Skaven coldly declared they would only defend the walls and not extend the battle line. With him was a long-haired comrade with a tense face, standing with his back turned as if silently agreeing. A white-haired warrior urgently asked Skaven about reinforcements. Skaven delivered bad news. All territories that received distress calls refused to provide support. Zimbar and Rayfold cited internal turmoil as reasons. Worse, the envoy sent to Loges had completely disappeared. The long-haired warrior accompanying Skaven was extremely angry, unable to believe that not a single land had agreed to send reinforcements. Skaven stood silently, saying nothing, his face darkened. Shouting in rage, the warrior cursed the ungrateful who abandoned them. Outside, black flags on a yellow background fluttered in the rain, a sign heralding the imminent attack. 3 new warriors appeared, one in gray armor wearing a turban, one in blue-yellow armor, and the last clad in white armor, rushing to report. "The situation is bad, sir." An armored knight hurriedly ran to report to the DeGuard army commander. "The supply unit has been attacked." Surprise was clear on his face, accompanied by undeniable fear. Earlier, a soldier reported that the envoy sent to request supplies had not returned. The commander angrily dismissed the speculation and shouted, "Don't jump to conclusions." Seeing smoke rising from afar, the knight questioned, "How could those idiots from Perium know the supply unit's location and attack it?" But inside, his resolve began to waver. Black smoke billowed from the exact direction of the supply unit's camp. It was obvious that location had been attacked. The white-armored knight clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. It seems Perium still has those bold and clever enough to act. A vague worry was spreading among the enemy ranks. Behind thick armor, Victor's cold eyes suddenly lit up in the darkness. He gave a faint smile and spoke with hidden meaning. Interesting. Fabro, the supply unit commander, ran up to Victor, panting. Victor, what do we do now? The war has just begun and we've already lost our supplies. Victor said nothing. He slowly raised his hand and lightly slapped Fabro's cheek, as if to quell the panic of the weak man before him. We don't need supplies, Victor calmly declared, blue light emanating from behind him, adding an almost magical aura. Today we will take that fortress, that's all. Fabro was stunned. Cold sweat ran down his face, eyes wide open. Tea today. In the thick smoke after the siege assault, a giant warrior wearing a fur cloak stood facing the Perium city gate, coldly observing the towering fortress ahead. Eyes gleaming beneath thick helmet armor, the warrior silently watched the closed gate, reflecting the firelight from continuous attacks. Despite relentless attacks from both flanks, Perium's walls had not fallen. Elite forces, especially the Northern Wolves, the nickname for Perium's loyal troops, were holding the line firmly. While the walls still stood strong, the main city gate appeared as the final challenge, awaiting the decisive strike. The white-armored warrior nodded slightly after assessing the situation. Through cold eyes, he whispered, "So that's how it is." A giant warrior tightly gripped a shining greatsword in his hand, cold light radiating. He prepared to deliver the decisive blow. The command sounded amid the pouring rain. "All troops, advance!" The army, clad in black and yellow armor, bearing the Black Eagle banner, moved as one like a wave of steel surging out of the city. The white-armored warrior with a fur cloak stood before the troops, his resolute voice echoing through the rain. "Today, we will break through their city gate." His eyes cold beneath the armor, he was the vanguard leading the way for the battle about to begin. A giant knight clad in full white armor rode a horse, appearing majestic in the battlefield, his shiny armor radiating an aura as if crushing the ground beneath the horse's hooves. Beneath the iron helmet, his cold, sharp eyes appeared along with a deep but forceful call, "Adon." Responding to the command, the horse's hooves struck the ground hard, raising a cloud of dust, signaling the beginning of an overwhelming formation. A close-up revealed the cold face hidden behind the armored shield, emotionless, unwavering. This was clearly a warrior accustomed to bloodshed. He raised his weapon high, a giant war hammer shaped like a triple-edged axe, as a declaration of war against the whole world. A muscular knight raised a golden banner, silently looking ahead. His heavy iron armor and majestic warhorse exuded a strong, killing intent. This was the deputy commander of the Northern Army. His name was Brett. Breton approached Cecile, who was commanding the main campaign, and said, "I will personally break through the city gate." With a resolute face, he prepared to enter the most dangerous place. Breton turned his back and galloped forward, instructing Cecile, "You stay to protect the rear guard." At the same time, the yellow-armored warriors shouted loudly, closely following behind him. The siege began. Breton's army set up ladders and surged onto the walls amid thunderous shouts. Waves of cavalry and infantry advanced close to the blazing fortress. Inside the city, the blue-armored knights led by Reinhardt broke through the enemy's defensive lines. Their swords swept through, enemy blood splattered, and yellow-armored soldiers fell one after another. A guard shouted loudly to Lancelot, "Sir, look over there." The tense face showed that danger was approaching. Lancelot turned around and was stunned. From afar, giant siege towers were being pushed forward through thick smoke. Siege towers. Gideon, an officer under Lancelot's command, gritted his teeth angrily. "How did they measure the exact height of the walls?" Lancelot replied worriedly. "We can't hold if they reach the walls." Lancelot shouted orders. "Is the catapult ready?" His eyes showed urgency and determination in this critical moment. A group of soldiers responded. "We just finished preparing." They hurriedly loaded stones onto the catapult, ready to counter the approaching siege towers. From atop the wall, soldiers received the order to fire. A large stone was launched from the catapult, hurtling toward the advancing siege towers. In panic, the enemy troops looked up in alarm as the stone projectile flew toward them. A soldier shouted, "They've fired!" When did they finish preparing the catapult? In the dark night lit by flames, a mysterious figure in a white cloak silently swung a giant weapon, as if unleashing a thunderous strike. That strike released a powerful blue energy beam, tearing through the darkness and rushing toward the falling stone. The energy wave blade sliced directly into the stone projectile, creating a dazzling explosion in midair. The soldiers below could only gasp in horror in silence. The defensive commanders panicked upon realizing that the catapult stone had been intercepted midair. Before they could understand what happened, the mysterious light swept away their hope for a first counterattack. A strange warrior rode across the battlefield, his cloak fluttering amid dust rain. Who was he? How did he so easily stop a catapult strike? General Arwen roared in anger. Who did that? Arwen's sharp eyes glinted with suspicion as he looked toward the strange knight. A familiar feeling caught his attention. A name flashed through his mind. That knight was Perium, the blue-cloaked knight in white armor riding a platinum warhorse. He led the cavalry like a spear piercing through the front line. Arwen silently doubted, "Is it him?" Perium's voice rang coldly across the battlefield. "It's useless, Arwen. Your fate is sealed. No matter how you resist, it's hopeless." Outside the city, a knight clad in silver-white armor, Ghislaine, raised his sword and shouted, "Siege tower, charge!" The giant siege tower, guarded by dozens of soldiers, rushed toward the city gate. The city gate began to shake. Ghislaine's soldiers stormed inside, clashing directly with Perium's defensive forces. A fierce ram broke through the city gate. A warhorse charged inside, signaling the start of chaos. Inside the city, Perium broke out in a cold sweat upon realizing the attacking commander was none other than Ghislaine, his former nightmare. The battering ram thundered into the city gate amid heavy rain, leaving a loud crashing sound. The purple-cloaked warriors immediately closed in, striking the gate with fierce intent to break through. Behind the battle line, a magic circle was drawn on the ground, surrounded by purple-robed mages. Amid screams, one of them struggled and shouted in anger. The angry one-eyed mage shouted, asserting, "We are mages. We don't deserve to be dragged into this damn war." His face was full of frustration and panic, reflecting injustice. The white-bearded knight in blue armor coldly stood before the mages, stating the order clearly. "This is the young lord's command. Please remain calm." But the mages still argued, pointing toward the shaking city gate. The mage pointed straight ahead. "Look, letting the battering ram get close to the gate is already a failure." In the distance, the wooden hammer of the siege tower struck hard, leaving a large crack and sparks flying across the wall. Ulfoy, the girl holding a staff, remained silent amid the chaos, sweating as she heard the shout. "This fortress is doomed." The mage with glasses turned to her, gritting his teeth. "Don't worry, Ulfoy." Ulfoy clenched her staff tightly, her eyes determined. "Because I believe the young lord will definitely win." Another bound mage laughed mockingly. "Ridiculous. Don't mention him in front of me. We will die because of him." The bespectacled mage grew angry, shouting, "Shut up! How long will you keep listening to that madman?" Ulfoy could no longer contain her anger and emotion. She denied the bespectacled mage's sarcasm, affirming that the young lord was not mad. Her faith grew stronger. A flashback began. A few days earlier, Ulfoy was practicing magic, exerting full effort in a state of tension and high determination. The result of the spell was only a small light. Ulfoy was disappointed, while the young lord stood silently beside her, arms crossed. Ulfoy apologized, saying that was all she could do. The young lord smiled gently, encouraging her that being able to use magic was enough, then reassured her that magical power would gradually accumulate over time. The young lord then led Ulfoy outside. Before them, soldiers were digging something glowing brightly underground. He said, "Follow me. I have something to show you." Ulfoy and the young lord approached closer. The mages were exhausted, panting, but still continued digging. Ulfoy thought in amazement, "Buried rune stones." The bespectacled mage rushed over from afar, shouting loudly, "Young Lord!" Ulfoy was startled, while the young lord remained calm. The bespectacled mage yelled, "Why did you make the mages dig? Clearly someone else should be doing it." A large soldier stepped forward, covering the man's mouth. "No talking while working." The man struggled wildly. "I will kill." Ulfoy was confused upon realizing that the young lord's order was beyond expectation. She did not fully understand the true purpose of burying the runes. The young lord calmly replied, "Prepare." His eyes looked into the distance, filled with determination. At the city gate, the young lord and Ulfoy stood watching the glowing magic circle in the courtyard. He thoughtfully explained, the enemy's large numbers would break the gate no matter how they resisted. However, he affirmed there was still a way to win. A confident smile briefly crossed his face. Ulfoy went silent, her eyes lit with surprise, then slowly widened as if realizing something. She exclaimed, "Wait, could it be?" Her face shifted from confusion to utter astonishment. Raising her staff high, Ulfoy hesitantly asked, "Do you really believe I can do it?" Below, energy began to gather. Standing within the giant magic circle, Ulfoy was at the center. Magic surged powerfully, energy enveloping the entire area. An elderly silver-haired mage panicked upon recognizing the magic circle's shape. This spell circle, could it be? A young mage with tied-up hair gripped her staff tightly, eyes resolute. "Mana transfer," revealing an unprecedented strategy of mana exchange among mages. A calm, confident voice echoed within the magical light. "I believe you can do it." The speaker sent deep encouragement to Vanessa. Vanessa, riding through the night and raining fire, charged straight toward the blazing city gate, where fierce battle raged. Inside the city, soldiers panicked as the gate was breached. One shouted, "The gate is broken," while comrades ordered to hold position until a signal was given. A knight spotted something unusual through the smoke and urgently reported to the leader. "Sir, look there." Amid the dust cloud, a cavalry unit appeared. Leading was an armored knight, charging forward like thunder. The commanding knight, face full of alarm, exclaimed, "That's that army." Another knight rode up, sword shining brightly. It was Ghislaine, who had led the earlier attack. A knight in silver-white armor, wearing a fur cloak and winged helmet, turned his head upon hearing his name. It was Victor. A soldier hurriedly reported, "Sir Victor, reporting the situation." Clearly the battlefield was undergoing major changes. Chaos erupted in battle. Cavalry soldiers charged and fought fiercely amid the fiery battlefield. Vanessa and her comrades were clearing the way for the assault. In the dense night rain, a mysterious cavalry unit suddenly appeared from behind, simultaneously attacking both enemy flanks, throwing their ranks into chaos. The leading knight, riding a black horse and wielding a long sword, cut through enemy lines like a whirlwind, blood staining the red earth. The enemy panicked. A soldier shouted in terror, "Ambush! I thought Perium's forces had no reinforcements." The enemy immediately reacted, forming defensive lines and firing crossbows at the charging knight, determined not to let him close in. Glowing eyes from the knight's helmet silently looked ahead, showing no hesitation. He spurred his horse to leap high, dodging an entire volley of incoming arrows. The jump exceeded imagination, stunning the enemy. "What, he's flying?" A startled cry echoed across the battlefield as the knight soared with his horse through the air. Armor and sword gleamed amidst the fiery rain. The knight fell like a meteor, cold eyes piercing straight into enemy ranks. His strike shattered the front line. The black-armored knight and his comrades fought fiercely amid the blood rain, sweeping away their foes. The enemy remnants were thrown aside, bodies scattered everywhere. The black-armored knight stopped in the middle of the battlefield, proudly atop his horse, his sword still stained with blood. Enemy corpses piled up, blood spreading across the ground. The enemy soldiers retreated, stunned as they looked at their fallen comrades scattered around. In the brilliant light, the sword was raised high again, this time as an oath, a sign marking the start of a full-scale counterattack. The young lord, with fiery eyes and shouting lips, rallied the entire army to rise up and fight back. Under the young lord's leadership, the Perium forces surged forward together, officially beginning the breathtaking counteroffensive. Perium in black armor shouted with full vigor, "Rise up, soldiers of Perium!" initiating a sudden counterattack. His eyes shone with iron determination. Riding forward, Perium raised his sword high, leading the cavalry straight into the battlefield. His bravery and dignity inspired the entire army. Under the pouring rain, Perium's troops formed dense ranks and launched a simultaneous attack. Perium shouted loudly, "Our counterattack begins right now." The tactical map revealed a three-pronged assault plan targeting the enemy fortress. Perium commanded the eastern direction, while three other generals attacked from the west and center. Right at the main Guard camp, where the enemy was most vulnerable, cannons roared, and the black flag of the counterattack was raised. The raid had begun. Gordon, the bearded warrior wielding a giant hammer, led the group charging into the enemy camp. A soldier panicked and shouted, "We're ambushed! The main camp is under attack!" The old mage commanded, "Gordon, Tauren, I will draw their attention. You two split up and destroy the key facilities." Gordon and Tauren immediately obeyed. Gordon and Tauren cut through the enemy ranks. An enemy screamed in despair as Gordon laughed loudly. "Look, they're panicking. When they return to camp, it will be ashes." At the front line, Guard's troops fell into chaos. A trembling commander asked, "What the hell is happening? Why are we being ambushed?" The old mage rode his horse, leading a spear charge straight at the enemy commander, causing all panicked eyes to focus on him. A deadly strike was approaching. The old mage coldly declared, "Enemy commander, Count Tamos de Guard, I will take you hostage." He rushed forward amid the blue magical flames and smoke. Count Tamos de Guard's face was filled with extreme panic. He trembled and stepped back, unable to react to the approaching killing intent. The old mage swung his weapon in a flash, releasing fierce force that tore through the air like the Reaper's blade. Close-up of the old mage's eyes, wide open and alert, showing he had just discovered something unexpected. Just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow to the Count, a muscular warrior in white armor intervened, using his weapon to block the old mage's attack. Two warriors faced off amid the smoky battlefield. The old mage on horseback looked at his new opponent, a large man wielding a giant mace with overwhelming strength. The old mage remained silent, quietly observing his opponent. In his heart, he admitted, he is truly strong. A sword struck the ground, creating a shockwave. A deep voice rang out, "Raiding the main camp with a small force, you are brave." A knight clad in white armor appeared majestically amid the chaos. He clearly declared his identity. "I am Adon Prasso." Adon Prasso turned around, looked directly at the old mage, and coldly ordered, "State your name." The old mage's eyes glowed bright blue, a cold gaze like a blade, compressing magical power ready to explode. In response to Adon Prasso's question, he calmly replied, "I have no name. I am merely a weapon in the hands of the Grand Duke of Perium." The aura surrounding him surged fiercely. Meanwhile, at the left city wall, de Guard's defenders were fiercely fighting against the counterattack forces from outside. A white-haired female warrior shouted loudly, "Kayor!" ordering her comrades as she charged forward to meet the enemy. The female warrior delivered a punch that knocked down an enemy from horseback, while a red-haired muscular male warrior swung an axe to support from behind. The red-haired man charged forward with a fierce killing intent. He was Kaor, the comrade of the female warrior, acting extremely ferociously. Kaor swung his axe with great force, blood splattering everywhere, the enemy flying into the air like a sack of sand. The girl frowned to avoid the blood spray, angrily shouting, "Hey, don't splash blood on me," Kaor sneered, replying, "Take care of yourself, old lady, I'm not here to babysit you." The white-haired girl growled, "Old lady," her face flushed with anger, clearly reacting to Kaor's teasing. At the right city wall, a black-cloaked knight swung his sword relentlessly, killing enemies. Blood splattered as Degard's soldiers broke formation under pressure. Degard's troops began to panic. Someone shouted loudly, "Everyone's going to die, or run away." Taking advantage of the chaos, Ghislaine shouted, "Full charge!" His black-cloaked cavalry surged forward like a waterfall. His eyes glowing fierce blue, Ghislaine said in a low voice, "I will personally bring down their siege tower." The cavalry behind cheered, "Follow Captain Ghislaine, crush those bastards." On the enemy side, a Degard knight sneered. A bunch of chaotic amateurs, turning their backs to the battlefield, how foolish. Facing a dense spear formation, Degard's troops shouted, "Spearmen, block the front!" Ghislaine charged alone straight into the defensive line. He whispered to his steed, "Dodge the attack!" The horse's eyes glowed blue, as if understanding its master's command. A collision exploded amid the spears. A brilliant light shone within Degard's ranks, but Ghislaine vanished without a trace. The horse was wounded, but the rider was nowhere to be seen. Soldiers were stunned. What? Where did he go? A Degard soldier turned around in panic. A sword was pressed against his throat. Ghislaine had circled behind them in an instant. Ghislaine leapt from his saddle, swinging his sword like lightning, directly attacking the spearman's net before him. His body weaved through the spear forest with extraordinary agility, leaving opponents no time to react. Blue flashes gleamed from his blade, ready to deliver a finishing blow in a blink. Ghislaine spun and unleashed a wide, powerful slash that tore the enemy's defense into pieces. A soldier was struck and thrown, his body crashing to the ground like straw in a storm of steel. The scene was stained with blood. Ghislaine stood amid a circle of enemy corpses, his blue sword radiating cold, killing intent. Close-up of the cold, sharp eyes of the observing warrior, blue light clearly reflected in his determined gaze. He stood amid the battle's smoke, silently watching Degard's troops climbing the walls using siege towers. A panicked Degard soldier thought to himself, "The walls are weaker than I thought. Is it because of the siege towers?" The battle situation was tense. The Allied cavalry was holding back the enemy, but the force disparity was too great. "If this drags on, we'll be surrounded." Under pressure from the siege towers, Degard's troops shouted, "Stop him! Even if you can't kill him, keep him here." Inside black armor, the observing warrior's eyes flashed cold blue. He silently thought, "No more time before I lose momentum." He drew his greatsword glowing with blue light and swore, "I must end this battle." The first sword swing struck down a Degard soldier in two, blood splattering in the terrified eyes of the survivors. One shouted, "Damn it," then charged but was mercilessly cut down. The observing warrior dashed through the battlefield, clashing with a muscular Degard soldier, creating a thunderous impact. The blue blade sliced through the enemy's sword, splitting the air with a clear arc, blood splashing again. He continued attacking another warrior without pause, his body spinning like a whirlwind among the forest of spears and swords. A Degard warrior tried to block, but the mana-infused greatsword still cut through his defense. He spun around and delivered a diagonal strike, knocking his opponent away and shattering Degard's battle line at that spot. The black-armored warrior with glowing blue eyes swung his greatsword through the head of a Degard guard, blood splattering everywhere. The attack was both fast and precise, leaving no time for the enemy to react. Degard soldiers panicked and shouted as they saw him approach. "He's targeting the siege tower. Don't let him get close." The shouts echoed amid the chaotic sounds. The black-armored warrior charged forward, dodging a hail of arrows and bullets from the watchtower. His speed prevented the enemy from aiming accurately. A Degard knight hadn't even raised his sword before taking a direct hit. "Gah!" A painful scream rang out as he was thrown off his horse. The black-armored warrior kept going relentlessly, stabbing through the chest armor of another soldier, blood spurting and staining the air red. The strike was decisive and brutal. No one could stop him. With a strike of his mana-covered blade, he flung an enemy into the air, tearing apart the defensive line. This warrior spun and threw the enemy behind him, hurling him into a group of Degard soldiers defending at the base of the tower. He swung his sword hard against the siege tower. The enchanted blade caused a violent impact, piercing through the thick wooden structure. A soldier was knocked away, groaning in pain. He raised his right hand, fingers closing. Mana condensed into a blue thread, mana thread, pulled from the air as if waiting for a command. The black-armored warrior spun and struck the mana thread against the top of the tower. The force caused a shockwave explosion, destroying the tower's peak. His blue eyes shone brightly amid the dust. The observing warrior leapt from the ground, soaring into the swirling dust cloud, aiming straight at the siege tower crowded with Degard troops. While hovering in the air, he reached out and grabbed the flying greatsword, blue mana, enveloping the steel blade. Landing on the tower level, he immediately launched an attack, causing Degard's soldiers to fall before they could react. His charge terrified the remaining soldiers, their eyes wide open under the heavy rain. Amid flashing blue lightning, his eyes glowed, gripping the greatsword tightly, ready to unleash a devastating strike. From the tower's peak, he struck down like a falling meteor, his sword slicing through the air accompanied by the screams of slaughtered enemies. The impact caused the entire tower floor to explode, wood dust and soldiers flying into the air amid roaring sounds. Degard soldiers below screamed in horror. The siege tower, that madman, a white-armored knight with feathers standing on the rampart, whispered. He's dismantling the entire tower with his body. Amid the earth-shaking explosion, the siege tower collapsed behind him. The observing warrior stepped out silently through the dust. Is he the commander? In simmering anger, the observing warrior questioned the commander about the main gate breach. The main gate still hasn't been broken. The Degard commander nervously reported. The defense is stronger than expected. There's resistance from inside. We need about 10 more minutes to break the gate. Silence. The black-armored warrior stood still for a moment, his cold eyes piercing through the mask slit. I'll give you 5 minutes. He turned his back and mounted his horse. Meanwhile, I will eliminate their commander. When I return, that gate must be open. His eyes gleamed with deadly intent. If you fail, you will die by my hand. The Degard commander shuddered in panic and quickly replied, You understood. A voice called out, Hey, flying tin box! The observing warrior turned his head, coming face to face with a knight who had just appeared through the smoke. The stranger blocked the way, slowly advancing on horseback. You're not going anywhere. The observing warrior tilted his head and asked coldly, Who are you? The knight smiled and introduced himself. I am Kaor, commander of the Cerberus Mercenary Squad. Kaor, commander of the Cerberus Mercenary Squad, smiled confidently, raising his greatsword radiating with vigor. A warrior clad in black armor with cold, blue glowing eyes stood silently in the middle of the battlefield. The newly appeared opponent made him frown slightly, his deep voice rising. Who are you? In response to that question came a proud laugh. A red-haired man with sharp eyes raised a giant blade, a fierce momentum erupting. Cerberus Mercenary Captain, Kaor. Kaor spurred his horse forward, the shining blade slashing powerfully. Let's get started. The black-armored warrior said nothing, only snorted coldly. His blue eyes flashed, his hand gripping the sword hilt tightly. The first clash occurred. Kaor's horse was knocked off course by a fierce counterattack from the black-armored warrior. Kaor glared, surprised by the speed and strength of his opponent. Gripping his blade tightly, he prepared for the next strike. The black-armored warrior spun around, thrusting his sword to push Kaor backward. The counterattack was merciless. Kaor regained balance midair, holding his blade firmly, launching himself down like a meteor crashing to the ground. The sound of metal echoed in the air. Kaor's direct slash was blocked by the black-armored warrior's greatsword, creating a fierce shockwave. Kaor gritted his teeth, eyes wide with anger. He did not expect the one before him to easily block his full-strength strike like that. Kaor unleashed a powerful overhead strike, his giant blade slicing through the wind toward the enemy in white armor. He was shocked. The attack was completely stopped. The white-armored knight remained unshaken, calmly replying, I have faced too many like you. He continued to counterattack, fast and sharp, criticizing Kaor as just a mercenary relying on brute strength. The knight's sword swung up, radiating overwhelming momentum, pushing Kaor into a defensive stance. Kaor tried to block the strike, but his eyes reflected panic and helplessness. The knight's powerful slash came down straight, forcing Kaor to retreat amid blinding light. Blood gushed from a deep wound on Kaor's chest. He could not avoid it in time. The cold knight said, Nothing is easier to deal with than beasts who only swing their claws instinctively. Kaor was knocked far away, collapsing under the enemy's horse. The knight remained calm, his sword stained with red blood. Kaor, Cerberus Mercenary Captain, angrily exclaimed in pain after the fatal blow. He realized the opponent was so strong that all the captain's predictions had come true. That formidable opponent was Sir Victor, the trump card Desmond had kept secret, deployed at the right moment to turn the tide in the Perium assault. Kaor wondered if Victor was stronger than that person, but the observing warrior coldly confirmed. He was the strongest Kaor had ever faced, except for himself. The enemy's tactic was clear. Overwhelm with numbers to pressure the defenders against the walls, then wait for the gate to weaken before delivering a full-force fatal strike. However, young Lord, the black-armored warrior, had anticipated every move. Under heavy rain, Ulfoy remained calm, fully trusting in his plan. The observing warrior coldly affirmed. The enemy's tactic was exactly within his calculations. The decisive moment had arrived. Yet if Victor escaped the gate, the entire plan would collapse. That was the worst-case scenario the defenders could not allow. Kaor, though severely wounded, gritted his teeth and endured. His comrades' eyes placed full trust in him. No complaints, only orders to be carried out. From horseback, the observing warrior gave a decisive order. Kaor, I need you to hold Victor at all costs. Kaor laughed bitterly, gripping his greatsword tightly. Though knowing his opponent far surpassed him, he was ready to charge into a deadly battle, driven by faith in his commander. Adon Praso, the knight with red hair and a blue-glowing greatsword, responded to the enemy with a powerful strike, roaring provocatively. "You're asking for too much." Outside the city, shouts echoed as the enemy army pressed relentlessly against the city gates. The battlefield blazed fiercely right before the castle. A slash of purple energy tore through the sky. The strong opening strike of the counterattack was unleashed, marking the start of a fierce battle. Gillian, the silver-bearded warrior with a large frame, charged through the enemy ranks. His spear swings pierced the defenses like crescent blades cutting through the wind. The royal knights tried to protect their commander amid the chaos. One shouted loudly, "Adon, fall back, sir, be careful." The black-cloaked squad attacked fiercely. One of them shouted, "Reduce enemy numbers as much as possible. Don't block Gillian's path." Gillian, still fighting fiercely, gritted his teeth. "Such a nuisance, can't waste time here." He observed the opponent before him, a knight with a sturdy golden shield. "That shield can block attacks from all directions, impenetrable. It's been a long time since I met someone so solid." But Gillian had no intention of stopping. He turned, channeling his strength into a decisive strike. "But I have no more time to waste on you," Gillian shouted, delivering a powerful kick that sent the enemy flying backward amid a rain of fire and dust. The round-shield knight blocked the old mage's attack with his large shield, smirking and asserting, "It's useless. No matter how hard you strike, you can't break this shield." The two fought fiercely. The old mage's axe swing was stopped by the round-shield knight's armor and steel shield, startling him. Seizing the opportunity, the round-shield knight launched a counterattack with his shield, violently pushing back his opponent. That shield strike was not only powerful but also extremely precise, creating a fierce shockwave. The counterattack threw the old mage's horse off, blood splattering everywhere. He struggled to keep balance while his horse was severely injured. The old mage gritted his teeth, cursing, clearly showing helplessness and defeat. The round-shield knight pressed forward, his posture proud atop his horse, ready to deliver the decisive blow. The blazing red sunset behind the round-shield knight made him even more terrifying. He roared, "Fall!" A thunderous strike was unleashed from above, pressing straight down on the old mage's head. Sparks flew as the ground seemed to explode. The old mage braced desperately, his sword trembling amid the violent assault descending upon him. The advancing enemy was hit by a fierce counterattack from within, bloodied and twisted in pain. A giant monster with fierce horns charged straight into the burning city gate. The gate shattered with a thunderous explosion. The entire battle line fell into chaos as the final gate was destroyed. The officers inside the city were stunned. Their faces showed horror and despair. In the darkness, a majestic white-armored figure slowly stepped forward. It was the observing warrior. Inside the city, the old mage shouted in panic as he saw the enemy had broken in. He called for Ulfoy, who was concentrating all her magic power into her staff. Ulfoy did not respond, silently focusing her energy. Her eyes blazed brightly, determined not to give up even as everyone panicked. She screamed in desperation. More! Magic continued to gather at her feet, illuminating the entire battlefield. A knight in white armor shouted loudly, "The gate is open, everyone attack!" The counterattack surged in like a flood. "Seize the fortress!" The roar echoed as the army in golden armor entered the stronghold, beginning the decisive battle. The white-armored warrior, commander of the counterattack, ordered Count de Garde to be brought. He declared he would personally eliminate the enemy commanders. He mounted his horse, his blood-red sword causing Kaor, the mercenary captain, to shout in panic, "No!" Despite being wounded all over, Kaor forced himself to stand, charging forward to block the path, determined not to let the enemy advance further. The warrior coldly confirmed Kaor's identity and mocked him. A mercenary captain should know when it's time to die. He pointed behind, where the city gate had been destroyed, affirming that the situation was settled. From horseback he declared firmly, "You have lost." The enemy criticized. Although Kaor had recklessly launched a surprise attack, the final outcome remained unchanged. The mistake was entrusting the fate of the lineage to a group of mercenaries. He asserted, no matter how skilled mercenaries are, they cannot match a well-trained knight. In Kaor's silence, the white-armored warrior turned his back and walked calmly through the smoke and ashes. The Golden Knight coldly declared, "There is nothing in this war worth your sacrifice." Kaor laughed amidst the blood-soaked battlefield, facing danger with defiance. "So what?" He enunciated each word, affirming absolute belief. On the battlefield, there is no status, only victory or defeat. Kaor led the charge, tearing through space within the battle line. Ahead of him were the Old Mage and the Golden Knight, two unyielding opposing forces. The Golden Knight coldly countered, swinging a giant axe. No need to listen to the defeated's excuses. The fierce axe swing sliced through the wind, clashing with the Old Mage's counterattack, creating an earth-shaking collision. The Old Mage exploited a gap, suddenly using the inner blade of the axe to hook back an attack. The sharp counterstrike aimed directly at the Golden Knight, temporarily halting his offensive. The purple blood-stained axe blade pierced through the defense line, delivering a major shock to the Golden Knight on horseback. In that moment, the Golden Knight suddenly realized the attack point was not on the outer blade, but inside the axe. The Old Mage reversed the situation, using full force to thrust the axe into the opponent's chest armor, delivering a fatal blow amid the fiery battlefield. The Old Mage launched a surprise attack, using magic to spin his shield and knock back the approaching Roundshield Knight. Blood splattered wildly, angering the Golden Knight who witnessed it. The Golden Knight roared in fury, "You damn mercenary! How dare you!" Gordon appeared from above, raising his giant hammer ready to strike down. Gordon's attack struck hard against the Golden Knight, causing an explosion of light accompanied by a tremendous impact. The Old Mage approached from behind, coldly saying, "Even the strongest defense has its gaps." He continued, his eyes shining, "I have devoted my life to young Lord to become a sword serving him." The Old Mage drew his sword, attacking with a piercing strike that pushed back the Golden Knight. The Old Mage roared, "Therefore, I can only bring victory to him." The Golden Knight's eyes widened in horror. The finishing blow from the mage was closing in. The sword pierced through armor, blood spraying. The Golden Knight fell, defeated before the absolute loyalty and seasoned power of the mage. The red-haired warrior who just appeared, temporarily called the Red-Haired Warrior, charged straight at a heavily armored, white-armored knight on horseback. He wore no protective armor, only tattered clothes, his body covered in blood, but his eyes were unwavering. The one he was targeting was Sir Victor. As he rushed forward, the red-haired warrior told himself. He knew Victor was stronger than him, knew that a single strike from the opponent could kill him, but he did not hesitate because survival was not the goal. A memory flashed in his mind, the calm face of the young lord who had ordered, "Hold Victor," that was the command, and he would obey even if it meant sacrificing his own life. The will of the red-haired warrior blazed. Just one strike. If he could hit Victor even once, that would be the chance for his comrades to turn the tide. Without hesitation, he poured all his strength into the desperate attack. Cain Loes recklessly charged towards the knight in full plate armor. Cain Loes knew his opponent was stronger and that he might die, but he was determined to land at least one hit. In a memory, Cecile asked Cain Loes which move he was talking about. Cain Loes excitedly described how Cecile had dodged every attack. He hesitantly asked if Cecile could teach him that skill. Cecile smiled at Cain Loes' request. Cecile explained that the secret was not in the movement. Back in the present, Cain Loes rushed at his opponent, who began to taunt him. The knight called Cain Loes a beast that only knew how to charge straight ahead. Kaor, with blazing eyes, looked at the enemy with contempt. Kaor and Cecile engaged in a fierce sword fight. Kaor used his hand to block Cecile's incoming sword strike. He nimbly dodged a powerful slash from Cecile. Cecile let out a soft grunt, showing his displeasure. Cecile attacked Kaor's previous position, but he had already dodged in time. Cecile mocked that desperate people often make their final life decisions. Cecile raised his sword high, gathering a massive amount of energy. He coldly sentenced Kaor to death. Kaor stood motionless, facing Cecile's finishing blow. However, Kaor had another plan in mind. He realized he could hide his true intentions in every movement. Kaor faced the knight's attack head-on. Despite being hit, he did not flinch. Kaor immediately took advantage of the opening to launch a lightning-fast counterattack. The knight was stunned by his opponent's speed. This attack was more than enough to end the fight. Kaor's dagger pierced through the knight's armor. He delivered a fatal stab to the chest of his opponent on horseback. The brutal stab caused the knight to collapse instantly. The knight in full plate armor had struck down Kaor and his horse. Defeated, Kaor lay on the ground, covered in blood. The knight realized Kaor had used a desperate move to turn the tables. He admitted that he had underestimated Kaor. Despite being at a disadvantage, Kaor still looked at his opponent with a defiant gaze. He believed Kaor had surpassed the limits of life and death, but unfortunately he had failed. The knight asserted that the only problem was that Kaor had chosen the wrong opponent. He raised his sword, asking Kaor if he had any last words. Kaor faced the blade, silent and fearless. Kaor's last words were just a single word, "You." Manus lay on the ground, believing he had hit his opponent. The noble knight appeared surprised. Purple energy arrows shot straight towards the noble knight. The noble knight deflected the attack with his sword, sending Manus flying back. Suddenly, Alina appeared, leaping into the air and swooping down to attack. Alina swung her weapon with a sharp gaze, aiming for the noble knight. Her weapon crashed violently against the noble knight's chest plate. Elena's attack was strong enough to make the noble knight stagger. Then Elena landed on a horse, simultaneously flinging Manus into the air. The noble knight stood silently, thinking about Elena's recent attack. Elena saved the severely injured Kaor, even though she had almost lost her life because of him. She wondered if Kaor's actions were worth risking his life for. Meanwhile, an enemy knight stood on the corpse of a freshly slain beast. He suddenly showed astonishment at an unforeseen development. The knight was stunned when he realized something was happening at the castle gate. His army immediately poured inside through the open gate. They quickly surrounded Elena, who was radiating an intense blue magical aura. Elena stared at the enemy with eyes full of hatred. She was furious at being held up here by the enemy forces. Elena was determined not to retreat even though the enemy had breached the gate and was closing in. Cecile confidently said that the girl's magic could turn the tide. Vanessa seemed hesitant, unsure of her own abilities. Cecile smiled assertively, affirming that he knew she could do it. Hearing his words, Vanessa unleashed a massive magic circle. Blue magical energy from above enveloped the enemy army. With glowing eyes, Vanessa poured all her strength into the spell. Instantly, a fierce sea of fire erupted from beneath the enemy's feet. The powerful explosion engulfed the soldiers in a brutal inferno. A giant pillar of fire rose high, demonstrating the destructive power of the magic. The attack ended with a blinding white light in the shape of wings. A terrifying explosion submerged the entire area in a sea of fire. Amidst the battle, Ghislaine and Skaven observed while Elena was fiercely fighting Kaor. Skaven displayed an iron will to fight amidst the chaotic scene. Ghislaine observed the situation with a confident and calculating smile. Soldiers screamed in pain and despair as they were burned by the flames. The order to retreat was given, and soldiers fled the castle in panic. A mysterious knight on a warhorse charged in, slaughtering the fleeing soldiers. Ghislaine shouted, ordering his army to surround the entire castle gate. The mighty army advanced, determined not to let a single enemy escape. Ghislaine watched the scene as a giant death scythe descended from the sky. A panicked soldier called out for Commander Victor amidst the fiery battlefield. The situation was critical as most soldiers had been burned alive, and one soldier pleaded for a retreat. Victor was annoyed by the suggestion to retreat, considering it a nuisance. This was a meticulously planned war, aimed at cutting off all means of survival for the Perium family. However, unexpected variables had emerged beyond Victor's calculations. It was Perium's special forces, their most elite warriors. Among them was one with the fearsome nickname Mad Dog, and also a high-level mage capable of incinerating thousands of soldiers in an instant. Victor realized the appearance of all these elements was not a coincidence. He bitterly admitted that he had fallen straight into the enemy's trap. Amidst the fiery battlefield, Skaven ordered his soldiers to temporarily retreat. He believed they could regroup at the main camp after escaping the sea of fire. As Skaven was giving the order to call for Adon, he was suddenly cut off. Cain Loes appeared unexpectedly, holding a soldier's helmet in his hand. The burly warrior with a giant axe stood tall, radiating a murderous aura. Cain Loes questioned Skaven if he was the commander of the guard. Skaven was completely stunned by the overwhelming presence of the enemy. He realized with horror that the helmet was Adon's. Cain Loes threw the helmet to the ground, declaring that the guard's army had been annihilated. Cain Loes pointed his giant axe at Skaven and ordered him to surrender. Amidst the chaotic battle, a terrifying explosion erupted. The mysterious figure in the shadows let out a sinister laugh. Provoked, Skaven swooped down from above to face his enemy. Skaven declared that his fight was not over and that he would finish them all himself. Among the fallen enemies, Skaven swung his sword towards his final target. He roared powerfully, asserting that his battle had just begun. The enemy army was lured into a fire trap that had been set up beforehand. Commander Skaven roared, ordering his soldiers to shoot down those trapped in the blaze. The black-cloaked knights mercilessly hunted down the soldiers trying to escape. A knight rallied his comrades, determined not to let any enemy survive. The slaughter continued, turning the battlefield into a chaotic and deadly sea of fire. Cecile rode his horse closer to Elena, who was leaving the battlefield, and called out to her. Elena asked about Cecile. He replied that he was fine and asked about her condition in return. Slung over Elena's saddle was Kaor, a mercenary who had been captured alive. Kaor, the captain of the Mad Dogs, was now completely unconscious after the battle. Cecile looked at the prisoner Kaor with a confident and calculating smile. The white-haired girl admitted that Cecile's plan, though reckless, had succeeded. She reminded him that they had used all the mined runestones for that attack. Cecile listened in silence, then suddenly asked about Gillian's whereabouts. The unexpected question startled the white-haired girl, making her panic. Cecile immediately pulled her onto his horse and quickly galloped away. Another knight screamed Gillian's name in panic as he charged forward alone. Gillian, in his shining armor, bravely rushed into the battle. he came face to face with the massive mercenary commander, Viego Valanos. Gillian did not flinch, his determined eyes staring straight at the enemy. Their weapons clashed violently in the middle of the fiery battlefield. Skaven realized his opponent's attack was incredibly heavy. Furthermore, the knight's offensive posture was astonishing. Skaven swung his axe to block the opponent's deadly sword strike. The powerful impact sent the knight staggering backward. Without a moment's hesitation, Skaven immediately counterattacked with an axe chop. However, the knight quickly spun around and raised his sword to block the blow. Although it was blocked, Skaven still managed to strike his opponent's shoulder. At the same time, he took a full sword thrust to his hip and screamed in pain. Skaven was stunned by his opponent's absurd strength and speed. At this rate, he knew he couldn't hold out for long. The knight angrily cursed the mercenary for his greed. The knight's sword blocked the powerful blow from the axe. The mercenary was astonished as the knight easily dodged the attack. He realized something unusual was happening inside his axe. The knight's sword began to affect his opponent's weapon. The mercenary was disarmed, his axe flying away and embedding itself in the ground. The knight declared that the mercenary had crossed the final line. The mercenary was stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. Without hesitation, the knight finished off the mercenary with a fatal blow. The mercenary collapsed in a pool of blood, the battle over. The noble knight looked straight at the enemy, his mask covered in blood. The old warrior admitted the noble knight had skillfully avoided a fatal weakness by a hair's breadth. The old warrior thought that attacking him right after being exhausted was a foolish decision. Even so, the old warrior believed Adon would not be angry to be killed by someone like him. The noble knight charged forward, determined to finish his opponent with a fatal blow. Suddenly, a strange weapon flew towards him, forcing the noble knight to lean back to dodge. The noble knight was astonished by the unexpected intervention. The greatsword plunged into the ground, separating the two opponents who had just dodged the blow. The noble knight shouted warily, demanding the identity of the newcomer. A mysterious figure in iron armor stepped onto the battlefield. Amidst the desolate battlefield, Cecile in his black armor faced Cain Loes. Cain Loes appeared astonished, seemingly having recognized his opponent's identity. Cecile remained silent, not responding to Cain Loes' words. Cecile lifted his giant, blood-stained battle-axe. He swung the giant battle-axe in a powerful arc. Cecile stood proudly amidst the sea of fire, his weapon held firmly in his hand. Cain Loes was horrified when he saw the familiar black armor. Cecile unleashed his core power, causing his eyes to glow brightly. He stomped his foot on the ground, creating a violent tremor. Immediately, Cecile charged forward with incredible speed. The black-armored knight swung his giant battle-axe, charging in to attack. He leaped into the air, bringing a powerful chop down on Skaven. Skaven managed to raise his sword in time to block, creating a horrific impact. Skaven screamed in pain as he tried to stop his opponent's axe blade. After the clash, both staggered back and then immediately rushed at each other again. Sword and axe clashed violently once more at close range. Skaven nimbly parried a dangerous horizontal attack. The two warriors fought at a dizzying speed, their weapons constantly sparking. Skaven successfully counterattacked, causing the black-armored knight to lose his balance. He quickly retaliated with an axe swing aimed at Skaven's legs. Ghislaine swooped down, swinging his sword to attack the opponent in purple armor. The purple-armored warrior tightened his grip on his battle-axe, ready to engage. The two weapons clashed violently, sending sparks flying. From within the helmet, the purple warrior's eyes flashed with an eerie light. Ghislaine was sidestepped by his opponent and lost his balance after a vicious axe swing. Forced into a weak position, Ghislaine struggled to defend against the continuous attacks. Ghislaine used all his strength to block the enemy's powerful axe blow. Although he blocked it, Ghislaine still took a heavy blow to the chest and groaned in pain. The enemy suddenly threw his weapon. Ghislaine hastily used his sword to deflect it. Ghislaine realized his opponent was too strong and wondered about his identity. The mysterious figure faced the wounded Skaven, asserting that he knew all about him. He knew of his military power, his strategies, and even his mighty army, even down to the faction that had backed Skaven's plan. The mysterious figure emphasized that he knew every single secret. Skaven realized with horror that this might have been a prearranged trap. He collapsed, clenching his fists in helplessness and resentment. Believing it to be absurd, Skaven roared and charged at the mysterious figure. Skaven couldn't believe that Perium knew about this top-secret project. The mysterious figure easily used his weapon to block Skaven's attack. Immediately, he swung his weapon in a counterattack, pushing Skaven back with a powerful blow. The white-armored knight declared himself to be Count Desmond's trump card. The two warriors charged at each other, sword and axe clashing violently. Confident that his opponent couldn't use tricks, the knight counterattacked. The opponent used the axe handle as a pivot to leap over the knight's head. The knight suddenly realized the danger was now above him. From above, the black-clothed warrior delivered a fatal blow. The knight managed to dodge the opponent's devastating axe chop just in time. Immediately, the knight regained his balance and assumed a defensive stance. The fight resumed with fast and deadly attacks. The black-clothed warrior parried a blow while kicking hard at his opponent. Cain Loes roared as he fought. A black-armored warrior swung his weapon and charged at him. The powerful attack struck, creating a violent tremor. Cain Loes staggered as their weapons collided. He was thrown backward by an immense force. Cain's helmet flew off, covered in blood. Wounded and exhausted, he knelt on the battlefield. Cain Loes' face, covered in blood, showed clear astonishment. His black-armored opponent slowly approached him. Viego Valanos, thought to be dead, revealed he also liked using axes. The mysterious knight declared this fighting style suited him better. Skaven, his face covered in injuries, questioned his opponent's identity in astonishment. Faced with the question, the mysterious knight answered coldly. He began to reveal his identity, calling himself the young master of the Perium family. The helmet fell to the ground as he spoke, revealing his true name, Ghislaine. Cecile Perium, with his golden hair and blue eyes, was finally revealed. Amidst a sea of fire, a knight removed his helmet, proclaiming himself the young lord of Perium. His helmet fell heavily to the ground. He revealed his true identity as Cecile Perium. Cain Loes was stunned upon hearing the name Cecile Perium. Cain bowed his head, letting out a bitter, incredulous laugh. In the middle of the blood-soaked battlefield, Cain Loes burst into maniacal laughter. Cain refused to accept that the greatest knight of the North had been defeated. Ghislaine asserted that today, Cain would know who the strongest in the North was, Victor. Cain Loes smirked, thinking Ghislaine was too arrogant. Cain stood up, declaring that in war, all means were acceptable. Regardless of the process, the one left standing at the end is the victor. Cain Loes tensed his body, swinging his sword with terrifying power. With a blood-splattered face, Cain Loes frantically challenged his opponent. His opponent dropped his sword, calmly accepting. Cecile Perium stood firm, emanating a powerful dark aura. Cecile Perium looked straight at Cain Loes, ready for battle. All around, the brutal scene of knights and soldiers falling unfolded. Amidst the sea of fire, other lives were also sinking into despair. On the blazing battlefield, Cain Loes and Cecile Perium faced each other. The two charged at each other in a decisive, life-or-death sword fight. Cain Loes and Cecile clashed in a fierce deathmatch. Cecile attacked fiercely, pushing Cain Loes back with a powerful blow. The two glared at each other for a moment, searching for an opening. Cain Loes quickly dodged and counterattacked, striking Cecile. The clash continued, with neither showing any sign of faltering. Cain Loes gathered his strength for a downward slash aimed at Cecile. Cecile raised his sword in time, blocking Cain Loes' attack. With an enraged expression, Cain Loes poured all his strength into his sword. Suddenly, Skaven appeared, joining forces with Cain Loes to attack Cecile. Cain Loes and Cecile once again locked sword. Amidst the sea of fire, Ghislaine charged at the defensive Cain Loes. Cain Loes' sword pierced through Ghislaine's chest. Cain Loes roared, his face covered in his opponent's blood. Despite being stabbed, Ghislaine still swung his sword in a dangerous counterattack. With iron resolve, Ghislaine put all his strength into a final slash. Cain Loes managed to raise his sword to block Ghislaine's desperate attack. With superior strength, Cain Loes flung Ghislaine away. The two kept their distance. The battle momentarily paused. Though injured, Ghislaine maintained a cold expression, observing in silence. Cain Loes smirked smugly, appearing to have the upper hand. Cain Loes and Ghislaine faced off against a backdrop of fire. Cain Loes angrily charged forward, swinging a powerful slash towards Ghislaine. Two swords, one blue and one purple, clashed violently in midair. Both strained as their blades fiercely pressed against each other. Ghislaine, with a sharp expression, skillfully dodged Cain's attack. Ghislaine leaped over Cain, launching a counterattack from above. The fight unfolded with acrobatic moves and masterful swordsmanship. Upon landing, Ghislaine quickly turned to parry Cain's slash. The battle grew complex, with sword strikes from multiple directions. Their swords clashed once more, showcasing the contrast between the two warriors. Cecile and Cain faced off in a fierce battle, sword to sword. Their eyes were filled with determination. Neither intended to back down. Cecile blocked Cain's powerful attack, causing the ground to shatter. With a powerful stroke, Cecile knocked Cain's weapon away. He quickly dodged the blow and prepared for his next counterattack. Slipping past the attack, Cecile immediately launched a retaliatory slash. Cecile landed a strong blow to Cain's chest, making him lose his balance. Knocked backward, Cain revealed a fatal opening. Cecile leaped into the air, raising his sword to finish his opponent. Cain managed to raise his sword to block the perilous attack from above. Cain Loes unleashed a powerful slash towards his opponent. The opponent nimbly dodged Cain Loes' devastating slash. Cain Loes charged through the cloud of dust, his eyes filled with determination. Though wounded, the opponent still launched a powerful counterattack. Cain Loes acknowledged his opponent's strength, calling him by the name Victor. Cain Loes recalled a time when Victor had also stood in his way in the past. In his memory, their swords had clashed in a fiery confrontation. In the end, Cain had landed a fatal blow on Victor. It had taken him dozens of clashes to achieve victory. Cain stood amidst a battlefield littered with the bodies of defeated soldiers. Cain Loes knelt before the fall of the Perium clan. That day, Cain Loes resolved to avenge his clan. Cain Loes faced off in a fierce battle with Commander Skaven. Skaven screamed in horror as he was struck by a powerful attack. With burning determination, Cain Loes swung his sword in retaliation against the enemy. Cain Loes declared that death was the only outcome for those who targeted them. Cain's attack sent Skaven flying, blood splattering everywhere. The battle ended, with Cain Loes showing absolute dominance over Skaven. Cain Loes finished Skaven with a sword thrust through the chest. In his last breath, Skaven called out the name of his lord, Desmond. Ghislaine stood looking at Cain Loes, whom he had just defeated in their duel. The entire scene was a castle, engulfed in a sea of fire after the battle. Cain Loes lay on the ground, his face bloody and heavily injured. Ghislaine responded with a cold, resolute gaze amidst the flames. Ghislaine turned and walked away, leaving his enemy and the ruins behind. But Cain Loes spoke, causing him to stop. Cain Loes only wanted to ask Ghislaine a single question. "Who are you really?" Cain Loes pressed, asking about his identity. Ghislaine remained silent, not giving an immediate answer. Cain Loes was skeptical. "The Ghislaine I know is the disgrace of Perium, the trash of the north." Ghislaine, though heavily wounded, muttered that none of it mattered anymore. Under the morning light, the name Ghislaine Perium was proclaimed after an interesting battle. He stood proudly on the battlefield, next to his completely fallen opponent. After a fierce battle, the battlefield was soaked in a sea of blood. Ghislaine walked across the battlefield, heading towards the waiting army. Both Cecile and Ghislaine appeared tired but resolute after the fight. Commander Skaven and his knights were also exhausted from the battle. Cecile smirked with a mysterious confidence. The Cerberus mercenary group, including Caor, stared in astonishment. His smile widened as he observed the situation. He asked, "Everyone's still alive, right?" The soldiers cheered upon seeing young Master Cecile and Captain Ghislaine safe. The mercenaries were amazed, unable to believe the power they had just witnessed. Cecile thanked and praised the soldiers who fought alongside him. Belinda worried about Cecile's injuries, while the others seemed nonchalant. Cecile asked Belinda about the condition of someone named Vanessa. Belinda reported that Vanessa was exhausted but safe in the castle. Hearing the call, "Young Master," Cecile turned around with a calm expression. A joyful commander embraced Cecile, proud of the Perium heir. Cecile thanked the knight commander for his hard-fought battle as well. Cecile then turned his gaze towards his father, Skaven, who was watching. Skaven looked at his son with a stern and worried expression. Cecile stood facing his father in a tense atmosphere. After the battle, Cecile embraced his father, Skaven. Cecile comforted his father, telling him he had worked hard. Cecile recalled the moment he presented his plan. Skaven admitted that he initially thought Cecile's plan was nonsensical. Skaven looked at Cecile with pride, acknowledging that he had truly done it. Cecile humbly replied that it was thanks to his father's successful defense. Skaven emotionally denied it, insisting this victory was Cecile's. Skaven raised his fist, joyfully cheering for victory with Cecile. Before the entire army, Skaven solemnly declared that victory belonged to Perium. The joy of victory erupted on Skaven's face. The army carrying the wolf banner roared as they charged into battle. Amidst the chaos of battle, memories of a white-haired girl surfaced. Screams of pain and a desperate face appeared in the memory. Cecile broke free from his reverie with a determined expression. Cecile smiled faintly, confirming this was what he wanted. This was the very reason Cecile decided to return. But Cecile suddenly clenched his fist, anger rising within him. He knew the real enemy was still out there, a dark figure sitting on a throne. Cecile told himself that his battle was far from over. Skaven asked Cecile about the next plan for the army. Skaven flatly refused Cecile's proposal. Cecile was adamant that they must obtain an official surrender document from Count de Garde. He wanted to go to de Garde's territory immediately and demand temporary lordship. Skaven was surprised, thinking there was no need to rush since the war had just ended. Cecile looked straight at his father and asserted that the war was not over yet. Skaven was startled and became tense at his son's words. Cecile explained that Count de Garde would attack again if given the chance. He emphasized that they must attack immediately to gain the upper hand and make the enemy not dare to underestimate them. Skaven secretly admired Cecile's foresight, which went far beyond the immediate joy of victory. Finally, Skaven agreed and gave Cecile authority, telling him to finish things. Skaven reminded Cecile to behave appropriately, as Count de Garde was once an ally. Cecile confidently replied that there was no need to worry. Cecile checked on Caor and Belinda, and they confirmed they were fine. Cecile mounted his horse and ordered the entire army to start moving. Under Cecile's command, the entire army galloped towards Degard's territory. At Degard Castle, a white flag symbolizing surrender had been raised. Inside, Count Degard overturned furniture, furious at his defeat. The Count could not accept losing to the Perium family. Lowell tried to reason with him, but was angrily yelled at by Count Degard. Count Degard ordered Lowell to prepare for surrender negotiations and reparations. The Lord believed he could use money to negotiate with the struggling Perium family. However, the aide was worried, as their budget had been depleted by the war. Angrily, the Lord grabbed the aide by the collar. He demanded that the peasants be exploited to get the war reparations. The Lord contemptuously asked whose life was more important, his or the commoners. Threatened, the aide tremblingly affirmed his loyalty to the Lord. Then the Lord forcefully threw him to the ground and ordered him to get to work. The aide was desperate, feeling he could no longer endure this brutal rule. Just then, a soldier burst in with urgent news. The Perium army had suddenly appeared right before the city gates. Soldiers from both families stood guard in a heavy atmosphere, ready for a confrontation. In the great hall, soldiers formed two lines, leading to where Count Thamos Degard sat waiting. Count Thamos Degard appeared annoyed by his rival's swift arrival. Nevertheless, Thamos Degard was determined to face him, challenging Zwalter Perium. Suddenly, a person in black armor stepped into the great hall, breaking the silence. The newcomer was not Zwalter, but Cecile with his two companions. Cecile coldly asked Count Thamos Degard if he was preparing for surrender negotiations. Thamos Degard was astonished, questioning the presence of Cecile, who called himself the acting lord. Cecile asserted his authority, coldly ordering Thamos Degard to be removed from the room. A few hours ago, Ghislaine led the Cerberus mercenary team forward. Kaor grumbled about how Count Degard had quickly abandoned his soldiers to flee. He reassured his subordinate that letting Degard escape was not their fault. Ghislaine thought to himself that perhaps he should invite Gillian to the next bet. Kaor wondered why the captain wanted to negotiate instead of launching a direct attack. Ghislaine explained that demanding excessive compensation would put them in a difficult position. Kaor, annoyed, argued that they should attack and destroy the enemy's entire territory. The white-haired girl reminded Kaor that noble warfare was more complex than a common brawl. Ghislaine told Kaor that he was just doing what his father would have done. Hearing this, the white-haired girl was stunned and confused by Ghislaine's words. Ghislaine confidently asserted that he had completely changed. He declared his intention to take the Degard domain as his own. Back in the present, Count Thamos Degard was stunned to see Ghislaine. Ghislaine and his comrades entered, asking Thamos about negotiating his surrender. Ghislaine announced he would negotiate on behalf of his father, Lord Zwalter. Ghislaine coldly ordered his men to force Thamos to his knees. Two of Ghislaine's comrades immediately restrained Count Thamos. Thamos struggled violently and insulted those who were holding him. Finally, Thamos was humiliatingly forced to his knees before Ghislaine. The female comrade was worried, but Ghislaine was resolute in his decision. Thamos Degard shouted angrily, demanding to be respected as a vassal of the kingdom. A blue blade was suddenly held to his neck, stunning Thamos Degard into silence. Cecile exposed Thamos Degard as a traitor, lured into opposing the Perium family. Cecile coldly declared that death was the only outcome for those who targeted Perium. Thamos Degard was terrified, not believing that Cecile actually intended to kill him. Cecile asserted that those who start a war must be prepared to pay a corresponding price for their action. Sweat pouring down, Thamos Degard thought in horror that Cecile was a madman. When Cecile raised his sword with blazing red eyes, Thamos Degard realized he wasn't joking. Thamos screamed in terror as Cecile prepared to swing his sword to finish him off. In desperation, Thamos asked again if just paying a suitable price would be enough, right? Manus, in extreme panic, agreed to give up his lands. Elena and Lowell were horrified by the unfolding scene. Cecile just watched silently with a discreet smile. Ghislaine looked at Cecile, appearing to have anticipated this situation. Cecile explained that the laws of succession did not allow for the arbitrary transfer of land. Manus desperately offered to forge the inheritance documents. He hurriedly shouted, demanding Lowell bring paper and a pen immediately. Cecile replied coldly, his eyes flashing with a bewitching blue light. He continued to beg, promising to pay compensation by collecting taxes. Restrained by the knights, Manus knelt and begged Cecile to spare his life. Ghislaine questioned Skaven whether his life was truly so precious. Hearing Ghislaine say he would give him a chance, Skaven looked utterly astonished. Immediately, Ghislaine threw a punch straight into Skaven's face. The incident took place right in front of the Degard domain's city gates. Ghislaine threw Skaven to the ground in front of a large crowd of citizens. The people murmured, shocked and confused about what was happening. Skaven struggled to his feet, angrily asking Ghislaine what he was doing in front of the commoners. Ghislaine warned Skaven to be careful with his words in front of these people. Then he turned to the crowd and introduced himself as Ghislaine Perium. Ghislaine announced that Count de Garde had lost and was now making the people bear the cost of the war. Ghislaine demanded that the people of the defeated domain pay the reparations. The people angrily refused, arguing that this was a matter for the nobility. As Lord Perium, Ghislaine coldly gave them a choice: pay to save their lord, or kill him and join Perium. The offer astonished the crowd and meant they wouldn't have to bear the burden of war. The defeated lord screamed in despair as he was humiliated by Ghislaine. Suddenly, a stone from the crowd hit him on the head. The lord was stunned as other stones flew at him in succession. One resentful citizen recounted how he had taken everything from his family. The enraged crowd, armed with farm tools, surrounded the terrified lord. Cecile remembered the scene of himself being brutally beaten to death by a mob. Cecile coldly crushed the face of the last enemy on the battlefield. Amidst the desolate battlefield, Cecile stood alone after having defeated all his enemies. Belinda and her red-haired comrade watched Cecile silently, awaiting orders. With a resolute expression, Cecile declared it was time to return. When the war ended, Cecile spoke to Belinda about his father, though she pretended not to be worried. The group returned to the majestic castle of the Perium family. The vassals in the castle were all shocked by Cecile's sudden return. Cecile calmly informed the vassals that Count de Garde had passed away. Scaven questioned Cecile, but he replied that he acted on his own judgment. Cecile asserted that if he had let the enemy surrender, he would have targeted Perium again. Scaven and the other lords were astonished, thinking that was impossible. He reiterated that de Garde had attacked Perium with 7,000 troops, an unusual number. Cecile revealed that Desmond had supplied the army, while Rayfold pulled the strings from behind. Everyone was stunned to learn that the two great domains of Desmond and Rayfold were targeting them. Cecile deduced that Amelia had blocked all aid by killing the messengers to isolate the target. He pointed out on the map that controlling de Garde would allow Perium to respond quickly. Scaven finally understood why Cecile had to deal with Count de Garde. Scaven worried that de Garde's land would be inherited and could not belong to them. Cecile calmly showed Cain Loes a carefully sealed scroll. Scaven was shocked to read the document certifying Ghislaine as the legal heir of de Garde. Ghislaine confirmed he had received this document directly from Count de Garde, resolving the territorial issue. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a subordinate nervously called out to Ghislaine. Scaven, looking skeptical, questioned Ghislaine's ability to govern such a large territory. Ghislaine smiled confidently, reassuring him that there was no need to worry. He revealed that he already had the perfect person for the job in the Austin domain. Inside a crowded tavern in Austin, the atmosphere was extremely lively. People were whispering about a man who was betting his entire fortune on a life-or-death wager. He opened the dice cup, revealing the result of the bet. With a loud slam, the man brought the cup down on the table, ending the game. A player was shaking a dice cup vigorously to start a bet. He slammed the cup down on the table in front of a large, intimidating man. The man named Claude sternly warned of the consequences if his opponent cheated. The long-haired player smirked, casually saying it was all just for fun. He lifted the cup, revealing a perfectly stacked tower of dice and a challenge.